broke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for day 2 of the first ever North American 2v2 regional. It's playoff Saturday. We've got the 8 best 2v2 duos in RLCS on your screen, locked into lobbies, ready to go head to head and fight for the title of North American 2v2 champion. On the road to the world champion, we got 28 minutes and 32 seconds, 31 seconds until Sub kicks it off against Virtus Pro Bates. Did you watch the action yesterday? What'd you think? My goodness, is NA entertaining or what?
I mean, NA's entertaining, I'll tell you that much. James, I'm going to come to you first, though, because my
James!
Don't include me.
James, I
don't
think
include
actually,
me.
honestly, I'm surprised.
I don't want to know.
I'm surprised I haven't seen an announcement tweet saying James Bond has been removed from NRG broadcast. Because you jinxed them. You hit him with the ultimate caster curse, and all of a sudden, now the number one seed? Well, they might not be number 1 seed, but the team that people expected
When you're a competitor, when you're a competitor,
nowhere to be found. It's because of you.
There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, okay? I crossed it that time, but as any great competitor does, that happens from time to time. You know, but the reality is that wasn't the elimination match. So, you know, it was a tilter. It was crazy, too. Also, 2 seconds. I mean, the last time I saw something like that happen, I'm pretty sure Turtle was playing Mocket Esports. A collapse of that.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, it was
in
crazy.
season 2.
Yeah.
What a callback. James, do you want to inform the viewers of what happened? Or do you want me to inform the viewers of what happened because they don't know?
You know,
what
I want to get as far away from that situation as I can.
Okay, well then I'll tell them, folks. On the NRG broadcast, James is commentating the matchup, and they're down by 2 goals with 5 seconds, and he literally changed the overlay to say that NRG won the match. They didn't win the match. We'll talk about
when you're producing,
folks.
You have to be a step ahead, okay? You have
not
to be
that
ready.
far ahead. Not that far ahead. Okay,
right.
folks. Let's talk about Rocket League and what we got in front of us to play. Now we'll talk about the ancient history in just a moment. If you picked just now to start watching, this is your first ever time watching the RLCS. You picked a great time to become a fan of Rocket League, folks. Bottom left corner here, we are moments away from the World Championship. We have the 2v2 opens, the 1v1 opens, and the last chance qualifiers. That is the only online action left to play before we crown world champions in 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3s for the greatest esport to ever grace God's green earth here. Those last chance qualifiers, they're open. Anybody can play in them. That includes you. You could be in the last chance qualifier. You could still potentially play for the title of world champion. All you got to do is win an LCQ open bracket and then a main event and then also the world championship. It's a long road. But hey, other people have completed it before and someone's going to complete it today. It could be you. That QR code that was just on your screen, scan that if you want to be there competing. Now, if you want to be there, watching, we'll talk about that in a second, though. There's another QR code coming up later. You can watch and get your tickets. The tickets are still available, folks. Let's talk about what is on the line this weekend and what's on the line for the 2v2s overall. This weekend, the number 1 spot gets $14,000. We'll hand out that money after the conclusion of tomorrow's gameplay. But most importantly, they also secure a spot at the World Championship as the North American 2v2 champion. Everyone else today has already secured $2,400, and they'll get that up to $3,200 by the end of today with more money on the line as well. But if you win those $14,000, you also automatically are top 4 in the world, which means you've secured, it's actually $24,000 because you get $10,000 just for showing up and losing in Dickies Arena. If you win, you increase that money by 5. If you win again, you get a title and you increase that money by 2. $100,000, Bass, on the line here at the World Championship for the top 2v2 squad in the world.
And I think for everybody at home, you got to think about this a little bit different context, obviously, than the 3v3s that we're normally used to. These guys are splitting it 2 ways. Not even 4 ways. There's no coaches, or at least theoretically there are not. It's just 2v2. So the fact that just for winning this and then getting to the World Championship, you're taking home, what is that? $12,000 per person? That is a whole lot of money just for winning one event.
That's a lot of money, folks. So we'll see who's able to get that one there. Now, if you want to be in the building when that money is handed out, when the trophy is lifted, when we crown the first ever RLCS 2v2 champion, scan the QR code on your screen. You can be at Dickies Arena when we crown the champions. It's going to be an incredible day. We're going to have 3 trophy ceremonies on Championship Sunday. There's going to be so much glory. We could have the same player wearing 3 medals by the end. It's technically possible. Probably not going to happen. That'd be a statistical amount,
no, it's possible.
It's possible, but still. You gotta imagine winning one championship and then getting on the stage again and winning the second championship, and then the pressure hits you to win the third one that same day. I don't know if Rise has a strong enough mental to like handle that amount of emotional pressure. That's a lot there, folks. Let's talk about today. Well, actually, more importantly, let's talk about yesterday, because yesterday's action was incredible. We had 2 groups of action. We had 8 teams in each group. 4 teams emerged. Group A here, lots of fun. Lots of interesting dynamics. And Bass, I'm gonna come to you first here, because I want to talk about the clear, undisputed North American #1 squad. You said it was in contention. We forgot about Reveal and Zach. They haven't lost. They reverse swept their way. They're the #1 seed out of Group A. In my mind, they're the clear #1.
I have to agree. I think the thing is, we came into this being like, who is going to be our Zen and Attack? What's going to be that seed that we have to watch, the team that we have to make sure everybody else can kind of step up to? And the assumption was Atomic and First Killer. They barely lost. They dropped almost no games throughout the entire event. And then they lost to Diaz and Evo. So yeah, the crown now goes to Reveal and Zach, man. They just look unbelievable. Not only did they get wins yesterday, they did so in a reverse sweep. They reverse swept Matt and Expert to make it as the #1 seed out of Group A. So I'd have to imagine that they are not only wearing the crown right now, but we have to imagine they're going to continue to do so, because this was their highlight reel, man. They looked unreal all day yesterday.
Yeah, but to quote Johnny Boy and CJ and apparently Jack, a loss to Sup is a bad loss. So how good can Sup be? How good were the players that SSG beat to get here? Yes, they do look good. Yes, they are a contender, but I would argue that they maybe didn't have as difficult of a road as some of the other teams.
But Bates, did they lose to Sup?
SSG? They didn't.
Yeah.
Right. They had
The point was from Johnny and CJ that they can't be that great, right? They can't be that great if the loss to them is bad.
Can't stand on this.
Happening over here, over on the Chalkcast. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It is a lot of propaganda.
At
We
the
agree
end
on
of the
that.
day, you got a lot of great players in NA that can ball, that can perform. And SSG, man, listen, you got to dig deep. Matt and Expert, these are 2 players that have been around for a long time, super mechanical players. And the way North Americans approach 2v2, there's way more space on the field that then allows, honestly, more upset potential for some of these teams that are underdogs.
And I'll also say, you know, Matt, Expert especially, plays so much twos. Like, he's got a reputation of just putting in the hours and putting in the work. So you see the benefit of that. And also, it was a little bit of a dig at Chalkcast, but also I do think Sup is a lot better team than they were giving Sup credit for. But still, the point stands. I think that SSG did not have as difficult a road as the other teams.
Hey, Sup did make it through to today. We'll see them continue to play. They can't be that bad if they're live on playoff Saturday. But let's talk about the other big story out of Group A here. James, you were covering their action. You're Tequeños. This is Atomic and First Killer. What'd you think of their run?
I actually think that this is my top team out of North America. Obviously, they did have that tough loss. They did, though, sweep Evo and Diaz before, and they almost swept them this time. Yes, there was a little bit of a breakdown, but one thing that I've learned throughout all my time casting Rocket League is sometimes the best team loses. Sometimes the best team collapses in the most epic proportions that you could imagine. But still, they are the best team. That's how I feel about this squad. I think a lot of what we saw from First Killer and Atomic, as well as when First Killer's on point, he's hitting top 10 shots all series long. But Evo and Diaz in that series showed why they are a real threat. I have a tough time picking them overall in the long run because of the ping issue that Diaz is on. He's playing from Brazil still, so over 100 ping, but
that's crazy.
Individually, those guys are insane, especially in ones. Diaz is the best 1v1 player in the North American region. You saw him go to Raleigh and compete. Evo also up there as some of the best ones players, and Evo is widely known as having the best camera work in the game, and that's what allows him to land so many demos. As you see, their demos per game off the charts.
Double. Yeah, I mean, demos here, Bates, so important in 2v2s. Maybe like it's important in all phases of the game and all structures of the game, but in 2v2s and 1v1s, it's night and day how big of a demo how big of a difference a single demo can make on the pitch.
I mean, exactly. You got 2 less players. That means the odds are you take out one, you get him a 2-on-1 situation right here. Evo just takes him on the kickoff, a little Spanish kickoff for those y'all who don't know. Fake the cheat. Go for the demo off rip, and then, I mean, we already talked about, James just alluded to it. Diaz and Evo are 2 of the best ones players in the region. Give them opportunities where they can isolate you, take you man v man. I mean, they're probably going to beat you more times out of 10. And that's exactly what they do. Demo right there again. Diaz looks for the shot. Evo still lurking. It's just a hard team to beat. And I know Bass wants to get in here, so I'm going to let him. But I will say, Atomic First Killer going against Diaz Evo, it's a tougher matchup than Reveal Zach playing Madden Expert. Respectfully, just looking at everybody equals.
Translation, James Bot was right. Thank you, T-Bates.
No. Because here's the thing. We can't keep doing this. We do this every time that North America is in an international event or even on their own turf. We go, well, guys, strength of schedule, X, Y, and Z, da-da-da. You win. You win against the people who are put in front of you, and if you can't do that, that is your reality. I am not giving the crown to a team that lost yesterday. We have to, if they get it at the end of the weekend, fine. But like for the moment, we got to call a spade a spade. We got to look at it and be like, these guys aren't informed.
You need to hit up Spaceman, you know, because Spaceman would chirp at me on Saturdays all the time, and I would say, just wait till Sunday. Just wait till Sunday, because that's
okay.
when you have to win.
We'll wait till Bass. I think you're right. Let's talk about that. You just got to win, and we don't give the roses to teams that lose here, and we got to see it on Sunday. James, there's a team we're not going to see on Sunday because they didn't win, and they got swept by Wavy in 2-piece. What is happening to Beast Mode and Daniel?
I think you'd have to ask them. It was pretty remarkable. I think there was that one moment where they were winning. You know what? I think the biggest factor in the loss for them was their kickoff games. Like it was happening all the way back to day one, where they were losing a lot on the kickoffs. They were conceding a lot of kickoff goals, and they were also not scoring as many kickoff goals on their side. So kickoffs clearly were a weakness, but then also I think there was that tilt factor of losing. Like there were a lot of great plays, and they looked very good. And the reality is they were seconds away from securing a spot in the playoffs. But
all right, that's great and all. That's great and all. Listen, they're seconds away, but it's the same, honestly, the same issue that's plaguing them in 3v3 right now. You're up, but this time it was magnified. It was worse. Up 2. 4 seconds left. Game 4. You have a lot of options you can do. You just have to waste 5 seconds. They do standard kickoff. There's no need to do a standard kickoff.
Yeah, it just came down to that one play.
But like it's starting to become a theme,
a pattern
with this great team where mental errors in those significant moments. Get out of the game, finish the game, move on to Saturday. Instead, you play a 5-minute overtime, you get tired, you lose momentum, you lose the series, and then you get swept in the lower bracket. This is the same thing that's plaguing them in 3s, where you just got to finish the game. You're up. You've done the work for 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Finish!
Yeah, and I'll also say I do think they had a really tough bracket. You look at the quality of competitors that they're going against. Those were really difficult matchups compared to a lot of the other paths that other pros had. I think it was a combination of both. Yes, they were so close to finishing the job they needed to. Had they had a little bit better kickoffs, probably would have got the job done. But in the end, you're right. There's no excuse. You got to win.
Aaron Fox layup in game number 4.
You got to win.
You don't lay the ball up. You dribble the ball out. You dribble the clock out. You get out of here. You get out of Madison Square Garden with a W.
I'm not even willing to, I feel like, necessarily completely blame NRG's situation on kickoffs alone, because I'm pretty confident in that series on it was the game 3, maybe it was a different series. It was a series before that. They had a game 3 where they were trailing by 2 on DFH, and they managed to get the kickoffs to get back in and win that game. So like they literally had the exact situation happen to them in reverse, where they were able to will their way into victory. I don't know. You look at you get game 5 too. It's a 4-3. Any one of those moments goes a different way, and we have NRG through here on Championship Sunday. I feel like you got to give the credit to the boys on Awe there with Cheese.
Exactly.
The players living up to the name here. We're going to constantly keep talking about the teams with orgs, the teams with pedigree, and being like, how are they falling apart? But let's talk about Kofor and Mech for a second over here. Going up against Gen G, because we could sit here and talk about how Gen G falls apart in game 5 at the last moment all the time, or we could talk about how Kofor and Mech lived up to the occasion and are still alive here on Playoff Saturday.
I gotta shout out Mech for like the 55th time throughout these broadcasts this weekend. I don't know what they're feeding this dude over at the M80 camp, but he has just been on fire throughout this entire weekend. Some of the most mechanical plays I've ever seen. He lives up to his name, and it's also been nice to see Kofor kind of take, I feel like, more a leadership role on this team. He's really allowing Mech to kind of do what he wants, whether it's flicks like this that make absolutely no sense, or just running the offense. And it's cool because I feel like just a year ago we were all looking at Kofor as this young kid who's like starting to come up and starting to show himself as a talent. Now he's leading Mech to the promised land. This is an awesome team. I honestly think, as much as we're talking about, Diaz and Evo being one of the #1 seeds, this is a team that I think took a loss, and I'm still looking at them as potential winners for the entire event.
And I think it's a big vote of confidence, a huge endorsement from Kofor to team with a player like Mech. Mech is still young. He's trying to build his way up. He's basically trying to walk the same path that Kofor walked. Kofor now an elite player on an elite team, and Mech seems to be cut from the same cloth, and I think them pairing up has been really interesting to watch, and they ended up eking out that close Game 5 win against Gen G, and now making it this far, they could really turn some heads even further here, and I think this is a huge platform for Mech, who is perhaps the most entertaining player from last year's LCQ, so definitely a team to watch.
We'll see if they can keep that run going. Mech has earned himself this spot on Playoff Saturday, but your reward, you get to take on Tekenyo's first killer and Atomic first thing today.
That's right.
In lower bracket, lose, you're out. So that one's going to be an entertaining matchup. Cannot wait to get into it, folks. And the entertainment was pretty incredible yesterday. So let's walk through the top 10 plays. These are your best plays from yesterday, presented by Progressive, folks. Number 10, Cheese and Talk. You saw it there against NRG. Game 4, 0 seconds on the clock. Lose the series if the ball hits the ground. Look at this pinch. The lucky pinch back to Talk, and he's going to make all of it work for him. Back down to Cheese and in for a buzzer beater. They went on to win that one in Game 4. Overtime was like 5 minutes long to force Game 5. An incredible touch to somehow get over the top of Daniel and Beast Mode and put it in the back of your net. Number 9, SSG, the only duo has yet to lose in this tournament. It's because of plays like this from Zach. Reset onto the backboard. Swaz has to try and find it. Can't get anything. You can't give him space like this. All the room in the world. Bumps from his teammate trying to help him out a little bit. To shake up the defense. And finishes that one's off, folks. All right, now you're going to be an RLCS. You got to have the Mechs, folks. Off the side. Where's the angle here? How do you possibly get an angle on this one? How do you defend this? How do you stop it? How do you read this? Gross stuff there from Mech. We'll see more of him in a moment, folks. All right, FK and Atomic, they entered the tournament as clear tournament favorites, and it's because of stuff like this. What is this from First Kill? You liked it from Mech. First Killer's got it too here, folks. I'm not sure. Look at him. Getting the setup over the top of Diaz. And poor Diaz just having to turn and watch, folks. Number 6, all right, overtime on Champions Field. Swaz and Turt versus Resinal and Pigeon. Check out the physicality. Eliminates the whole team. Well, eliminates Text. Turt here. Swaz coming up from back. Doesn't matter. Get the air dribble bump demo in overtime to win the series and move on with it. Gotta love it here from Resinal.
Look, the bubbles boost too.
Yeah, got that one through. Okay, all right. Talk. Game 5 winner. NRG, they won it in Game 4. This is how he finished it off. Drops it out, fakes out a world champion to get the final go-ahead goal. Survive through, folks. All right, let's talk about the Mechs here. Okay, those are some fun situational goals. Watch 5 up here. 0 boost, by the way. Used it all right there. That's no more boost. Flip reset. Oh no, expert tries. Not gonna have enough in the tank at the end. He's gonna use all those resources. Look at that new Dignitas decal as well. Pretty stuff. It's in the shop. You can go get that right now. Moving on to number 3. People are calling it a Luther pinch. I call it just another Tuesday for Mech. Baz, you're shouting him out. The dude's been pretty incredible. Oh, space and ball. You know what? The ground is a surface I can pinch things against.
How?
He made some 95 important theses back in the day, but here he's also inventing new Rocket League mechanics. Puts him into the goal. Gotta love that one. Okay, number 2. Honestly, this could be number 1. Look at Pigeon here. Off the side, dribbles, gets the reset, and then musties it 90 degrees into the net with defenders. He took it from one side of the field to the other side of the field. Lateral motion. This doesn't seem like a threat, right? How are you possibly going to weasel this one back around so it's going on target? Oh, you should think a little bit harder next time, folks. That's going to be the number 1 play of the day here. Let's talk about Frosty. He had a great day. I'm going to give him 2 plays here at number 1. A setup and then a goal. Gets the trap. LJ, you can't give him space like that. He's going to beat you 2 times. Magic Barrel finish it off, but it was all Frosty on the setup here. How does he get this space and then take such perfect control? LJ's too late, too slow. Chronic on the backboard. Oh, you're not going to be there. Magic will finish it off. And hey, you know what? He can score him too. Give me Frosty with space again. Reset off the ceiling, off the ground, into the goal. Disgusting goals. Too bad he didn't survive through on that final match of the day, or we could maybe see more action like this from Frosty. Got to give him some love since he's not going to be playing here on playoff Saturday, but my goodness, we got some great plays yesterday. Will we get some more today? Chronic and LJ going to be taking on Reveal and Zach. Cheese and Talk going to be taking on Diaz and Evo. Kofor and Mech taking on Atomic and First Killer, and Matt and Expert taking on Wavy and 2-Piece. I don't know. James, matchup of the day for you?
You know, honestly, I think it's Reveal Zach and Chronic LJ. I think that one's going to be really exciting to watch. I think it's going to be the really big test for Reveal Zach. So if Reveal Zach dispatch Chronic and LJ pretty easily, then I will concede that they are the front runner. Until then, I'm going to have to say Atomic First Killer, especially if they end up getting that win against Kofor Mech and Reveal Zach lose. I would still put Atomic First Killer number 1 on my prediction list to win this thing.
Okay. Well, we'll keep all those 4 matches on the left are the matches we will play today here, folks. And we'll be playing the rest of the matches.
Why are you laughing, T-Bates?
What you laughing
Because, man, just keep it moving. We only got 8 minutes. We got a lot to get through.
We do got a lot. You're not wrong. We do got to keep moving here. Let's talk about the rest of the world, because there is multiple 2v2 tournaments happening across the day here. This is what SSA's bracket looks like here. Bass, there's a lot of new names, a lot of new structure here for everybody. Kind of catch us up. What does SSA look like right now?
So the big thing to notice is that the guys up top are the usual names that you come to expect. Tech Oz and Guns being in the upper bracket is not surprising. Same with Zany and Chancla underneath them. Sweaty, Ravioli, same idea. Snowy to die for. Those are all the big names within the region. The more notable thing is there are not as many non-SSA born players right now. Again, imports are not an uncommon thing within SSA, but not many of them stuck around for 2v2s. The one that did, though, is Tech Oz at the very top of the bracket. So I would imagine that's your front runner right now. They have yet to drop, I believe, a game throughout their entire bracket, or actually they might have dropped, I think, 1 yesterday total. So outside of that, they've dropped 1 game basically throughout the entire event, including Swizz. Seeing the same thing though for Snowing to Die For underneath them as well. Those are probably my top 2 teams to watch. Snowing to Die For just kind of ran the region in SSA for a long time. Okay. Both of them native players. And Tech Oz and Guns, again, sort of the outsiders. Guns is still SSA, but Tech Oz, again, is a Spanish-born player, if I'm not mistaken. So pay attention to the top part of the bracket. Pay attention to those 2 teams in particular. I think the lower bracket's a little bit more of a coin flip between everybody, but this should be a really fun event to conclude.
Love that. They are live right now with their tournaments too. Twitch.tv/GraybeardGG if you want to check out the SSA action. Let's talk about OCE. James Bott, what's going on over there?
Just the worst names that you can imagine for team names, but thankfully for the bracket, we're just listing the players. I think the one thing that really stands out for me is we got old man Torsauce still running the region. Fever and Torsauce representing Wild Card and up there in the semifinals already with their win over Super Lucky. I really was hoping to see some Banana Head, obviously, though, not getting that. But we got plenty of other amazing players. Also, I think I'm really interested to see how Gus and Caleb do, the younger players from that region, see if they can make a run. But Kaka and Fiber, they're up there too. But the one thing that is consistent and remains consistent is that Torsauce seems to run the region, or at least always be in the picture.
Check them out at Rocket League, twitch.tv/Rocket League OCE for their action that'll be starting up here in just a little bit. This tournament, I think, ongoing as well right now. The MENA tournament here, Bates. Huge hitters in this tournament for the title of world champion.
I mean, you got the Twins. You got the team that's named themselves the world champs. They are world champs.
Yeah, they are.
Andrade. You got the 511 squad, TRK, Ghazi. And then you got Dr. Known and Ops, a little sneaky squad. Bring the world champs all the way to game number 7. Of course, we're going to do a whole Mina deep dive right here. You got Stallions versus Clean. And these young players right here, if you know, you see Nush in the 1v1C, you see him in 2, he's got some talent. This series, I believe it went all the way to game number 7. And these two squads really going neck and neck. Everybody's using this car. What's the decal again, James? Tell me. You know,
Which one? This one?
That Garrett wants. No,
Oh,
that Garrett wants.
the Affluenter?
Yeah, the Affluenter Sky Blue. My goodness, everybody loves that car. Shout out to Charlie. He started this. He started that wave. But just in Mina, you see the mechanical ability that these teams really put on display. And even in overtime moments, they're so confident in their abilities. This decal right here, this good bait. I don't know if that goes in necessarily. Nush could definitely play a little bit of better defense, but you're seeing the talent that these squads really do bring to the table. And since they don't have an official broadcast, you know we got to show you all their matches. And I bet tomorrow.
Also, a good reason you show the Mina highlights is because they're in the running for that World Championship title. Obviously, we only got 4 regions. Mina is one of them. We'll have to play the top seed out of Sam. And also, I think a lot of people, a lot of speculators believing that Mina is actually going to be the biggest contender to go up against Europe, which is what a lot of people think the grand final is going to be. So Mina is a region to watch if you're looking to see who those competitors are that could take out Zen and Atto.
I mean, we'll show you a few more of their gameplay here because their broadcast is live right now, folks. But we'll plug the streams they're doing it on here in just a moment. Watch these highlights, Bates. I mean, this is some really good Rocket League.
I mean, yeah, you got some talented players. You got Mohammed on the right team in him, and then you got my boy Mawson over here on the left. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell with overlay what these teams' names are, who is in them. But I'll tell you this, they got some talent. They got some talent. And I think also as well, Mina plays Rocket League in the same manner in 2v2, close to EU. Of course, they all play on the same server. The Mina players do kill EU, so they play a much tighter style 2v2. They play close to one another. They utilize less boosts in the tank, like 22 boosts right here, still in the offense, gets a bump until a chain dash, bumps him up. T7L scoring right there, 0 boost left. These teams, they're the good teams. But we got to get to the great teams. That's what everybody wants to see. Cause at the end of the day, there's 3 teams here in Mina. 3 teams.
Okay.
That are super duper talent. And maybe
World champs?
What'd you say?
The world champs, you think of them? Falcons?
Yeah,
and
I think of the
5-1-1?
511 squad. This series here, Falcons won it in 6. But the way these guys are both just throwing haymakers at one another, it's simply sensational. I mean, Bass, I'm gonna get you in. If you look at these 2 squads, well, you're just gonna say Falcons won, right?
I don't know about that one, Chief. Look, man, I think that the Falcons have been fantastic. I have nothing against the Twins. I think they're some of the most talented people that we have in all of Rocket League. But I'm sick of the Ghazi disrespect that I feel like it's not necessarily here on desk, but just in general. I think people look at TRK and they go, all right, it's going to be TRK, and Ghazi's going to do well, but he's got to keep up with him. Dude, watch back these highlights and notice how many of them are Ghazi just perfectly melding with TRK. Yes, TRK can stunt on pretty much anyone on this planet, but the interference play this guy runs, he's like tackling someone who's behind because he knows Rawas has no boost and is just trying to run interference. I think there's a reason Ghazi has been one of the most talked about names in all of Mina right now. This kid's going to continue to be one of the best in the region for a long time to come, and I would not be surprised if we see some shakeups and some trades next year that revolve directly around him.
Yeah, a little bit of an overlay mix-up right there. You're probably wondering, what the heck? 511 had 3 wins. They're on match point. No, they weren't. It was Falcons. They adjusted it, and Falcons ultimately ended up winning game number 6 in Tokyo in 4 minutes time. I'm really interested to see what the 511 club does later on in the bracket. And then, of course, lastly, you got the world champs. A team that names itself the world champs, I don't know. I'm a little worried about them, though, because it gets aura, but like,
You guys are so superstitious. You got to just stop believing in that stuff. It's not real.
What's not?
Play the game. There's no
I don't know if I'm taking superstition stuff from the guy who cursed his team yesterday.
No, I'm just
gonna.
well, I mean,
That's
that's
right.
what-
James, learn your line. Learn your time.
that.
Right?
Wait,
They
get
lost that in 7. They lost that in 7 up there, Dr. Known and Ops. But I do have right now, they are actively playing. TRK and Ghazi have already actually advanced in over 4-1 over Rez and M6 there. They are through, and we have currently right now Mazen and Tellum taking on Dr. Known and Ops. That is currently happening right now. Twitch.tv/Cresper if you want to watch it in Arabic. Twitch.tv/Fear if you want to watch it. FEER if you want to watch it in English. And Dr. Known and Ops won game 1 6-0 in that quarterfinal. So that one's heating up. Mazen and Tellum are going to have to dig deep, folks. James, we got to move on. We got so much going. We got 50
Tell him
seconds.
to give us 5 more minutes. That's all
No,
we need.
the players
Fine.
are ready to go. We got to play Rocket League in North America now. So let's get into it. Folks, if you want to watch Rocket League and you've got friends who want to watch Rocket League, but they don't play the video game, and you want to find a way to watch the game with them, check out the RLCS crowd cam, twitch.tv/RL Esports. It's a sideline camera. It's similar to kind of a traditional sports viewing experience. Maybe you're watching the World Cup and you're like, this is fun. I'd like to watch Rocket League like I watched the World Cup. Check it out, RLCS crowd cam, twitch.tv/RL Esports, a different way to watch the greatest esport in the world. We've got 4 matches today. We'll play our quarterfinals. Every one of these matches is going to be a thriller. 2 of them are elimination matches. It's going to be our first 2 matches of the day. Let's get into it here. Sup, Matt and Expert making waves as they make it through to playoff Saturday, but 2-piece and Wavy trying to give Virtus Pro that success we expected this roster to have at the beginning of the season in 3v3s. Can they do it here in 2v2s? Let's find out. This one, an elimination match, got a win to play on Championship Sunday.
I mean, I like it because it's also a rematch from the Swiss. Sup handled business against Virtus Pro, but then Sup
Yes, bad loss.
swept. Sup
Bad loss.
But okay, you keep saying bad loss. Sup got swept by
I'm
NRG
just
the
quoting.
next match.
I'm
And
quoting
then
Chuck.
Virtus Pro played NRG, and they swept that NRG squad and Beast Mode and Daniel. So both of these 2 teams, super talented, super mechanical, and they kind of play their own way. Wavy's gonna do a lot of chasing, a lot of demoing. 2 pieces of sniper on VP. And then Matt and Expert, man, they just like to get physical. You expect to see Expert trying to get some demos, trying to keep the ball up in the sky and making it awkward for Wavy in those situations to potentially give them opportunities to score. It's going to be a good match.
Excited to see what, honestly, both of these teams are able to produce, considering the fact that yesterday, I don't think either of these guys actually played, I would say, to their top level. Wave, you and I talked about this a lot yesterday of teams that I think started well, but didn't necessarily ever hit what would be their peak. I still feel like we're kind of waiting for that from VP.
It's sort of been like ever since Copenhagen. I feel like we've been waiting to see VP's top level here, and I mean they're doing
Redacted days. That's what we want to see.
It
We want
is,
we want to see it.
There's the little bit of like is the org a buff or a debuff, right? There's the honeymoon phases, but then there's also sometimes people get signed and they're like, this is gonna be great, we're excited for it, we can't wait to see where this goes, and it just immediately falls apart. Virtus Pro's been somewhere in the middle. They have the chance here to continue to like write that story and to get themselves back on track. So let us know who you think is gonna win in the fan vote. We'll make our picks up here on the desk. Bass, who you got, Virtus Pro or Sup?
You're making me pick between my 2 loves. It's the Collegiate Rocket League players. Shout out to Matt. Congratulations again on graduating from West Virginia University. Huge ups to that man on that. And then it's literally the team stream I covered before they got signed to VP. I was doing Redacted. So I have love for both of these teams. It's going to be really difficult, but I think if I'm just picking with my brain, not my heart, I'm taking Virtus Pro. Look, Sup looked great yesterday, but it's Virtus Pro. Like we said, I don't even think we've seen the best of them. And if they show the best of them, good luck to Sup.
James?
Yeah, I think Sup deserves at least 1 pick, but I'm not going to give it to him. I'm going to go Virtus Pro. I think VP will bounce back, but Sup did beat them already once. So hopefully somebody picks them, for the storyline.
Don't worry, man. Listen, I know you have to pick Virtus Pro to justify NRG losing, but like you said, Sup's a bad loss. And you know who lost to him? Virtus Pro did. So thank you. Give me Sup. Give me Sup right here. I like Matt and Expert. I feel like they can do a little damage. Give me him. I'll take him right now.
Look, I think you put them in Swiss. You put them in kind of like behind the cameras. No one's really watching. It's just them in a little Rocket League lobby. Yeah, Sup's got what it takes. They've got all the firepower, but this is playoff Saturday. This is the main spotlight. We got people, everyone watching this match. We're up here sitting here talking about it for minutes before it starts. Sup's not dealt with that pressure before in the way that these Virtus Pro boys have. I do think the experience edge gives it to Virtus Pro here in the rematch. Sup got it the first time. Virtus Pro is going to get their run back right now here, folks. We've got Virtus Pro as the favorite on the desk. How's chat feel about it? Redacted's been pretty popular. Virtus Pro's been pretty popular ever since. Does that continue here? It does. Look at that. Almost perfect. Almost perfectly. 75-25 on the desk and in chat. We're really, really close on this one. Chat, you guys know what's up. Do Sup as the underdogs here. Find a way to take down Virtus Pro yet again and completely change the story. Loser goes home, winner plays on Championship Sunday, folks. Get up and get loud. It's Virtus Pro versus Sup. Kickoff playoff Saturday.
That was muted. I had such a great quote.
Listen,
Let
we
me try
got
it again.
game one here. Brought to you by Progressive. The 2v2, man. Lamar, you want to do your line again? Because it
Listen.
sounded good. Why don't you do it again? Nobody heard you. You were muted, but don't worry, we unmuted you now. Get it in before the game starts.
Success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life as by the obstacles in which they have overcome. And here we go. We got Sub versus Virtus Pro ready to kick off Saturday, baby. It's 2v2. I'm here. Bass is here. We got Expert and Matt taking on Two Piece and Wavy. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it, man. Listen, it's going to be a good one right here. You know, Expert. Oh. open it up early. I was just about to talk about him. He's an aggressive player, man. They don't like to give space. And VP, they're coming in with momentum to base. I was taking out Danmo, Beast Mode, and Daniel in a sweep yesterday. That's something we got to look out for.
Definitely do. I mean, when you look at these two teams, there is a strong kind of like difference in how they play, but like the results do kind of speak for themselves. Both these teams getting this far, it's going to be the only 2v2 RLCS tournament they play this season. They'll have to wait for next year if they end up losing out here. So you want to be able to just leave everything all out there. And yeah, there's been a lot of obstacles that both teams have been able to overcome to get to this point. Right now, Wavy trying to get one back, but it's a great block there from Expert.
I mean, and I'll tell you this. Because, see, listen, there's a plan. I had to open it as well. But, you know, you had your great lines. So I had to give it to you. But I was going to say, I watched the European 2v2. I mean, we got some great talent. I watched NA 2v2 yesterday on Friday. You got some great talent. But I don't see any CJ. I don't see any SSLs in 2. It's about time the broadcast gets somebody else, you know, on the SSL level. Get some perspective on what these young men are doing out here in the field. So expect that Bates analysis, because trust me, I know what's happening.
Oh, okay, dude. Bro just said that so he can try to flex his knowledge. Okay, well, listen, let me see what's happening here right now, because right now it's looking like it's going to be a little pressure. Like you said, 2v2 is definitely different, and you do want to be able to see these break down this play. Like, who's going first for somebody? Who's doing the fake challenges? Are we even seeing fake challenges? What are the kickoffs looking like? It's all very important. Bates, I'm expecting a lot from you.
Don't worry, I can give it to you. Looking at this match, though, VP, 2B's had a good reset goal against Daniel yesterday, trying to get another one right there. VP, man, they're one of those teams. They're just amenable. They're malleable. If you want to play a high-scoring game, they can do that. But they could play a 1-0, a 2-1, and get out with the W. In their matchup in the Swiss, I mean, these two teams, they had a lot of close games. I think they had about 2 overtimes, and it just really took everything out of Sup to get over the hump. All these players, they actually came up around the same time, about 2019, 2020, trying to come up through that COVID era Rocket League, making it this far. So they know each other well. Now it just comes down to the minute differences in this game in particular that's going to make all the difference.
Good job there from Matt to avoid the bump. Expert kind of playing. He hovered over the corner boost. He's in a little bit of an awkward spot. Does get a good first touch. Wavy's going to get here first, though. And Matt will need to control. Plays this away from Wavy, but Wavy's still chasing down. Matt, though, opting to take the ball. He's the one on low boost. Doesn't want Expert to take it by himself. And the Expert will be needed here to shut down Wavy, but Wavy got it through, but it wasn't on target. Was a close one. Could have been the first goal there for Virtus.
Yeah, and in 2v2, you got to be even more wary about those type of moments because you overcommit just a little bit. Here's an easy snipe for anybody at this level. Across the map, one less player there to back you up on the back line. So Wavy going for those air dribbles. He's got to be accurate right there. Good shot, though. But Expert, man, he's been saving. He's been playing the back line for the longest time. That's his mantra. That's his MO. Over in the bubble scene now, of course, in the pro scene. He's going to be more than comfortable in every single position like that. See him pre-jumper right there.
Yeah,
it's too simple for him.
Yeah, very, very quick cutout on the play. Meanwhile, 2-piece of Wavy trying to work through. Experts made some clutch stops, but to me, it's getting a little too close for comfort. They need to break out of this. Matt will give him a little bit of space. Expert did pick up that right mid boost, so we'll try to attack the ball from Wavy. But Wavy's just been very elusive. Has been able to get it around this sub defense a couple of times now. Matt trying to lead the charge here on offense. Flip reset. Does try for the dunk, and it gets in. Dunk straight on 2-piece. Matt scored.
I mean, you just let him go coast to coast. Where's the hand? Hand down, man down, Wavy. The cut's just simply too little, too late. At that point, it's just going to be a 50-50. We watched the European 2v2 last weekend, and that is one of the main ways Zen and Natal were just scoring, getting great 50s off the Zen air dribble. That's how come in and clean up the mess. Right there, Matt doesn't need help. He just does it all by himself, but Wavy and 2-piece, they're going to have to get the challenge up probably about 2 seconds earlier. They want to really give themselves a chance to stop that potential attack.
Yeah. Wavy's so good at getting it past the first man. Sets up two-piece here. Who's looking for the bump. Does pull out too, but Wavy was expecting the ball to go right. Has to readjust and will get the beat, which forces them back. But again, Wavy down by 2. Virtus Pro looking for a way through. Two-piece now on top of the ball. Does play it for the dunk. Good 50. Looking for the bump now. Wavy tried to take his time, but gave Matt too much time to recover, and Matt's going to clear it out.
That's just too easy. And especially in twos as well. Twos is very pattern-like. Those y'all at home. I mean, it's the most played game mode in Rocket League for a reason. And at this level, it really is just the same as, honestly, kind of like your 1600 level gameplay. There is more mechanical. It's the same flow. Your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn. There's not that much variation in the gameplay right here. Wavy demo, but it's simply not going to be enough. Expert should get it. It is enough. Wavy gets through.
I mean, good. It's the pinch here from two-piece. You know you got to capitalize, especially when you also know experts coming back. And again, with the new demo changes, you're expecting that respawn to be very close to the ball there. So you got to work with the little bit of time you got. So great, like you said, Bates, great pre-flip there from two-piece to be able to set it up. But oh, no, don't let one right off that kickoff.
I can see what they wanted to do right there. Watching Wavy, it looks like he wants to put that on his back right shoulder. Try to get two-piece. The ball doesn't go that way. And it's interesting why they went for that kickoff. It's something better, potentially, maybe. But that doesn't end up working out. Still only down by 2, though. A kickoff could pay dividends. Okay, a little fake right there. Leaks the ball right to Wavy. But the possession's not there. Wavy is the child. Two-piece there to follow. Off the crossbar. Oh, no!
Oh.
It's simply not going to be good enough.
And you needed that one, too. Look at Expert playing time. Playing a 50. Okay, gets back. Lets two-piece have the ball. Because Matt is going to get up there first. Just, again, knocking things out of the way. Final 10 seconds. Going to kill the clock. But at this point, you gotta call it what it is. Unless we get something right here and then potential kickoff. No, I'm not going to call it like James Bot. But
I will.
This one, though, at 0, it's over.
Yeah, I'll call it like James Bot. Well, no, yeah, I won't call it like James Bot. I'll be correct. Game was definitely over right there. Simply not enough in that moment. I mean, these shots are accurate, but I don't know if they are for me because hopefully you won't strange it. But yeah, no, the shots are accurate. 18 shots for VP, but I mean the saves right here tomorrow. Sup, 7 for Matt, 5 for Expert. Hey, it never really felt like they were that threatened by the VP offense.
Yeah, which is interesting because I think you could say Virtus Pro had the most pressure, right? I mean, the shots speak to it, but you're right. The level of shots and even the ball possession did not matter because a lot of them were very easily defended. And I think for Virtus Pro, they got to be a little bit more creative when it comes to breaking through that sub defense, right? We saw them getting physical. That helped toward the end. They need a little bit more of that if they want to take this series.
I see you in your quarters there, man. You look nice.
I see you in quarters there, man. You look nice.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. Listen, it's good. You know, sometimes you got to look good out here. 2 young men out here doing our thing. These young men out here doing their thing as well. For whatever reason, I cannot spectate two-piece and Wavy directly.
So you can. I think it's a bug right now in the spectator. But if you hit the numbers, what is it, 5 and 6?
Oh, I can't see him. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I got you.
Y'all at home, listen, you're spectating
Live tech
match.
support.
There you go. Hey, shout out to tech support in the world, man. We need them. I know I do. Anyways, back to the game, man. This dude Wavy. I'll say they had 18 shots game number 1. They need about 3 or 5 more demos. They did score on their 1 demo opportunity, made Expert and Matt have to rush back. But all that type of pressure in 2v2, you simply also need to create the chances, get rid of the defense, especially when you're losing the game. But you can't do things like this. It's just simply too easy.
Yeah, just giving one up there. I mean, Wavy trying to take it back, but Expert, just that threat of the bump forces Wavy into an uncomfortable spot. He didn't want to bring the ball across the goal line. That might have been a better play, but I don't think he knew where Expert was. If he knew where, or where Matt was. If he knew where Matt was, I think he would have been okay with just slamming it across. But yeah, you're also right. He was under a lot of pressure there.
He was, and two-piece right there takes a wide rotation. And in twos, especially, I'm surprised a lot of these twos teams, it doesn't seem like they're watching Zen Atal tape. Because they're not taking wide rotations. You got to stay tight and connected to one another. Because in that instance right there, Wavy needed help. Expert was chasing them. It simply forced them to have to make a bad touch. Two-piece has to get back in time. See if they can make the adjustments, though. 2v2, of course.
Oh, those are big.
Oh, gosh. Oh, Lord. Oh,
goodness gracious.
What just happened there?
It was a defensive disaster class. I think Matt tried to save it, and the expert said, "Let me pull you for a chat." Just wasn't exactly the right. It was, like I said, it was a bit of a disaster, but to get out of it, they clean it up. Now it's still a 1-goal game. Now you're starting to see a bit more physicality. Wavy is chasing down the map while 2Piece is in the air. And expert is going to lose possession on that one. It'll be Wavy again. Ball in the hood. Looking for a top corner. Can he get it? No, Matt was just there the entire time, had it covered.
Had it covered indeed. And once again, we're in that same kind of posture as last game where Virtus Pro, they're starting to generate the pressure, but it's just not feeling threatening. They're moving kind of slow, not enough bumps. Every single thing that they do put on net, Matt and Expert are more than equal to. 2Piece gets a boost though right there. They do have boost. VP does. Wavy stays in tight with 0. Gets a pad. Potential right here. Tries to get low 50. Expert there. 2Piece should be able to score, and he does. That's what you want to expect out of VP.
It's the low play here for Wavy. Great first touch. Hovers around the ball very low. And then again, that low 50 followed up with the bump on Expert, completely removing him from the play and just creating a lane there for 2Piece to score. That was Virtus Pro as a team's 7th shot. And they finally get one. Meanwhile, Sup only have 2 to their name.
Exactly. And Wavy sticking in with the play. 0 boost. Starting to play, giving 2Piece a chance. That makes all the difference in twos. They're low. They isn't Matt an expert. But you can be low on offense too if your teammate still has boost as well. Keep the pressure going. Force mistakes. Put you in good positions to be successful. We have another opportunity right here. Wavy backs off of 2Piece. 2Piece takes the shot. Expert there to save it. And right now, VP, they're starting to figure out this Sup squad.
Yeah, Sup, great defense. Low boost here. So Expert has to pinch it out. 2Piece high in the sky. Has Wavy on the wing. Wavy keeps it close. Looks for another low 50. Does get a little bit of space, but again, not enough. Expert shot, or 2Piece shot getting saved by Expert. Sorry, and now Expert will look to carry it away. Quick pressure coming out of Virtus Pro, but that defense from Sup still holding firm.
Much better by 2Piece right there. Cutting a rotation. Giving Wavy a chance, but Wavy gets out 50 right there. Bad shot from Expert. Opportunity goes awry for Sup. That could have been the potential second goal for them in this game. They don't get that many chances, this Sup team. I think they're comfortable with that, but when they get them, I do think they really want to convert them. Oh, mistake from Sup right there. They both turn the wrong way. They just leave the net wide open for 2Piece.
And look at that. Wavy just getting in the way. 2Piece, of course, sees the open. And that is kind of what it feels like. 2Piece brings the ball up. Anytime the ball's in that blue half, Wavy just runs free while 2Piece stays a little bit more spaced out. And then once Wavy creates some disruptions, 2Piece can just get the clean one in.
2Piece right there, keeping the pressure. Sup so far. Still only 2 shots to their name, and they're down in this particular game. They're going to have to get on the offensive end. They want to try to be successful. Want to end up ultimately tying up this game. But at the moment, VP, this is where I feel like they're at their best. They can play slow. They control the pace. They don't need to overcommit. Wavy can do this all day long. Simply bumping, taking boosts, making you awkward, taking away your chances. 2Piece no boost somehow, though. Don't know how that's possible. Matt rotates too far out, not there to follow. And Expert backs up as well.
Oh, yeah. Gave Wavy a piece of that and forced him back a little bit. The demo might work in favor of Sup. It does. Wavy couldn't get a piece on it. Went a little too high there, and it was just a free look for Matt.
I mean, 2Piece. It's just a giveaway challenge right there. Just kind of flings up the ball, gives Matt way too easy, and Wavy, for whatever reason, once again, has 0 boost. Did he just get demoed?
Yeah, he just respawned off the demo.
And how did he have 0 boost? I don't know. That's something for them to figure out. You got to look back at the tape for that one. All of a sudden, though, we're tied up now, 2 apiece. And Sup trying to go up 2-0 in this series. Remember, they already have beaten this Virtus Pro squad one time back in Swiss. So they're comfortable against this team. They know they can get the job done.
Let's see how things change here. Expert on the ball, Matt. Wing in the midfield. But Matt's going to let Wavy jump for this. Expert there to get the cut. And Wavy brings it back into his own corner. More pressure from Expert. Is this a lane 4 shot? Oh, it is, especially with the demo. Expert deletes 2Piece, and Matt scores the open.
Wavy, no boost again. You see it right there. Expert, 2Piece. I mean, slow feet, they don't eat. Cold tires, they get the mood. You gotta be all right. You gotta keep on moving out here in twos 10 seconds left. Watch the kickoff right here. What is VP going to do? Okay, a little Spanish opportunity. Expert gets bumped off the boost. No, he still gets it, but 2P's still out there being a nuisance, but it's simply not going to be enough. Expert gets a double touch. Of course he is. 0 seconds left. 2P has a lot of work to do. He keeps the ball up. Here we go. 2P's pop up. Matt should be challenging soon. He's not jumping, but 2P just gives up.
Oh,
Matt.
he didn't need to.
He knew the Expert didn't have, or 2P's didn't have the skill, I guess, to get the job done. Unbelievable. Disrespect coming out there from Matt. I know I would have challenged. Come on, would you have challenged that?
Oh, yeah, I would have been up. But maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, maybe that's why we lose.
Because I was genuinely wondering, I'm like, why did he not jump?
Why is he not jumping? I mean, listen, they play each other all the time. I guess he knows that the odds are in his favor that 2P's ain't going to cross the map like Daniel in that situation. I would guess be the thought process. But honestly, once again, 14 shots for VP. Come on. 14, 5 for Sup. 5. Sup has 3 goals. That defense right there for Virtus Pro, it's simply not good enough. 1 save throughout this whole entire 2v2 game. Don't know how that's possible. Now they're down 2-0 in the set.
Again, they have the pressure, but what it does feel like is, again, I think Sup are just in these like great. First of all, they're in great defense position. Expert defensively has been very key. I think he's averaging probably like 7 saves a game at this point. And when you have like Expert being able to make those stops, and Matt can open up the offense, and then it does feel like you are seeing similarities between both sides. It's just Sup are really okay with allowing Virtus Pro to move up on offense. I think they feel very comfortable in their ability to counterattack.
Yeah, I think they do. And you saw it on display right there in the 0 second. They felt comfortable in 2P's inability to go cross map. Matt didn't even jump. In a situation where I feel as if that was a Daniel, that's a beast mode, that's an atomic first killer, they're jumping.
You're pre-jumping.
They're jumping, but right there, they had no worries. VP down 2-0, got a lot of work to do. You don't want to go down 3. At that point, it just doesn't feel like they're going to be able to come back. The offensive firepower, they're getting the shots, but it's just not feeling threatening enough. Even right here, Wavy gets a shot credit for that one, a little waterfall, but Matt's going to be there every single time to meet that. Wavy's got to go quick. He's going to get bumped by Expert. Here comes Matt again. And Sup just playing absolutely clinical defense. Stopping a VP attack. No, they're not. No, they're not. 2P's just asked, wait, look, listen here tomorrow. If I can't beat him clean, I'm gotta start deleting them. It takes out Expert on the back wall.
Swing first, ask questions last. Okay, 2P gets the demo to set it up, and it goes straight in. Oh, I love it. Flip reset demo, opening things up. Again, that physicality. If they are going to just give you a lot of room to work with, you might as well take it.
Might as well. Did they open up the scoring in game number 2? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Sup scored first.
Yeah.
Sup scored first in games 1 and games number 2. So game 3, already a little different here for VP, but we did see VP up. Great hit right there from 2P to read the Matt hit. Should be an empty net. Matt comes back and barely gets a save. Wavy missed out on a double touch, but now it's 2P versus Matt 1-on-1. Can I have this dance? 2P does his job. And gets a touch to follow it back up. Matt still plays close, but it's too close, actually. And Wavy capitalizes on the mistake.
Yeah, big one here on the side of Sup. 2P. Again, Matt, he played the low challenge, but that first touch has got the ball too far away from him, and Wavy was just tracking it the entire way. This is big here for Virtus Pro, because now 2-goal lead. We haven't seen him with that this entire series.
We haven't. We have seen him lead in. We have seen him give the lead away immediately. We also haven't seen Sup kind of force the issue on offense so far. It's been kind of just standard from them. They might get a bump on the rotation in. Something simple. But not too much to be asked for from the Sup offense. They haven't had to do much, but now down 2 in this game number 3. They're going to have to probably pull something out of their bag tricks in order to get this job done.
Yeah, you think they might want to like take risks, see if they can catch Virtus out. Wavy jumps for that. Expert was so quick on shutting it down. Wanted to get the follow up, but look at Matt getting bumped, and Expert had to respond in a bump with 2P in order to shut it down. That is almost in, very close. 2P fakes it for Wavy, and Wavy will get the clearance. Is going the other way, it hits the post. 2P follow up plays it high. but almost disastrous for both sides of the field as still remains a 2-goal game halfway through.
Listen, we got some whiffs. We got a couple own goals. We got some fakes. We got everything happening on DFH right now.
Yeah, just need to see Expert, I want to say, get a little bit more involved. He's used to getting a lot of points scoring-wise. He's sitting at, well, with that save now, he's sitting at 88. Before that, he had 36. So Expert getting involved, shaking things up. Matt, he's got enough boost to try to push that mid. Wanted to get the pinch, couldn't do it. Expert gonna let Wavy just use all his boost there. He knows Matt can turn around. Now he's looking for two-piece. Two-piece gets bumped, and Wavy comes through to help his teammate out. Lots happening on and off ball, but Virtus Pro hold on.
They do hold on. If a two-piece misses the boost right there, Matt's gonna call that out. Expert's gonna know that. They know Wavy has boost. Matt's already chasing him. Two-piece immediately cuts it. Great play right out of two-piece. Wavy right here just to dispossess Expert. Matt has to do a lot of work. Gets 2 touches. It stops that potential VP attack.
It was really good, though, out of two-piece. I was on Expert Cam. He had ball cam on, so he didn't see two-piece. Next thing you know, the challenge came through and forced Expert back. He's on the ball again. Looking to go high, over 1. They got a bit of a bump on Wavy as well, but two-piece sitting cleanly on the back wall, able to send that all the way back to the blue half.
All the way back. Once again, though, Sup trying to generate some type of pressure. Wavy there. Gets kind of beat out. Does get the demo, though. Maybe Wavy is playing. It looks like Wavy actually was playing that the whole way through. If Expert gets by me, I'm going to take him out. Keep on running the clock out. Matt, good 50-50. Expert simply playing too far back in a situation where they need to score. Two-piece is the first one to the ball. He has a possession right now. 50-50 from two-piece. And it's just great time waste coming out of Virtus Pro.
Hey, Expert trying to carry this one. Doesn't want to play high. Now goes into the air. Look for a bump on two-piece to set up Matt. And Matt gets beat by Wavy. And the counterattack game was working well for Sub, but dropping these early leads has forced them to be the ones leading on the offense, and it just feels like they can't do it. Virtus Pro has just been in such good control of the game.
Exactly. Touches from Sub. It's a little too much. And not enough control, not enough threat even here on the offense. Expert's going to get by Wavy, but that's what Wavy wants. He knows two pieces there to collect. Matt probably should have one time shot that 50-50 right there. Oh, my goodness, it is. Oh! And it works out in his favor. Wavy goes for the squishy save, a.k.a. the in and out, and it's simply not enough. Matches a good 50 with the Finnegan again.
Yeah, just angles the car perfectly, gets the dunk off the post, and then that pressure just right in front of the goal line big. Can they get something off the kickoff? 9 seconds to go. Kickoff, Expert close to it. Two-piece doesn't have boost, but he has the ball. Gets it past Matt and will secure the game? Question mark?
No, bro, this game, there's always a chance, I guess, in twos, but it's highly unlikely. Honestly, if you really want to say it, VP, they don't even have to move. They can stay still. Two-piece can turn towards the net and the game's over. He doesn't even have to go for the ball. That's how guaranteed this game is. He went for it right there, but you just don't need to. Virtus Pro ends up winning game number 3, and a must-win game for them in my estimation. Going down 3-0 against Sup, it would have been it's not something a position they want to be in. Less shots from VP in this series, in this particular game. 12 shots in game number 1, 14 shots in game number 2, 10 shots in game number 3. So the shots go down. VP is victorious.
And it's because they scored early. That's been the big difference maker here, right? You talked about it earlier. Sup opened up the scoring in the first 2 games of this series, forcing VP to get more aggressive on offense. With VP getting that early 2-goal cushion, they were able to take a step back, put the pressure on Sup to score, and then that's where the entire dynamic of how the cars and the ball were moving around the field changed. Everything changed from that point because the way that people were playing and what needed to happen was just completely different. So you do have to give Virtus Pro credit because they are, again, once they open up the scoring, they don't say we need to continue to play at this pace. They say we actually can slow it down, pull them out, and then try to beat them at their own game.
Yeah. I do think it'll be interesting to see if one of these two teams does make an adjustment just for even like a minute 30, just flurry in any particular game moving forward of just straight offense, really trying to just attack. Neither team's really gone for that so far. Wavy, easy goal right off the kickoff right here. VP opens up the scoring yet again.
Nice early one. I get the demo to set it up. And Wavy gets the open, smooth and simple. Sup, though, have a chance to respond off the kickoff. What will it be? This one goes in
Nothing.
favor of two-piece. Yeah, just pretty normal.
He said, what would be? The ball just rolls casually and Knights
Yep,
rolling into
that
the corner.
Yep. All right.
Oh,
No
hits him
kickoff
over
strat.
there.
Oh, two-piece 0. Has 12. Wavy spawn next to him. Wavy wants to get involved here, but it feels more like a suggestion than a threat. Two-piece took his boost, or took that corner boost. Now two-piece will have to chase it down, trying to chase Matt, but two-piece is going to be empty. No boost, no ball, has to work back. Meanwhile, Wavy has to buy time. Can Wavy buy time? Plays it high, but right to the corner where two-piece is, and just picked up that boost. So worked out well for Virtus in that moment.
Yeah. Really too simple right there. Oh, wait, hold on. Two-piece should challenge right here, and he does. Great play out of two-piece. Just cutting any potential of a sub-attack right at the midfield line. He fakes it right there. Gives, I believe that was expert on the ball, the 1v1 opportunity. Things could go badly for VP. So great play from two-piece. And so far, it looks like Virtus Pros made the adjustments. They end up scoring early. Sup, now the ball's in your court. And we still have yet to see Sup answer that call.
A little awkward from two-piece, so says, I'll bump Matt. Looking for more bumps here as Wavy brings the ball up this time, and Wavy quick shot on, blocked out by Expert. Two-piece looking for more, but Expert again, another rejection. So Sup kind of hunkering down here on defense. Want to get something going offensively, but just been so tough. Virtus Pro's been good at matching them. Even with this one, it looks awkward for Wavy. You're wondering where Matt is because two-piece bumped him out to play.
Yeah, they're very far back, but VP getting way more physical here in game number 4. Both of these two squads is really honestly trying to establish themselves in this series. I mean, we know Sub likes to play defense, but nobody's really been that great on offense so far. That offensive pressure for both teams truly has been lackluster, especially for players of their caliber. But this back and forth air dribble simulator that we're about to start witnessing is simply not threatening.
Yep. Feels like someone's waiting for the other to make a mistake. Wavy maybe can force something here. Has the flip reset, and Expert got there in time. Two-piece now. No double. Matt, not even a good first touch there.
Oh, Wavy jump for
Does
that.
get him.
Oh, no.
Good beat.
That's
Expert
a
got a
terrible
beat on
challenge.
two-piece, and it's all tied up game.
It just wasn't threatening. I think Wavy might have jumped thinking that two-piece had disrupted Matt enough
Yeah.
where Matt could not get back to the ball, but it just simply wasn't worth it. Sup hasn't shown you anything so far in game number 3 or 4 that, or even in the first 2 games, that they can truly score on you effectively in that type of manner. As Wavy does get back to that big play from Sup to tie it up, and now we're kind of back in that game 1, game 2 posture. I expect VP to start trying to be aggressive with their pressure, getting a lot of shots, and it's up. They're going to sit right back and start playing the counter.
Oh, but that's a big win from Wavy,
Never
and
mind.
it's an open net. Wavy absolutely dominates the 50 and gives Virtus Pro the lead.
I mean, Expert comes in and have hit no boost. I mean, he had boost, but no momentum. And then tries to hit the ball through a Wavy who's coming in with speed. It's simply not going to be good enough right there. Expert, if he wants to be successful, he has to come in with speed from the corner, and he could have. He was taking his time like it was just a walk in the park on a Sunday. But he simply didn't have all that time. There was no ice cream there for him. He had to get the job done.
Okay, Wavy playing it close. The 50 out. Here's two-piece now. High ball, but wait a second. He might sneak this through. No, okay. Expert is get there in time. Needs something here from Sup. They want to find a route. Matt wants to get a bump on two-piece, and Expert will take his time. Not necessarily worried about the threat of the two-piece pre-jump. Tries to move up field. Does get a demo on two-piece, and Matt off the corner. But Expert not there. He's got 0. This is just not going to be any offense here for Sup. They've got to start all the way over again from their own half. Oh, they
What
go
a
for a pitch. Oh, a laser into the net.
About time something happened. I woke Demar up. He was looking for something. He said, I'm watching this slow Rocket League gameplay. Expert and Matt. 98 miles per hour from across the way. That's how you tie up a game right there. Now we got Bezos awake.
It really did wake me up. That didn't even hit the ground. Woo! Okay. final minute. Will we see more? Give me something like that. Start the day off 2-piece. How do you respond to that? Take it into the air, too heavy of a first touch. You got to correct it, play the dunk, but Matt should be able to get an easy follow. This one brings it back to Wavy. Oh, that was really awkward, though, for him. He's got to get the corner, but it depends on Expert here. Almost, if he wins that, it would have been so big. Wavy got a bump on Matt. 2-piece just has to get it in, and he does. Virtus Pro with the lead.
Now these teams are starting to perform. Matt had to jump up early because Wavy is coming to hunt. Ends up getting a bump in, and 2-piece just has to guide it in. 31 seconds left. Does that, wait, do Expert and Matt, do they have another pinch up the sleeve? Let's find out.
Let's see it. Wavy trying to stay close to this. Oh, but it's awkward. 2-piece is in trouble. Oh, but the demo opens things up for Virtus. Now, 2-piece carrying this downfield. Gets a nice pop. Matt keeping composure, but needs to start to go. Oh, this is so awkward. Final 10 seconds. That's a good win. He's trying to find the follow. Can't find it. Expert does get the demo. Chance, no. Matt couldn't get there in time. They got to go the length of the field. 2-piece is already on the ceiling. Playing this low. Oh, there's the bump on the play, and that'll hit the ground. And we have a tied up series.
Tied up series. Expert and Matt have the best goal of the weekend so far. Unfortunately, the rules in Rocket League sometimes is that when you score the best goal, you end up losing the match. They had an absolute screamer, 98 miles per hour. And that happened basically from their corner boost, their left back corner boost. So initially that ball was zooming. That is speed, that is pace.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a momentum goal where you expect Sub to come out victorious in this game and they don't get the job done. I'm just glad, listen, that's the more I like to hear. Nice!
Oh, yeah, we'll take a look at it again. I mean, yeah, save that if you can. That was strong. Look at
Did he have no reaction after that? Well, was that his reaction after he scored that goal?
I think
he's frustrated.
Yeah, he's frustrated.
Well, that's not good. And after that, I'm out there smiling. Wavy's out there smiling right now. He got a bump on. He said, congratulations. You hit the ball from across the map, 98 miles per hour. Well, watch these. Hands. Boom. Goal. 2-piece. Goal.
You could probably see the frustration, though. I mean, you drop a game, and now it feels like, your style's not working. Then, you do a pinch goal, it works out, but I think for them, they're looking to probably control this a little bit more, especially when you talk about their previous results. They know that they could beat this Virtus Pro team, but they're just not executing in the level that I think they would expect them to. That being said, though, I think when they did play, it went 5 games, so we are on pace.
We are on pace. Both these two teams are equal for the most part. It just takes a little minute details of these type of series to make the difference. But Wavy has started hunting more and more. Already got a demo. You see him just absolutely just being physical with Matt off the ball. Wavy once again still on the ball. And that's the type of play. That's the type of level you expect to see out of Virtus Pro. Truly a great first 16 seconds from Wavy.
Just pure confidence here from Wavy. I mean, gets a great first touch, follow up to the top right corner shot. I mean, that's just execution. You have a plan. You know what you want to do. And Wavy there executing. Now, first goal here for Virtus Pro. We've seen in the last 3 games, they've been the first team to strike here, Bates, and it's been the difference maker.
It has been a difference maker. They've also got it more physical. They up the pace a little bit. Even here in this game number 5, you kind of see VP starting to get a good squeeze going. Wavy dives in right there, gets a bump on Matt. 2-piece got to make a play. Does he do it? He does. Right to Wavy. Great team defense from Virtus Pro. Wavy's already back on the prowl. Gets a chain dash. Gets a boost grab. Matt and Expert a double commit in 2-piece. The ball's going back to the corner.
Here's Wavy in the corner. A couple of chain dashes again, but can't keep close to it. Does have to let it go. 2-piece trying to interrupt in the midfield. Force Matt to take the high. Matt got a flip.
Nice
No, it's not in. It's saved. What defense?
It's sustained composure right there from Wavy. The ball's about 90% in. And he just gets underneath it, flicks it right outside the goal, and then 2-piece immediately there to follow. Virtus Pro defense, they're on one right now.
Still trying to get out, but wow, what a stop there. You would have thought Matt had that one. Oh, Wavy, awkward still, another stop. He's gonna go get the boost. Trust two-piece.
Wavy,
Two-piece to
shot.
Wavy. Wavy, high ball. Goes straight down. It's a hard, tough read, but Expert makes it. Two-piece though, ball in the hood. Shot, top, bar down, not in. Wavy floats it. Two-piece can't get there. Matt does get there in time to send it back to the midfield, but Virtus Pro still hunting, still looking for another way in. That's another bump here. Wavy's just completely crashing the party to try to see if he can just throw things off on the defense. But man, both teams so close. Can Expert get this one in? It's got to be a goal, and it is. We're tied.
We are tied. Wavy got a little too aggressive right there. Trying to fight into the corner. Need to get a demo on an Expert if he was going to be that deep in with two-piece playing the mid boost. And unfortunately, it didn't go that way for Virtus Pro. But if you're Virtus Pro, you're not mad at that type of goal. Because more times than not, Wavy can get the demo. He will get a touch. And then VP will be the ones putting the shot on net. So, good ideas from VP. Didn't execute right there. Sub does score. But the idea will lead to execution eventually.
Good touch from Wavy. Two-piece going into the air. Up the ladder. Can he get past one? Matt, not the best touch. Two-piece, or Wavy, I'm sorry, wants to crash that and just wasn't enough to get past the defense at that moment. Halfway through this game, here we go. Sup looking to see if they can turn this series around. They've lost the last two games. This is a big swing in momentum, but Virtus Pro, so much pressure, especially when you see the either two-piece or Wavy both on the ball in the air. They've just been efficient in terms of just forcing the defender to go up and make a stop.
They have, but over here on the sub side, when Matt gets his chances, whether it be a reset, a 50-50 with 50-50 right in front of the net, he's been pretty clinical too. So just going to come down to, can Matt get in one of those moments to try to make a play where Expert to come clean up, or is VP just going to keep on continuing on the pressure until Sup ultimately makes a mistake?
Two-piece, whiffs that. Expert, first touch, looks for the bump. Oh, but can't create the space. That's a good backflip, but two-piece goal line stop. Matt keeping the possession here for Sub, but has to pull off, and they wish they had that one back. So close has Sub been multiple times this game, but it just has not been enough to get past Virtus Pro.
But the pressure's still there for him, though. Even two-piece getting physical. Two-piece does. He gets another 50 from Matt. Wavy just too tight. But the ball still remains in VP's behalf. Here comes Wavy. What can he do? Pop. Brings it right back down. Jumps to get back down quickly. Experts dispossesses him. Matt keeping the ball tight into the corner. But this is kind of dangerous for Sub. I don't think they want to really play too aggressively. Giving VP a counterattack opportunity might put Sub in a bad spot.
Expert in the midfield. Here's Matt. Has a flip and wanted to execute. It's denied. Two-piece. Going high. Expert there to meet him. Flip, reset, pass one. And almost got the dog, but Matt, what a stop. Expert trying to push the pressure, but Wavy not faltering. Final 30 seconds. Expert, yeah, he's going for it, but can't get it. Two-piece to get another cutout. And like you said, the backflip, and now no boost on Virtus Pro as we're in the final seconds of this game.
Wavy backflip, but Matt just had so much respect for him right there. That's an opportunity that Sub, they're going to look back. If they end up losing the series, it's going to be like, that's a chance to go up 2-1 in game number 5. Expert has two-piece coming back down low. Expert gets a 50-50. Wavy
got
there.
The bump. Ooh.
Oh, but two-piece does well, though. Expert gets deleted. Wavy immediate challenge. That's a great play out of Wavy. Confidence from the young man. He gets opportunity right here. Expert pop out. Wavy's just going to play it. He's going to play it. Two-piece up high. Here we go. Expert no boost. Matt off the ceiling. Two-piece tries to get by Matt.
No
Two-piece drop down. Wavy, can he get up? He can't. He's too close again. Matt keeps the ball for some reason. No, Wavy's still there. Expert. Pop up high.
Are they going to play this?
Oh, my God. Matt is going to play it. He's so confident. Wavy's up 2 with him. Wait, Matt double dunk off the crossbar. Two-piece there to meet it. Expert pops it over. Gets it in. Oh! Barely. By the skin of their teeth. VP. The ball stays with it, but it's up. They're still not done just yet. Out right off the kickoff, they got the pressure.
I mean, you got to respect both teams, though, wanting to keep it up. That's a great sign. It's just confidence from both, one to play on. No one faltering. It's Matt in the air. Matt with the double. Bang! Matt scores! Sup! Take the lead of the series!
I mean, we've been talking about it. Matt's been clinical with his chances. And just gets a simple touch right there off the glass. No hand up at that point. Matt knows exactly what he needs to do. Confidence, poise, right underneath the crossbar. Wavy has 0 chance. And Sup, man, they battled back. They got feisty. The first game of this series, I believe they shot more times than Virtus Pro. 13 shots for Sup, 9 shots for VP. And both of these teams are truly starting to find themselves as we get into the later depths of this series. And even at that 0 seconds, I mean, both teams, you got to tip your cap to it. They both want to end it right there.
You do. I mean, that's great respect. Like, there's both teams keeping it up. No one showing fear, faltering, and then you go into the overtime, and you just see again Sup starting to come alive, not afraid to really put on that offense, and what a double! You can see Matt getting elated. You can see Expert feeling it. That's exactly what Sup needed to be able to turn their series around, because it looked like they were starting to be on the downtrend there, Bates, but they picked it back up clean.
It did look. It looked like, honestly, after that big pinch of game number 4, they lose that game. You're like, Sup, you're in trouble now. VP comes out 16 seconds. Wavy, a demo, a bump, a goal, and you're like, okay, VP starting to feel it. But them Sup boys, man, they dug deep. They said, hold on, we beat y'all for a reason now. We're here for a reason now. And they ultimately end up winning game number 5. Neo Tokyo gracing us here on playoff Saturday. See if one of these two teams can end up getting a W right here. Match point for Sup. It's going to be a good one.
It is. Can Virtus Pro take us to Champions Field to start off this Saturday? Or will Sup close the door here? 2-piece on top of the ball. Wavy, good bump. 2-piece wave dash, and Expert gets a little bit of space. Has Matt full boost midfield. 2-piece, great challenge. Was low on boost. Had to help out there. You saw Expert lining up the flip reset. But still, Matt holding on to the ball. You can just feel a lot more momentum on the side of Sup as they are striking towards the net.
Right there, I think that boost popped up half a second after Matt kind of drove away. Even with the boost update, it's still sometimes difficult to figure out, be confident, and knowing when the boost is about to appear. Matt ultimately ends up losing that offensive pressure that Sup was generating because of that. But I think they're comfortable with that. They're not really that bothered. So far in this game, Sup has looked better. And you already know when twos, it's like a pendulum. It swings very quickly.
Yeah, it's almost essential here for Sup if they want to close this out. They got to score first. They're trying, Matt. A crazy shot towards the net. 2-piece was there to deny. 2-piece now on top of the ball. Tries to get this over towards Wavy. Matt saw it, cut it out. Wavy stays with this one, but not before the physicality gets through. Good win, though, and it'll force Expert to jump. Does get a nice high pop, and 2-piece will have to pre-jump Matt. Doesn't know Matt's low boost, but the 50 does go the way of Sup here. As, again, Expert looking to get more physical. You can tell Virtus have started to kind of slow things down. They're not trying to dominate the possession as much as we've seen before. That's going to be the second shot of the game from them as Matt picks up another save.
Yep, 2-piece got the rush back. Wavy, one-on-one with Expert, does well, and he keeps all of his boosts. Good boost usage out of Wavy to get the block, keep his boost in the tank. And now it does give VP a chance to get on offense, but I mean, Expert and Matt, they're just shutting down any opportunities that VP starts generating.
2-piece whiffs that one. Expert to Matt, not the best pass, but it will do. Plays it into the corner. Big demo on the play. What's Matt gonna do? Wavy's looking for the bump. Matt's shot goes in, and Sup with the lead.
I mean, Matt's shot goes in, but it's all Expert. Steals the corner, takes out 2-piece. He says, Matt going up. He says, no worries, just put it on net, put it on net. That's the comms right there. Expert does what he needs to do. Forces Wavy to go deep into the net. Matt slams one in. And for the first time, I believe, since game number 2, Sup opens up the scoring.
All right. Can Virtus Pro respond? Sup, feeling a lot of momentum. High ball, straight down.
Oh, here we go.
Expert goes high, but has bought Virtus a lot of time to respond here. 2-piece plays a 50 still on the goal line. Wavy, big boom, and it's Expert who will be flipping back as Matt picks up the ball. 2-piece gets there quickly. Expert gets a win. Now Expert on the hood. Just, again, 50's out well, and Virtus Pro will hold on to the ball, but time is starting to tick down. You start to look at the clock. Can Virtus Pro make something happen? 2-piece! No, can't get around it.
That's an opportunity where 2-piece, he's got to score those. Matt hacks accidental backflip and put Expert in an awkward position. But now the sub boys are right back on attack, and Matt has been the most threatening player in the air so far in this set. Gets a reset, Wavy there to meet him. Expert goes right by 2-piece. Matt comes in 100. Oh, no, he backs off. He wants to play the dance. Wavy versus Matt with Expert there to help out. Wavy goes to the wall. And it's just, these type of moments right here where VP slows it down is not threatening enough. The pace has to continue for Virtus Pro if they want to be successful against his sub defense.
Yeah, Wavy jumping there. He's not going to be able to do too much. Does get a nice pop, but the pop, oh, wait, does go to a 2-piece. I thought Expert was going to get a piece of that. Expert decided to opt out. We'll take the ball now, but again, not the best touch in 2-piece. Almost found the angle. Matt, crazy goal line save. It looks slow, but it's methodical here for Virtus. They're trying to break down Sup defensively. They're running out of boost.
Yeah, no
Matt,
boost could be a shot.
can he
What
buy
is that?
time? Expert just gets back in time. You're right. The shot from Wavy, not good enough.
2-piece opportunity right
Oh,
there. That was good
2-piece?
enough. Oh, it's not good enough either. Off the post, and now Matt did just grab the 100 boost. And that is a chance once again for Virtus Pro. 20 or so seconds where Sup had no boost. And there's just no clean shot from VP on net.
Oh, I don't know if that's the best touch from Expert. Got way too far away from him. This is going to be some space here, but you see the physicality disrupting the play. Infield pass, 2-piece shot, blocked out. Wavy turn, high pass pop, 2-piece has to pull out. He's going to get the mid. Expert big clear to try to submit this series. 2-piece keeps it up. Are they going to ground this one? Wavy might have it. Tries to get past Matt. 2-piece jumped, and it'll hit the ground. And Sup have eliminated Virtus Pro from the NA 2v2.
They sure have. Beat him in the Swiss. Beat him on playoff Saturday. 3 to deaths went one way. I believe they all picked Virtus Pro. Only one went the correct way. Is the boy who's speaking. Sup comes out on top in a match where I think they're just comfortable. And this is a team, Virtus Pro. They beat Daniel and Beast Mode just yesterday evening. Took them out, swept them. Swept. But it wasn't enough in this match right here. Sup's confident, and you got to give it to him, man. I mean, just major moments. The pinch Cody lost game 4. But it was really mad in the sky, honestly. I feel like he was the best player, most dangerous player in this series. Made all the difference.
Made the difference, and Sup will book their ticket to the quarterfinals. We'll be back with more RLCS after this.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of.
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with the initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, but we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
Feels like we're living in a dream and it finally came true. Every night I wonder what my life would look like without you. Don't know where I'd be if you never found me. I can't fall asleep, I'm just lying wide awake, reminiscing on the memories. We were apart, lost in the dark. I used to feel so hollow, but now we're alive, like stars in the sky. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Just give me a sign, I'll stay by your side. Make the most of this time we
The action continues here as Sup get the upset. Everyone, not everyone, a lot of people thought Virtus Pro was going to take this one down, but they proved that it wasn't a fluke and Swiss. 2 wins in a row now, and the Sup boys are through to Championship Sunday. What a performance from them. I'm joined by expert here. Sir, congratulations on the win. You got any words for the doubters like me who thought that you guys couldn't do it twice against Virtus Pro?
Keep doubting, man. That's my motivation. That's the reason I play this game, to prove people wrong and prove that, I mean, the results speak for itself, you know what I'm saying? So keep doing it.
They absolutely do. You got a big one here. So I got to ask you about the pitch. What was the reactions like on comms? Who called for that? Was that I assume that was designed, right?
Yeah, I knew the second the ball touched my car, like I knew that's the first thing that I'm going to, like, I just knew that's what I was going to do because they had left like the whole other side open. So I was like, bet we're finna pinch this.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
98 miles an hour. That was crazy. Well, talk to me a little bit about Matt. You guys are through to Championship Sunday. Obviously, you've teamed together for a while, but what was it about Matt that made him the player you wanted to take on this 2v2 challenge with?
Because he just has really good game sense. I mean, Matt is like probably one of the most underrated players. Like, and he's technically he's retired. I don't know why he like retired, but yeah, I just knew like he just understands the game and he understands like how to play the game. So it's just, and not a lot of players have that like innate sense, innate feeling of the game. So yeah, I mean, it was an easy pick for me. Snooze.
Are you in free play right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Always grinding. Always grinding. I love it.
Yeah.
Hey, well, you got a little bit of a break here because Championship Sunday's tomorrow. Any thoughts about the big day? Anything you're gonna do to prepare for that final challenge?
I mean, just grind, you know, just keep playing free play, make sure, you know, mechs feel good. But I mean, and stay confident. Like, that's the main thing, stay confident. If you're not confident, you're not gonna win these games. You have to come into every game thinking that you're gonna win, and the results speak for itself, so.
Yeah, sir. Hey, you got the big win here. Congratulations on the win, Expert. Good luck on Championship Sunday.
Thank you. Yeah, we won.
Expert, grind it. Gets the win, stays in free play. Got to stay locked in, you know, because the big game's coming up tomorrow. What a win! What a way to finish it off, too. Going all the way to Neo Tokyo here, and in 6 games, able to put away Virtus Pro.
I want to see him on Chalkcast. I want to see that settled right there. But no, in all honesty, like Expert said, the results speak for themselves. And not only did they win, they won with style. That pinch was a highlight of that series. But in these best of 7s, a lot of times, you know, best team is winning. Here's the pinch right here. Bang! Look at that. They left it open, as he said. Unbelievable exclamation point on that series, but solid overall performance. Expert, who has been grinding the game for a long time. You always see him in all those pro lobbies, in 2v2s, in ranked, and it's finally paying off on the RLCS stage.
He's just looked so good, man. And honestly, both of them look like they're playing, as we talked about coming into this one, to the best of their abilities. I think it's a huge difference is that we've kind of been waiting for that version of VP, and I don't know if we ever really saw it in this series versus Sup that just never missed the mark. We talked about physicality coming into this series. Bro, Matt is the most annoying player in North America, and I say that as a compliment, man. He was just annihilating people in the back half of the field.
It was an incredible performance from both of those players as they pretty cleanly walk through here, get the first 2 wins. They drop 2 games in the middle there, lock it down, get the overtime win on Game 5, and then finish it off. 1 goal's all they needed on Neo Tokyo to walk through to Championship Sunday. Still waiting to find out who they're going to play, though, because we got to get into those upper bracket matches, and we're not quite there yet. As the day continues on, lots of fun action here. 3 more matches to go, and I'm excited to be getting into our next one. So this is a big test for them. Yeah, Virtus Pro. Lots of questions to be still left to be answered, and I think they're going to have to look to 3v3 if they want to answer them here in 2026. These are the 3 matches we'll have for the rest of the day. We'll see Cheese and Talk take on Diaz and Evo, Chronic and LJ take on Reveal and Zach. But let's get into our next one here. The story of the tournament: First Killer and Atomic back together again, taking on young, fresh players here in Mech and Kofor. Mech was all over our top 10 plays from Progressive. We'll get to see if he gets a few more of those here today. As the players get into it, I'm ready for it. I hope you guys are ready for it too. Brunyan. Brunyan is a team name. It's important that we clarify, because I know the Rocket League fans at home, maybe, James, don't understand the team names. The players do get to pick team names, so it is Brunyan versus Tequeños, technically, but it's First Kill and Atomic versus Mech.
Yes, Tequeños is a Venezuelan snack. I looked it up.
Okay.
It has something to do with cheese and I think a fried outside. I can't remember the whole thing. All I remember is it was a snack that had some white cheddar. But I think a lot of pressure on here. Atomic, the sole player from NRG, carrying the banner for the team. And as I said before on the pre-show, I think First Killer and Atomic rank #1 for me in the region. And this is going to be a big test for them against a very capable and young Kofor Mech squad.
I feel like this has got to be, whatever team wins this, I almost favor them going into their next matchup as well. Again, this is a very difficult task for both of the teams at hand, but both of the teams have already gone through pretty rough brackets to even make it here in the first place. I still do kind of, I don't know. I want to say that I agree in saying that Tequeños still have more pressure on their shoulders, but I do kind of feel like with Mech being this kind of pop-off player right now and turning into the person that everybody has their eyes on this weekend, you also have to have a world where you wonder if the pressure is maybe starting to get to Brunyan as well here. Doesn't seem like Tequeños really care. They seem as calm and collected as ever as they get into this one, so I don't think that the nerves are going to really affect them all too much, but another team that I feel like we're still waiting to see the peak of their abilities, because if they get to the peak, they seem almost unstoppable here in North America.
But I mean, there's such strong players on either side here, and Mech is consistently showing himself to be as good as the rest of his competition. The question for me, James, will the experience from the players on both sides of the pitch here factor in, especially with Atomic and First Killer? So much more experience at this level. Is this the point where Mech's a little bit less experience would start to factor in?
Possibly, but I also think that Mech really played well in that LCQ, so I don't think he was really hindered from that before. He's been on these big stages. He's had some really quality RLCS results, so I think if anything, Mech is going to play pretty fine. I'm gonna guess that. I just think my big question is how First Killer is going to play, because First Killer, he has shown so many times, just on a raw talent level, that he looks like the best player in the region so many times, and he has that ability, especially in twos, to really be that difference and hit crazy shots. I mean, watching him play throughout all of these qualifiers, he was hitting unbelievable shots from ridiculous angles. So I think First Killer is the big player to watch. Also, we've got that friendly fire here with Kofor going up against First Killer. So exciting to see that. But I personally think and expect that First Killer will play an elevated level of gameplay, and it's going to be tough for people to keep up.
Okay, well, I'm curious who you're going to pick here. Or was it? Are you picking Brunyan?
I am going to have to go with the Venezuelan snack. Give me Tequeños. Okay. I don't know what production's thinking there. I've been calling them onion all weekend. You kind of
predicted both there, Versa. You kind of like said both right before, but I don't know. But yeah, bro onion. No, it's got to be Brunyan, right?
I just call them bro onion all weekend.
Okay, wait, Bass, who you got?
Can I say both? I want to play both, so I always come out.
You can have
on
my
top
pick. Pick Tequeños.
Wait, what? I actually, to be honest, I don't think I'm going to go with Tequeños here. I feel like there's something about the momentum this weekend, and it's been a lot of the upsets of players that are doing... I just said I'm not going with Tequeños. Production. Hold on now. Come on. Whoa. I said I'm going Brunyan with this one. Okay, well, one, to not sweep the desk, but two, I'm going to pick Runyon because I also believe that, again, I think it's a lot about momentum. Tequeños have looked good, and I do think that they have the capabilities to win this entire event, but I think they've had their less than stellar moments, and against a team that has been as hot as ever with a very mechanical player who just seems to thrive in twos in mech, I'm going to go for the underdogs in this one. It's been an underdog weekend already so far.
Okay.
Let's just say it stops here.
Okay, I mean, hey, stories are different, but it's 2v2. Things can be different out here. I think First Killer usually struggles, though, in top 4. We're not a top 4 here. Give me Tequeños. This is pretty simple. It's not even Championship Sunday.
Undeniable.
He's got to be there. So we'll see. We'll see. I think it is Tequeños. A complete sweep for Tequeños.
No.
Not a single one of us thinks that Runyon has a chance here. That's what the graphic says. Screenshot it and put it on Twitter. That's how it works, folks. How does chat feel about it, chat? Also, very, very strongly in support of First Killer and Atomic. 2 players that have teamed together haven't teamed together in a while, but used to. Came up together. Now back together here on the 2v2 stage, taking on some of the new blood, the new representatives of the top dogs in North America. Runyon versus Tequeños. It's First Killer and Atomic taking on Mech and Kofer. Second match of the day. Only one can continue right here on the RLCS.
An unlikely alliance and a pair of potential that could skyrocket and shake the game. Runyon versus Tequeños. Bates, we're here. Atomic and First Killer on the field versus Mech and Kofer. This one's going to be electric.
That's right, it sure is, because last match, I called it an appetizer. Now we're getting closer to the main course. Atomic and First Killer. Have you been a fan of Rocket League for almost a decade now? You know what these two were doing back in the tournaments, in the 2v2 days. These two came up together. Wave talked about it. And now they're playing with one another. And also, there is a little bit of interest here, because First Killer was set to play with Kofer. But then I don't know what happened. After Paris, Atomic became available, and First Killer said, hold on, I'm going back with my guy. And so Kofer had to go scramble. He had to go team with Mech. So now we got a little bit of beef going on in the Shopify camp. Let's see who comes out on top.
Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. Between these two already underway. First 30 seconds have gone by. Lots of pressure. Atomic tried to park the bus on top of Mech. And Mech said, not a chance. Shrugged him off to the side. Atomic again will stay on the ball here. Set up a lane for First Killer. Here's Kofer playing it nice and slow. Gets this one through. Kofer super aggressive when we saw him playing yesterday. Went for a lot of aggressive challenges. Talked to Mech about it yesterday as well. He said, well, actually, I can't repeat what he said. But he said that guy is confident. That's exactly what he said. Kofer with lots of confidence and is definitely won the scene, but Atomic
up the scoring.
is opening up the scoring, like you said, off the assist from First Killer.
I mean, he sure is. First Killer already has 2 demos to his name. Kofer, yeah, unfortunately, he gets to eliminate it, delete it. And then Atomic comes in with the easy cleanup. This series is going to be exceptionally faster than the last one. First Killer and Atomic, they're going to get you with that good squeeze, and you're going to have to deal with it. In my estimation, Atomic, they have some of the best ground movement in the game, and I do think it shines in the 2v2 setting. And First Killer in particular, he's an old school type of player. All these new kids, all they do is go, oh, it's Mech pops it up. Good play from him. Gets it by Atomic. But back to First Killer, he's a guy who just likes to smack the ball on the backboard, go for the double touch. All these new kids nowadays, they like to go for their resets. They like going for their pops, finesse, softness, First Killer just goes quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Well, guess what? Mech says, step aside, old man. As he gets the pop past Atomic, gets that tie-up goal. It is going to be Suns versus Unks here. As you are right, Mech, youngest player in the lobby, and then just so much history between First Killer and Atomic in their RLCS careers, as well as Kofer kind of being I would say, you can't call him a newer face. He's been in it for a little bit since Snowman. It's been a while now, but still. But these players still looking to prove themselves, especially trying to get those getting the international stages on Mech, and then for Kofer getting those international wins. But so far, this game here is tied up. Can Mech make something happen? No, just completely denied and in your net.
Let me take it to me. That is old school Rocket League, man. Come right fast off the clear and then slam that thing from one corner all the way underneath the crossbar, man. You love to see it. You just love to see it. It just brings a smile to your face. It really does. It really does. Because a lot of players these days, they like to play it slow right there in the corner. No. Get that nonsense out of here. No nonsense. Slam that thing from across the map. That's what First Killer does. Atomic up in the sky gets a reset. Oh my gosh. Oof. Almost dunks Mech right there, too.
All right, Bates, calm down, Bates. Calm down, okay?
You just gotta apprite greatness when you're watching it, okay?
It's a one-goal game. We're halfway through the game. There's so much time left, okay?
There's a lot of time left. But Mech and Kofor, they got potential too. Mech, one of the best mechanical people on the ball. You see him get a good bump on first killer.
Oh,
first killer
what a stop.
Saving it, though. And here comes Atomic.
Oh, goodness.
Reset. And now we're slowing it down. Now we're keeping it comfortable. And now,
okay, first kill's got a free double though. Oh, he goes for the shot. Oh, but it's a good save. Atomic trying to get close, but has to pull out. Kofor does pick up the mid. Atomic will take the corner. He's gonna switch the play. No, gotta pop it. Take it himself. I'm on first kill cam. He's checking the field, trying to see where everyone's at. He's waiting. Atomic, meanwhile, 50 and everyone. First killer gets involved. First touch, not enough. Just trying to play the cut. Wants to buy Atomic some space, some room to work with here. But it feels like first killer and Atomic kind of controlling the game right now.
They are kind of controlling it, but hold on now. Kofor and Mech, they're starting to establish. First killer does do enough just to disrupt a little bit of Kofor's possession. But Mech should be able to get back to his ball against 50 by Atomic, but Atomic no boost. First killer there, though, to collect it. Playing really tight next to his teammate. Something we weren't really seeing much in the last series, but these two, the chemistry they built over the years, even if they're not playing on the 3v3 stage.
Oh, first killer jumped.
But he jumped because he's confident. That's why. Now it's like, oh, Kofor, back one-on-one. No. Good stop.
Oh, it's not a goal yet, Bates. It's not a goal yet.
I mean, it looked like a goal. It looked like a goal. I'm not going to lie. It did look like. I kind of pre-jumped it, but it looked like a Kofor good save right there.
All right, listen, final minute. Still a one-goal game. Mech, good win there on the ball. Got the bump, but first killer got the boost, and Atomic will carry this. No one up to challenge, and first killer now going. He was watching Atomic the entire time, waiting for a chance, and he strikes.
It's another bucket from downtown, looking like Curry. First killer just shoots that thing. Kofor's too slow. Stop going up the plus. I don't need the double touch. I don't need the reset. I just need a bucket. And that's what first killer gives you. 55 seconds left. Let's see what Kofor and Mech can do. Decent kickoff from Kofor and Mech. You can laugh all you want, but I just love seeing it.
We know. We know. Okay, trust
That's a good shot right there. Hold on.
42 seconds. Oh, no, a miss. Oh, first killer. The clutch save to get the stop. First killer's going to pressure this one through. Kofor to the sidewall. First killer has boost. Pass one. Kofor to the sidewall. First killer pre-jumped this. Cut it away from him. They still want to keep the pressure going in the final seconds. First killer is not getting off the ball, making it so hard for Mech and Kofor to move upfield.
He is making it hard. He's up so quickly every single time. You just think that Kofor and Mech might be able to establish himself, if FK's just there to shut it down. First killer up high yet again. Mech, 11 seconds left. He's going to have to stop him, but first killer said, no worries. I'm not going to pull the Aaron Fox. I know I won the game. I'm just going to dribble out the clock. There's 3 seconds left, and his game 1 is over. Kofor and Mech, they didn't have a bad first game, but first killer, when he's shooting like that, he's hard to beat. First game will go to the Canyons right here as we keep the ball up just for, some funny giggles. Good bump right there from FK. Can we drop the ball? Never mind. Tommy wants to play. All right, now the ball's going to drop. Thank the heavens. Thank the heavens for that.
Thank the heavens. Game 1 has been won by Atomic and First Killer, if you didn't know. And yes, they looked great. Again, lots of control in the game. Again, but there were some clean stops from Brenyan. It just felt like Brenyan couldn't really get things going offensively. But that being said, just pure confidence from First Killer and Atomic to open this one up. We need to see some changes, though, going into Game 2 for Brenyan. Otherwise, it could be a long series.
Well, yeah, it could be a short series. But I don't think Brenyan played bad. I mean, Mech had a good pop right here. See it on the highlight, get right by Atomic. That's confidence right there. And then, honestly, Tecanos had some kind of last-second saves where Brenyan had some good chances. They just ultimately didn't end up converting. So I do think for Brenyan, you got to be more wary for the first killer sniper from across the map. I think you have to be worried about that. They know that. Kofor knows that that's his teammate. He knows how his teammate plays. I mean, good first game from Tecanos. Brenyan, I think they're starting to fill out the series. I do expect Mech to get more established in this set and to start utilizing his mechanics, because that young man, he's special. He's special with the ball, too.
Yeah, but I mean, you do bring up a good point. This First Killer and Atomic team, seeing them for the first time is great. It feels like 2v2s happen again. They're surviving the recoupling. That's what it feels like right now. And I think for me, seeing this... Oh, lob crashed. Gotta get back into the lobby.
Yeah, let me see if I can get back in there.
Oh, okay. Well, we got a little bit of a break, so hope you guys lock in with us. But just seeing this team come through, I mean, they were definitely a favorite early on. They get into the lowers, but you just knew that they would still be a threat the entire way through.
Yeah, you absolutely did know that. I mean, Runyon, they did end up losing to Dan and Beast Mode 3-1. But they beat a Gen G squad, Frosty and Match Bear, that actually beat Dan and Beast Mode last weekend. And Frosty and Match Bear did that in style too. So Runyon, they do have what it takes to end up beating a squad of this caliber. But it's going to be a little bit of a different way of approaching. Canos, I would say, is the closest approximation to how the Europeans and MENA play. They play close to one another. They're going to slam the ball around. They're going to get demos. They're going to play fast and quick. They're not just going to simply play nice, slow, air dribble simulated, your turn, my turn kind of style that North Americans tend to play. So that's the differentiation, and that's what you kind of want to see Brunyon adapt to. How do you deal with that? How do you contest that? They're not unbeatable. You saw Evo and Diaz, they got the job done yesterday, but it is a hard out. So for Brunyon, I do want to see them kind of make that adjustment and start trying to just really deal with that first killer pressure and then follow-ups, of course, from Atomic.
Right. So then again, when you see again like these guys like play, it just feels like, you know, they have the ability to kind of adapt like the most. But you know, again, do you say it's that struggle? And then we'll see. Of course, you know, Diaz and Evo play against Cheese and Talk later on today. We'll also see SSG play a little bit. It does feel like, though, it is kind of tough to find a favorite after some of the matches Friday. But I think also at the same time, it did feel like for a lot of teams, they were kind of struggling with figuring out what to do now that the competition got into a high level. I was hearing teams say that, oh, we were calming at first, we stopped calming. SSG actually brought in experts, so now he's like officially coaching for them when they play. It's just a lot of different adjustments that these teams are starting to make because they are trying to figure out, okay, do we need to opt in and calm, or do we need to just play our game, whatever works naturally for us? Even talking to Mech yesterday, he came in my stream, he said that, you know, we calm when we feel like we need to, but if we don't have to, then we won't.
Interesting. Who said they're not calming? You know what team?
SSG and Evo and DS, as far as I know.
Oh, comms. Interesting. I mean, it is interesting. We are trying to, I mean, the last time we had a 2v2 tournament back in Universal Open 2018, at this level, I should say. And so, I mean, we're talking 8 years since then. And the approach to the game is going to be different. Everybody's not going to be doing the same. It hasn't been defined. It hasn't been figured out. I do say that I am interested, though, in the fact that these teams don't really have coaches. Because I mean, I just think that a coach in these would be so impactful. Okay, the games, it's slower. You kind of have more time to really decipher what is happening. And it really comes down to little minute details that could make all the difference. Or even a coach just being there specifically calling a kickoff. As Kofor and Mech do open up the scoring off a kickoff, would be that much beneficial. Just take that kind of onus off the player and put that on the coach and then let the player just execute. 2v2 definitely allows for more of those moments.
Yeah. Maybe we may see more of those later today. Like I said, expert coach for SSG. So he's known for calling kickoffs. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Game 2 underway. Like you said, Brunyon already with that first goal. But now kickoff kind of done and dusted. We'll see what First Killer and Atomic can bring us. Ooh, Mech. He's trying to open it up again. Good save there from Atomic. It does feel like a lot of early pressure from Brunyon. But First Killer in the air here. Atomic looking for the buff. First Killer foot reset. He got it. It's just a double threat.
It's just too easy for him. Kofor gets beat up by Atomic, and at that point, they're coming. You know they are. I'm bumping. I take. Mech, he's stuck in no man's land at that point. Kofor has to do more. And that's kind of what you see in the European side of 2v2. That's a Zen Hatto type play, esque play, where Zen gets by one, Hatto comes and follows, Zen goes for the bump. It's simply too hard to stop. Mech and Kofor, they have to be more disciplined on the challenges. You can't give this Titano squad 2v1 opportunities. Ooh.
First killer was looking to send it across. He gave it right to Mech, though. Mech picks the pocket, and Brian in the lead.
That's a pick six I've ever seen one. First killer, he was in two different minds, it appears. One to shoot the shot, but also thought he saw Atomic out the corner of his eye. Said, maybe I'll pass it left. Ultimately, ended up doing nothing. Mech said, don't mind if I do. It made Mech and Brunya back on top. And they are winning in the kickoffs. Once again, possession from Mech. First killer gets right back into play, though, to disrupt all of that. And FK throws it back to Atomic. Ooh, hold on, wait a second.
Atomic off the ceiling. Oh, follow-up touch. He was looking for the top corner. Good save from Mech. Still pressure. Kofor awkward.
What a save.
Got a touch. What a pre-flip. What a stop there from Kofor. It's still a one-goal game. They're low on boost, but they do buy themselves a bit of time here.
Yeah, now the woodwork just yet. Mech plays it well. And they have done just enough weight. FK just takes a pop shot. Kofor. That boost update does bode him well right there. Knew the boost is popping up within the next 2 seconds. Gets it in time. Good play right there from him. And just really just great defense. You saw it out of the last game out of Taqueños. Clutch saves in the last second. Kofor already showing you that he is also world-class too. These two teams both balling.
Atomic up high. Guys, the flip. Gets it past one. Almost got it past Meg. Used the last of his boost. Just used his 10 to get down. Needs to get back up again. Misses that one, though. And first killer whiffs as well. And now Kofor takes it to the side wall. 3 minutes left here is pressure starting to shift here. I wanted to say so, but then this errant touch from Mech. He's got to play from his own back wall. I haven't seen Mech on the orange half in quite some time. Goes there to get boost, but first killer taking a lot of time in air. Kofor, big win. Can Mech get there to score? Does get there, but Atomic able to get the stop.
Shot just needs to have a little bit more on it from Mech. Kind of waiting just a half second too long. That makes all the difference. First killer pops it up. Atomic has options. You know he's going to go to first killer. Great read out of the Mech right there. That's how you know he watches Atomic. That's how you know he's watching the tape. Atomic does look metal. Mech takes it away. Now Mech air dribble. This is what the young kid does. This is a great 10-second sequence from Mech. Brunya ups the lead by 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is all Mech, right? Cutting out the pass because he knows it's coming once he sees Atomic upfield. Great stop to cut that out. And then once he gets to space to, again, air dribble bump Atomic, just forcing it through. Huge clutch moment there, too. If Brian end up winning this game, they've still got to hold on. Still a lot of time for first killer and Atomic to get back into this one. But Mech really making a statement.
Exactly. That was a 2-goal swing right there. And Mech goes back to net, lets Atomic hit it middle right. The first killer will score. Mech his discipline stays on his line, cuts out the pass, and it brings it all the way back across. Now the ball's kind of in Taqueños' end, down by 2. We didn't see him in this position last game tomorrow. Let's see what they could do.
Oh, Mech gets some first touch. Doesn't use boost to really follow it. Just lets it fall. Recognize that he hit it a little too hard. Had to worry about the threat of the bump. Oh, chance here for Mech.
I like it.
Takes his time. Pop, flick. Almost got the flick through, but just too much height on it. And they'll end up going the other way. He actually takes the corner from Kofor. Oh, and first killer almost got a double dunk, but Mech able to recover and gets a big stop.
He does get a big stop. First killer. Dunk it too would have been crazy right there.
Whoa.
But Mech the poise fakes out first killer. Gets a reset too. It stays on the ball. Look at him. Just ultimately so much value for a player with low boost. Setting up Kofor. It is all Mech again. Kofor scores. But you got to tip your cap. No boost. And he does all that.
It's the Mech Show in Game 2. Insanely impactful in making clutch touches and interrupting the pace and the frequency of Atomic and first killer. And he has just been electric offensively and defensively. Maybe not leading at scoring. They're both even in the scoring line, but Mech's been critical to the offense.
Central opportunity right here. Tommy looking for the bump on the backboard.
Oh, wow.
Can't get it, though. Mech's just there. Mech's just there, and he had to contend with Atomic trying to be a disruptor. Mech goes all the way down the field.
He's hanging off the back wall of his goal, Bates. It was like he literally guessed that shot was going top corner. That's how he was able to get there in time.
I mean, and that's a great guess, too. You played out averages. Where's first killer like to shoot? Top corner. And let me jump up there. That makes sense to me. Mech showing that he's really been thinking about the game. It's not just all about the mechanics for the young kid. He's got plenty of game sense as well. As Atomic first killer still trying to score. 30 seconds left. They kind of need it right here. But the offense is simply not enough. There's no true threat coming out of Taqueños.
No, Kofor gives that one up. Ends up getting demoed by First Killer. Atomic taking this one from his own back corner. Atomic up, looking for the bump. Got the bump. First Killer shot, but Atomic's bump throws it off. First Killer tried to get one quickly, but that one's going to go all the way downfield. We asked for changes, and Brunyon has delivered. Mech shows up and shows out in game 2, and we have a tied-up series.
Showed up and showed out indeed. It's great plays from him. And I really do think it all goes back to that play you were talking about. The first, it was 1-1. No, it was 2-1. It's 2-1. Atomic had a pass. Potentially his First Killer. It looked like it was lined up. Mech was rushing back. Most players in that position, they just keep going to the goal because they feel as if the player on the ball, aka Atomic in that situation, is going to shoot. Atomic usually doesn't shoot. Usually passes. He likes giving it to his teammate. Mech reads that, stays within the passing lane, cuts it off, and immediately comes right back down 5 seconds later with an air dribble, just bump on Atomic, and have to change the potential 2-2 into 3-1, and then Brunyon never looked back.
There you go. And then, of course, you think about Mac and his impact. Not even just today, but yesterday. Again, we were also talking about the ground pinch flick that he did. It's called a Luther flick. He clarified that too. Able to just make all of these big moments happen in this 2v2 environment. It's being noticed for sure. Can he keep it consistent? You are going to expect those two on your screen, First Killer and Atomic, to make some adjustments. They seem to be in high spirits as we get this game 3 underway.
Yep, it's going to be a tight one right here. Mac as well. Even in the little moments too, you talked about that one time, I believe they were already up. No, there's 3-1. Mac kind of played it slow in front of the net and forcing First Killer Atomic to jump, but then his flick went high. Just that little bit of change of pace. Making FK and Atomic have to think about what you're going to bring rather than just playing Mach 90. That makes all the difference in these matches. So good plays out of Mech. Now the ball is once again into Kanos' court. You won game 1. You lost game 2. What are you going to do in game number 3?
Good touch from First Killer. Nice read as well as Kofor went up too to get the block. And now Atomic, big 50 win. Tom's going to have some space here. Kofor knows it, pre-jumps it and does get the block on a potential shot chance. Now sends it to Mech, who wants to put a shot towards First Killer. First Killer gets a save. Both teams just opening salvo has been met. But now First Killer plays it high. Big dunk. Can he get a bump here to set this one up? Atomic brings it towards center, but Kofor staying very close to the ball as both teams not really giving up too much here possession-wise. Mech gets that through. Almost got the bump on Atomic, but Atomic, great composure in that moment.
I mean, he needed every single bit of that, too, because Mech was hunting. First Killer's up so quickly right there to beat out Kofor. Mech, no boost. Touches in the corner. Let's see what he can do. Atomic might have played down too quickly. Kind of let Brunyon just out the hook right there. Mech didn't have much to deal with. Much to do to stop the Atomic attack. That one does go away from Takanos, but they still have the ball. Mech pops it up to Kofor. Great team clear right here. Kofor gets the air dribble. The touch goes a little awry. Mech should be able to clean this one up. Oh, no! Barely gets back to it. That's not the touch he wanted. And now all of a sudden, you're Brunyon scrambling.
They are scrambling. Big challenge from First Killer. Didn't want to commit there because didn't want to leave a chance for the net to be open. Ball time for Atomic. Kofor looking to leave this, even though he had the flip. Oh, good first touch from Atomic. Great dunk. Can't follow this up for a bump on Kofor, so he has to leave out. First Killer just waiting. Fake challenge to get Kofor to jump into the air. Nice pop on the flip reset, but Atomic got back in time. Had a chance there for a double, but wanted to keep it close. And again, that's what it feels like. Just being smart with the ball, making sure that you don't get it too heavy of a touch and give away that possession. But Kofor almost got that one through, just couldn't make contact right in front of the goal line.
Atomic kind of went into a little spin cycle like a washing machine for a second. And gave Kofor opportunity. Mech does have a chance, fakes it out. There it is. But Atomic's the First Killer bumps him. It's a massive mistake. I gotta go on First Killer camera. What happened?
I do too. Because Atomic, I mean, he does this right? He slows down. First Killer just coming at too much pace. Is he ball watching? That's what it feels like.
It's ball watching, but then also, though, once again, Mech, he could have shot it immediately once the ball was about in the middle of the field. He hezzoed. He hezzos, brings the ball back out. and then throws a shot on that after the hesitation, and that created all of that pressure. That created the awkwardness for Tequeños. A regular shot, Atomic's going to save that every single time. The hesitation gives the team a chance. Bruniers, they open up the score by First Killer. You don't want touches like that. I'm telling you, you don't give a sniper opportunities because he's not missing them.
Oh, yeah. First Killer backflipped, waited for that touch, saw the space, and just beat Kofor there. You got to get one back, too, in that moment, right? You talk about the earlier mistake. That makes up for it. Now we have a tied-up game.
And honestly, First Killer getting that beat right there, it's not a bad idea from Kofor. Mech, I think, tried to pop it up for Kofor to beat her. First Killer was just a tad bit faster. And Brunya gets another opportunity like that. I want to see them do that same type of play. Mech pop it up or vice versa, and then the other one be right there to follow. It could pay dividends for him later on in the set.
Atomic drive challenge there. Mech, a little bit of space. That was really awkward. Almost on goal territory. Little 50 in the midfield. Atomic just bullying Mech off the ball. Mech catches up a little bit. First Killer, too heavy, gets away from him. But Atomic looks like he's got a free one, and he will go up the ladder in the middle of the field. Has a flip, but just Kofor cut out again. Not giving any time to First Killer and Atomic, but First Killer trying to take his time. No, Mech again, another denial. As, again, the air is just constantly contested.
As it should be. You give any of these four players space up in the sky, you're asking for trouble. Every single player understands that. They know that. They play each other all the time. Trying to keep everything nice and tight. Making sure there's always a hand up in the sky. Atomic, low ceiling early on this Kofor pop. Kofor does throw it away. First Killer already there to follow it. Mech, he has work to do. First Killer throws it a little too quickly. Ball off the glass. No threat right here. Reset for Tequeños. Mech somehow gets that mid boost over First Killer.
Yeah, they jumped. He gives them priority.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, that's how that works.
Interesting.
Two players go for the boost. I think the one that's higher gets the boost.
There you go. Look at that.
Quick play, Kofor, nice little follow-up touch, but First Killer off the sidewall. Atomic not there, so Mech, free ball. What's Mech gonna do? A little bit of space to work with here. Actually, a lot of space to work with here, but First Killer just cuts it out before Mech can really do anything. He just dribbled it right to him.
Oh, Kofor just took the ball away from Mech right there. Would have been an air dribble with forward momentum. 12 seconds left. Atomic has the ball. Kofor's gonna jump up from the ground. Atomic goes for a musty flick. Mech.
First Killer, no boost here.
I know. I don't know why he has none.
We're just playing. We're playing for overtime?
Yeah, we're playing for overtime. Everybody's playing for overtime. Yep, and we're going to get overtime. Watch the kickoff right here. So far, Brunion has been better in these positions, and they're going to be better right here as well. Kofor, opportunity there, and they end up scoring. You got to win off the kickoff. Brunion's been better. They ultimately end up winning game number 3.
Wow. Big win here. They are 2 steps away from two games away from knocking out First Killer and Atomic. Also, update in Mina, Ghazi and TRK knocked out Nopo and Drawley.
Yep, I had a feeling.
In the 2v2.
I had a feeling that was going to happen because I was trying to say it on the pre-show. When you name yourself world champs, you're losing the world. I already know you're a world champ. I don't know. You're putting yourself in a bad position. And also, that 5'11 squad, man, they're nice. They're nice. Is Falcons on the other side of the bracket? Is that the grand final?
I believe so. I'll get an update for you in a second. Yes.
Raleigh and Nobo knocked out the tournament. You expect that tomorrow?
Yeah, I did. I had the Twins going through, so.
Well, it might not be the Twins. It might be guys in TRK 5'11 club doing what they do. Very, very good by them. Over here on the NA stream, though. First Killer and Atomic, they open up the scoring a lot. I don't think we can really call Atomic scoring that much in this series so far tomorrow.
Yeah, he didn't even have a shot that game. He's been really opening it up a lot for First Killer. I think he had one early in the first game. But yeah, it's been not too loud, I would say, from Atomic at first, from Atomic specifically. But Brunion, I think, has also just been very effective in shutting down any of those opportunities. Right? You talk about how much time is spent in the air and it's not that high, especially considering where, or at least in terms of like creating goal chances. A lot of it is, okay, someone goes up. By the time they get to midfield, someone's there to meet them. Everybody understands the threat that each player has on a solo, and they do a good job of shutting it down.
They do. Waiting for those players to get into the game right here. This match, though, in particular, I mean, it has been interesting. And I do think that Mech and Kofor are really playing their own type of style. Mech especially. I do think that it's him and First Killer so far in this set who have been controlling the pace, controlling the tempo. And Mech's little fakes, his little just minute change-ups that he's throwing at the Takenyo's defense. Even for that first goal, like I said, Mech could have shot it, but he didn't. He hesitated, took away Atomic's momentum, put a great shot on net. Atomic got a fantastic save, but then that messed up just the whole entire flow of First Killer rotating back in. First Killer comes in way too quickly, bumps Atomic out, and then then Mech ended up finishing the net, finishing the goal. So just moments like that, especially from a young team like Brunyon, really does show how good they are, how composed they are against a team with so much experience out of Atomic and First Killer.
And here we go. Game 4 underway. We will see if Brunyon can put this on match point, or what is the adjustment going to be. Right now, go for flip reset to try to start us off. Mech playing close here. Oh, Atomic, let's not get away from him. Mech looking for a double. Does keep that close to his car, but won't be able to hold on to it for too long. Still trying to interrupt things and slow down the Takenyo's offense as Atomic. You saw him try to go for the pogo. Didn't really work out.
Didn't work out. Kofor isolated, though, against First Killer. What's he want? Fake out, but Mech bumps out Atomic on the follow. Kofor puts one on Neck, and Atomic get back. He does. Great heads-up play from Mech. He knew he couldn't stop the shot, so he takes out the help. If First Killer can't score it, Atomic definitely won't. And then Mech just comes right on the counterattack. First Killer, great save. Both of these two teams really throwing everything they got at one another.
Nice flip reset, and First Killer's going to get that first goal in Game 4. Takenyo's opening up.
That's right, Mech. And a little bit of a poor challenge from him. Gave no threat from Atomic. Atomic went right by him, and at that point, Kofor's isolated. He's got a shot at some point. Atomic knows it, gets the reset. Just pop it right by him. Easiest goal they've scored so far in this series. Now it's on Mech. Now it's on Kofor. What can you do?
All right, First Killer, more pressure. A little awkward here, but First Killer has a flip. See Mech plays like a 50 well. Just got to stay close to it. Atomic, just like you said, playing the dance. Does get a 50 on it. Gets a little pop. Anything that they can do to slow down Brunyon. They know Brunyon want to get on that offense, but they're trying to make it as hard as possible. First Killer, another shot and another goal for First Killer.
I mean, it's just buckets, man. Shoot, you let shooters shoot. Mech throws it into the corner. First Killer, no nonsense shot. Net goal. He's just that quick. And it comes off of one of the few poor touches that Mech's made this whole entire series. Once Atomic drove away, Mech had to control that. What a kickoff goal! Whoa! Are you serious? What? Are you serious?
I didn't think that was in.
They call a pitch kickoff. Look at this. Kofor throws it back to Mech late. Mech pre-jumps it.
And you can see Kofor laughing it up. He loves the fact that that one worked out. Oh, it's just so in favor of Takenyo's to start, but Kofor and Mech has something to say about it. First Killer wants to respond to Atomic. No, it's to high ball. It's an easy save out. It's a 1-goal game, but it feels like the momentum shifted off that one.
It did. That's a great kickoff call. That's something you got to break down in the tape later on. First Killer throws it out to Atomic. Mech has no boost. It is going to be a goal for Takenyo's. But my, oh my, we saw a pitch go earlier in the last series of Expert and Matt, and that kickoff goal was sensational from Mech and Kofor. They got to do more, though, in game number 4. And, oh, yeah, by the way, both of these big goals have happened on Utopia Coliseum. There must be something special in Utopia right now.
Something in the air. Listen, you get this map in your rain game. Just try it. See what happens. Seems like it's lucky today. Okay. Lots of time left here. And the scoring could change, but outside of that very amazing pinch goal we saw earlier, it's been quiet offensively for Brunyon. It's been the First Killer and Atomic show. And no one wants to change the channel. Halfway through this one, though, Kofor trying to find the remote. Does get one all the way downfield, and it's off target.
That's a great
follow-up's good, and they're within one.
That's a great hit right there. Was that from Kofor? Just take a pop shot, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Throws it all the way down the field, confident in it, and then comes with a quick follow. Whether it was Mech, whether it's Kofor, that ball was going in. Atomic can't do much. 2-2-3. We got half a game left, DeMar. These Brunyon boys, they are far from out of this.
Yeah, plenty of time. Hasn't been consistent offense or sustained offense, but they know when to strike. And it's been efficient. Let's see if they can keep it up. Here we go. Atomic looking to respond. Kofor, high pop. What's Mech going to do here? He's First Killer, but maybe go for a touch. Light touch. Great pass. Kofor will score, but Mech, what an assist.
It is that easy for him. Kofor just throws it up deep. And we don't see that much in 2v2 these days either. Just kind of throw it up to me. Let me go make a play on it. Mech does. He has the whole world is his oyster in that moment. He throws it right back down. Definitely to Kofor. And once again, Brunyon has been better off the kickoff. Mech gets the possession. Let's see what he can do. Pop back down. Oh, Atomic versus Mech. Atomic's got work to do and does it just enough.
Oh, Mech didn't have enough boost to get the height there. First Killer, wait. Oh,
hold on now.
He was tracking it. It was really close. Good on Kofor to send it away. Now Mech in the air again. Has a flip. Will he use it? Oh, just tried to use it to win the 50 there. Instead of pushing that one more forward. And now First Killer, long cleared it away.
You know, I'm surprised Mech didn't try to go for a musty right there. Get the ball moving with some speed after you got the flip. Because now Atomic has the ball. Atomic drop down looking for a default 2018. Season 5, if you know, you know. That doesn't end up happening. First Killer gets a reset. Doesn't use it. Great play out of FK. Tequeños takes the lead.
I mean, this was, like you said, very solid. Like, you know, First Killer has the flip. And the fact that he doesn't use it is just mind game. He wants to play the dunk there if possible, but doesn't even need to. Tequeños up by 1. Let's see the kickoff. Kofor does win that again. It's a Brunyon kickoff. Kofor flip reset. Plays the pass 1. Gets it high. Mech, maybe a shot here? No, blocked out. Atomic was a little awkward, but stayed with it.
Yep, Atomic, one of the best players in the game, at preserving his flip, maximizing it. Most players in that position would have conceded. Atomic up quickly to match that First Killer pop-up. Kofor there to 50 it. Mech will probably pop this up, gives Atomic the boost, but now FK, here he comes, looking for the shot. Kofor, Mech once again, heads up play, bumps Atomic, who's not moving. Kofor's coming in for the shot, get Atomic, get back, he does. The danger's not done, no. Mech, slow shot, blocked out, Kofor top corner, off the post and in. 4-4 tied up.
And again, bringing the pressure here off the post, but again, just enough to get Atomic off the ball. And that's all they needed was a clean shot, and they took it. It's anybody's game. Oh, big kickoff win here. First Killer looking for the bump on Kofor. Kofor wants to send it across to the side. Mech has full boost, and Kofor does as well. Atomic just got that back corner. So it'll be a little bit late to the party. We'll be needed here to slow down the offense. First Killer trying to jump for him, but the flip reset gets past him, and Kofor staying on top of the ball. Just feels like things are trending towards Brunyon. They got the offense. They just have to make sure to keep things consistent. Almost a pinch chance there between Atomic and First Killer. But as time ticks down, ball still in the air. Will this be a last second chance for Tequeños? First Killer too far forward, and he's going to ground it. We got overtime.
Overtime indeed, and this is a must-win game, it feels like, for Tequeños. Going down 3-1 against a squad like Brunson's playing his squad. They finally coming off the kickoff. They are! Brunyon went for a Spanish.
Oh, they did. And First Killer just able to, again, follow up on that flip, staying close to the ball. Got a big dunk and got the game.
They sure did. Got the game, and honestly, that was their first kickoff goal of magnitude. It might have been their first kickoff goal of the series. I don't necessarily recall them scoring any prior to that, but if they did, They definitely didn't score one as big as this one was.
That one, yeah.
Because that was massive. Ties up the series 2 apiece. First killer drops 1,100 points, 5 goals, 8 shots, 3 saves. He's in LeBron mode right now. On his team to a win. Atomic did set him up 2 times. And it took everything out of him. And then that pitch, that kickoff right there. I've never seen a kickoff that great. You see the smile on Kofer's face the more.
Yeah, you're right. And you also look deeper into the stats, and first killer and Atomic combining for 6 demos. Meanwhile, Brian none. They had the threats of the physicality, and they did have some bumps, but they never really had like a big demo. It wasn't like a big demo heavy play for them. Meanwhile, first killer and Atomic did kind of keep them, you know, they were able to shut down some offense here and there that game. And now we got at least a guaranteed game 6 here between these two, with things changing left and right. I mean, you see how this series is going. You saw how that game went. Pinch goals, chances for bringing to come back, and just lots of good mechanical prowess. But again, Taqueños is that tough to beat.
They are that tough to beat, but I was looking for Atomic to step up. He had a couple good plays. Still can ask more of them. Now I'm looking more so towards Kofer. He's had some good moments. I know Kofer's uber talented. He has the mechanics. You saw him even in the top 10 earlier today. He is an exceptional player up in the sky. We haven't seen that so far yet.
I'm back versus Atomic. Oh, you already know what's coming. Air dribble bump in your net. That's a score opening.
Exactly. It's just that easy, huh?
I mean, when you get the 1v1, this is just something you expect every single time. Hate it or love it, it's inevitable.
It is inevitable. Remember when that first hit the scene? Truly? That was back like right when COVID hit. Oh my goodness, is that it, pinch? Nope, no pinch. I remember when who was doing that a lot? Even like Alpha Cap was doing that a lot. As that goal just in the net, Atomic. And what's my boy's name? Mile. Mile was doing it a lot as well. Easy shot right there from Atomic. What happened right there for Kofer? Just no challenge? Oh, he just did a drive-by.
Yeah. Went for the drive. Didn't expect the kind of like ground pinch into the shot. Threw him all the way off. But still, lots of time left in the game. Kofer will get the kickoff win, but first killer there to intercept. He's going to pick up one, and here we go. 3 goals within the first 30 seconds.
That's right. Looks like Mac wanted to play that back into Kofer. He did, but Kofer just plays it too slow. First killer just shuts the gap. Closes the gap in between him and Kofer. The idea from Brunyon wasn't bad, but Kofer's got to execute just a slightly better. Probably needs to bring that to the wall with speed, take it out of danger. He got greedy right there. First killer takes advantage.
First killer, another one. This one, again, an assist from Atomic. Gets the boost, slams in midfield, says FK, go get it.
And he will go get it every single time. That's like a Joe Montana to Jerry Rice. Atomic the first killer. That's a nice combo. That's something you like to see. Kofer out of position right there, though. That's how they even opened up. Went high up the ceiling, expecting, honestly, probably an Atomic air dribble. But this Taqueño squad, they don't necessarily need to do that all the time.
Oh,
and it does end up paying.
Committed there. He's so low. Yeah, Mech just has to keep this scene while Kofer gets back. Kofer getting a little aggressive. Oh, but so is Mech. Mech looking for bumps on first killer here. Meanwhile, Kofer looking for the musty. Can't get it. First killer able to survive and get the save.
I'm surprised Mech didn't fully commit to that. He already had first killer frozen. He had so much faith in Kofer to make a play right there. At that point, just commit. Pull it out last second. First killer did save it. Mech got it by Atomic. Oh, it's Atomic. Oh, what a read from first killer. Just to keep that ball out. Atomic kind of put it on his own net.
Nice first killer to that orange corner. Atomic, big clearance downfield. Let's see what Brunyon can do. Oh, wow. Just Mech, not even phased by the demo chance, but does get demoed for his efforts. His first killer in midfield, 100 boosts. Mech trying to find the stop first killer, just swerving around, trying to see if he can curve around the entire defense. Atomic looking for the bump on Kofer, finds it. Oh, no, that was first killer. This is Atomic. Trying to follow this down. They got the same card. Threw me off.
They got that sky blue fluenter, man. Don't worry. Everybody wants it. If you want it, don't worry. I saw a tweet from Rocket League that said they're going to bring back old Rocket Pass items. Sky blue fluenter is a Rocket Pass item. You'll be able to get this decal, too, so you could potentially be like Atomic at first killer as well.
Potentially. Halfway through this game. Atomic is all the way in the back here. Good pop-up from FK. But You can just see everybody taking their time now. Mech trying to force the issue. Doesn't want to get too aggressive. Kofor is way back here in the midfield. Finally goes up. The super spread out. Even with this, like Kofor brings his mid. Mech's not there. He was at the mid boost. Another demo. Can he get Atomic? No, he can't get it. Flick is going to be blocked. And this has been the best or one of the best offensive looks, but still it feels sloppy coming out from Brian.
Yeah, just another little minute miss right there. Mech throws it off the wall. I guess the Kofor, but first kill and miss. So they're kind of lucky stars right there that ball did not go in. Atomic keeping possession. He will turn on this one. Kofor there to stop that. First killer's up so quickly. Mech out of position. Atomic knows it. Mech's got to stop it, and he does.
Stop.
Good save. Keeps his team still in the game. 4-1 is way harder to come back than a 3-1.
Yeah, they just need one more time. Atomic, though, lots of time here. Kofor's playing high, and we'll pick that one up and collect it. Mech collects the corner, so they're both boosted up. Everybody boosted up on the field as Mech moves. Can he make his mark? It's been tough for him to get going this game. It's been tough for all of Brian to get going. Only 3 shots this game. Meanwhile, first killer set up a lane for Atomic. You wanted to see Atomic, you got it.
Yep, you sure are going to get it. First killer takes out Mech. He just throws the threat at Kofor. Freezes him just enough to set up Atomic to get his reset. Musty coming immediately right after. It's not even the best shot, but it's just about the intent and impact from first killer's threat of the demo. Messes Kofor's whole momentum up. He's got to respect that.
Yep.
It's just on net.
You got to keep moving. You got to make sure if you hesitate or just a lapse of judgment, it can be the difference maker. I think it was the difference maker there because, again, like you said, watch your first killer. Is he going for a bump on me? Oh, he's not. Wait, what's Atomic doing? You're already too late.
Got a minute left in this game.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's not looking good for Brunyon. Not in this game in particular. Their offense simply has not been there. 3 shots so far. A 5th goal for Tequeños. Tequeños have, what is that? 9 plus 6, 15. I don't know how to do maths. 15 shots from Tequeños in this game. And if I'm Brunyon, see, this is where the coach would be valuable. Because for me, I think that they got to start. And you already talked about it last game. They had no demos, you said, at the end of that game, there were 4?
Yeah, it was 0.
It doesn't feel like they have any demos in this game. It also feels like Kofor's playing a little too far back. They gotta squeeze if they're gonna be successful.
It was almost too far forward for Mech. Almost got caught out and punished. First killer looking for the double. Does find it. Great double too, by the way. Kofor responds. No, actually leaves that one for Mech. But at this point, feels like this game has escaped Brunyon. They got to start looking at Neo Tokyo. So far today, only one team to be in Neo Tokyo was SUP, and they ended up closing the series out. Will it be the same for Tequeños, or will we have our first game 7 of Saturday? We'll have to find out once we get there. First killer trying to give us one more as we get ready, and Atomic will send it home.
First killer drops another casual, 976 points. We still have 1 second left for him to try to get 1,000 for 2 games back to back. As this series will move to match point for Tequeños. How you feeling about this set so far, tomorrow?
It's been up and down. It does feel like, for me, looking at it, sometimes I do feel like Brian are pulling off when they don't need to. I think that they could definitely play a little tighter, but it is very difficult playing against first killer and Atomic, right? Because they just have the ability to create in multiple circumstances, and you have to think about that at all times while still moving around and making your own impact. Feels like Mech opened up earlier in the series, but they've kind of made him a bit quieter, and he hasn't been able to have the level of impact that we would have wanted. You talked about Kofor as well, and I do agree with that, where, okay, yesterday he was very aggressive, and that aggressiveness worked, but I think today he has to kind of pull back a little bit, not want to take as many risks, whereas I think you're just playing it into Tequeños' hand. If they get you playing back, playing patient, it's going to open up a lot of space for them to work.
Exactly, 100%. And so, to me, the adjustment for Brunyon is going into game number 6. I mean, your back's against the wall. That shows how big that game number 4 is, because that was honestly the first game where Brunyon's truly been outplayed this whole series is game number 5. In game number 6, you got to be confident. You got to have trust in one another. And I understand you're going up against Atomic and first killer. They know they're going up against that. just simply have to make the plays happen. You have to trust in one another. You have to squeeze. If Mech pops the ball up, Kofor's got to be there to follow immediately. If Kofor pops the ball up, Mech's got to be there to follow immediately. One of them being all the way across the map when the other one's on offense is not going to be a successful recipe more times than not. So I'm really expecting them to really trust in one another, try to make plays happen, put themselves in a chance, put themselves in positions to be successful.
Here we go. Stage is set. Neo Tokyo. Oh, a bit of a double commit off the start here between First Killer and Atomic. Kofor, flip reset pass one. Whoa. Tumbled on the ground. Mech will look to create space. Kofor, though, gives us to Mech. First Killer. Quick pre-jump. He did pre-jump, and he almost got away with it. Kofor had to pinch that one out. First Killer again. Shot. No, blocked out by Kofor.
First Killer. Kind of showing you, honestly, what Brunyon needs to do. Just jump up, have faith, trust him. A little bit of pixie dust. Get up into the sky and make a play happen.
Oh, First Killer, big dunk, but not on target. It'll be a cleanup for Kofor. Atomic kind of bearing down on Mech, not going to let him have this for free. And Atomic now just picking up all the boost on the map. Now he'll take to the sky. Kofor hasn't jumped yet. Kofor jumps now. Is it too late? No, it pinches right off both their cars, and First Killer will boom it back in. Actually gets a demo on Mech there. Thought that would, if anything, would have been the other way around. But First Killer and Atomic still maintaining possession.
They are. Kofor does jump early right here. That's what you want to see. Does get the pressure. Mech should get a shot. It makes all the difference, but Mech misses.
Oh.
But the idea is there. It's not a bad attempt. That's what you want if you're a Brunson supporter. Or Brunyon supporter. Brunyon supporter.
NBA Finals will be later today, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out the New York Knicks. Kofor. But that is the confidence you want out of Kofor. Just immediately shutting down any chance that the Kanos has of getting out that corner. Forcing the issue. Giving Mech opportunity to come in and follow.
Kofor now will send that across. Was looking to switch the play, give it to Mag, but First Killer just interrupts. First Killer doing everything. Atomic shot. No, wait. It's blocked out. Like you said, Bates. What a save there from Kofor.
It's a great save. Then Mech throws it up. Atomic does have to work right here, and he does. First Killer pops it up high. Atomic there to follow. One pop. Doesn't need the reset. Plays for the boost, and he will collect the boost. Where's First Killer? This is usually where he likes to come in. Plays it low, slow. Mech comes in momentum. Atomic has to work. Mech will steal the boost. And so far here on Neo Tokyo, Brunyon has established themselves. They're looking way better than game number 5.
I mean, at the same time, we are used to seeing Tequeños averaging almost 10 shots a game collectively, maybe even more, maybe around 15. They are on pace for that with currently 6 halfway through this one. Their offense has not slowed down at all as Mech plays that to Kofor. Kofor will take this one from his own corner, flip reset, going all the way down the map. And even though got a piece of Atomic, Mech can't follow up there, and it's going to bear all the way back. First Killer got a flip. Mech denies it, saw the threat of the play.
Great defense right there from Mech. First Killer came in with momentum and had a reset. But every single time First Killer rotates back in, he keeps getting at least one demo or a bump or something. There's not a challenge where First Killer doesn't get some type of value, and it's so crucial for his Tequeños attack.
Oh, First Killer goes for that one. Atomic, low boost. First Killer trying to buy time. Flick over high. Kofor tried to get the bead, but got away from him. And First Killer has the boost, has the ball, wants to set up Atomic, but it's not a good look just yet. Atomic didn't have the boost to go up. Kofor will collect this and just kind of gives the ball away right to First Killer, who will send a double straight to Atomic. Atomic, not enough boost to go through it. No one necessarily holding on to possession at this point. We are tied up approaching the final minute.
Yeah, but it does feel like this game, whoever scores first will be the winner. Kofor trying to take possession, plays, gets Atomic on the wall, sees him right there. Great play from Kofor, forcing out First Killer, double touch on the save. Just to throw it right across the net. Right, First Killer whiff right here. Kofor and Mech both have moves. Bad touch from Atomic. Atomic awkward, gets a save. First Killer pops it up. Team save right there. Atomic bumps him out the boot, but here comes Kofor. Boost still at possession, but it's simply too much. It's too hard to get in the back of the net.
Kofer's just driving around. Tequeños, first killer gets to save. Atomic still has yet to really pick up boost. Does go for the bump on Mech, which will allow first killer to clear just for a moment. First killer can't even go up to that midfield and get boost. He's going to be needed. Mech free shot. No, blocked out by Atomic. He had nothing in the tank, but that was all he needed.
It's just Brunyon. You had so much pressure for 30 seconds. Atomic sat on 0 for almost 20 seconds. You got to be able to capitalize in those moments.
Oh, good first touch from Atomic. Once more, flip reset, uses the flip. Kofer will send it to the sidewall. Final 10 seconds. First killer wants to end it. Kofer trying to get the dunk, does get it. Stays on top of the ball, picks up the boost, gets demoed. Are we going to see overtime? Or will Atomic try to end this series here? Mech to deny. First killer will not be able to collect, and we do have overtime in game 6.
Watch the kickoff. Brunyon's been better. Let's see what they try to dial up. Mid-right boost grab for Kofer. That was that plan and have executed so far. Kofer gets by first killer. Kofer versus Atomic. Atomic is there to stop him. He does that first killer middle. Does he use him? Nope. He tried too late, but Kofer's just there. Just in the nick of time to stuff that defense offensive attack out.
Well, Atomic thought about turning. Kofer was there too quickly. Sent him back. Atomic now on top of the ball. Mech good cut there to slow him down. Big clearance from first killer, aiming for the back wall. Kofer will collect. That'll be first killer's 6th shot. It'll be Tequeños' 11th. High ball. First killer may be looking for bumps, but Kofer with the clearance. Mech, no boost here. Tom's going to pick this one up, trying to give it to first killer, but first killer saw Mech looking for the cut. Now first killer to win. Yes, it's in. Tequeños move on to the quarterfinals.
Exactly. It ends exactly how it started. First killer comes in, top right corner, doesn't go in immediately, but he gets rewarded for his efforts, bounces right back to him on the bottom left post. And first killer and Atomic Tequeños comes out on top, but it wasn't easy because Mech and Kofer, they played a sensational series. It took everything out of Tequeños to get that job done. They might have had a whole bunch of shots, but Brunyon's defense and then also just to trust in one another put them in a position. And I think this series really came down to game number 4. Brunyon had a chance, but in overtime, immediately, Tequeños scored their first pivotal kickoff goal, and that made all the difference in the set.
It made all the difference. Big shout outs to Brunyon. Mech started the series off electrically, but not enough. Tequeños move on to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a look at the upper bracket right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
magic of Rocket League is the stories you can tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Looking back when we were younger, heartbeats were rushing, blood always pumping. I drive away, leave it behind us without a trace. Live for the day, dance in the moonlight. No one could say we didn't do it right. So far away.
The series lived up to the hype. Kofor and Mech taken on First Killer and Atomic all the way to Neo Tokyo. But ultimately, after 3 overtimes, it's Tequeños coming out on top and advancing to Championship Sunday. I'm joined by world champion Atomic. Sir, congratulations on the victory. Back and forth series here. Game 4 seemed to be kind of the turning point. Do you feel like it was you and FK locking in that secured the series, or did Kofor and Mech sort of let off the gas? What do you think?
I think game 1, we controlled the game well, and their kickoffs weren't getting as much value as later on in the series. Games 2 and games 3, I mean, even the rest of the series, their kickoffs were just like either keeping us under pressure or just straight up scoring. I mean, they had the one where they both went and it went perfectly barred down. So we started just communicating what we wanted to do off kickoff. Sometimes it's like either instantly go to not give them space to set up like a 2v1 bump or an air dribble bump, and I think once we got into like open play, we were dominating.
You definitely controlled the pace once you got past that kickoff phase. Was there a lot of extra preparation around kickoffs for the 2v2 tournament compared to what you usually do for 3v3?
I think, well, I mean, First and I aren't teammates obviously in threes, but we've been playing ranked and we've been talking about kind of what's the best thing to do, and I think twos just play like a way more important part in twos, because yeah, like you can instantly score or instantly get scored on. So if you're not locked in on kickoff in threes, it may not instantly result in getting scored on most of the time. So twos is you're either locked in or you can just be down 2 or 3 and it can snowball.
Yeah, I mean, this series, game 3 and 4 both decided by kickoff goals in overtime. So I totally see what you're talking about. I do. You mentioned FK is not your teammate in threes, and I think most people know that, but maybe there's some viewers who don't know. This roster for the 2v2's been talked about. So excited. Everyone's been talking about it since it got announced a few weeks back. When 2v2 got announced last year, did you know FK was the guy you wanted to team with, or kind of when did this roster come together?
I mean, First and I have been friends for a long time, and like, when it got announced, we talked about it. We weren't like, we didn't really set it in stone, I'd say, but yeah, we knew we wanted to play with each other, and when we got the chance, we jumped on it.
You got it. You hear it, and you're through to Championship Sunday. Excited to see you play tomorrow. I do got to ask real quickly before I let you go. First ever RLCS 2v2 World Championship. Does it being the first ever carry weight for you?
I think it does. I think it's pretty cool. Like, I think every pro's played twos for so long, but this is like the first time we get, you can actually prove it somewhere else besides ranked. And so being able to have the 2v2 world champ, tag along with your name would be very nice.
It'd be really cool. Well, hey, congratulations on the victory, Atomic. Good luck tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Thank you.
We'll get to see them play for the title of North American Regional Champion. Who knows? Maybe play for the title of World Champion as well. What a series, though. Back and forth. The kickoffs definitely a massive part of it. And the overtimes as well. Securing the series here and sending the Tequeños through.
I mean, but do you see how much thought goes into this? Like, you talk about just, again, that what they're thinking about. They're thinking about, like, the kickoffs, and they're thinking about, okay, let's get into open play. Let's make sure we don't set up a 2v1 opportunity, because that's when they score. I mean, you can see it there even in that little highlight where Atomic realized, oh, I'm in a 2v1, he's behind me, I need to go. But Kofor recognized that was the perfect time. They got a goal off of that, and then they got this one here too. Kickoffs and open play, it's just a lot happening here, but it also goes to show you like how passionate these pros are in terms of winning this event, what it means to them.
Exactly, and you already touched on it. To me, it shows how valuable some of these teams would, how much value and how much benefit these teams would gain from having a coach just kind of break down those moments, like calling the kickoff, calling the fact that, hey, been isolating too much in 2v1. Hey, you're playing a little too far back, more squeeze. Play 3/4 of the field rather than the full field. Those little type of adjustments in twos, I feel, are easier to spot, especially in a lot of time in comparison to three. So I just think that coaches at this stage for these teams who make it, they really show and pay dividends.
Yeah. I also want to say lastly, Wave, great interview. It was a great
Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, hey, Atomic's an easy one. He really thinks about the game, and he's very comfortable there. We love getting to talk with the world champs out here. Folks, we're 2 matches down. We've gone to Neo Tokyo, both of them. Maybe we'll get to Champions Field in the upper bracket matches where we've got everything to gain, nothing to lose. You lose these, you drop to the quarterfinals. You win, you advance straight to top 4. You'll be 1 match away from the grand finals of the NA 2v2 Open. I'm excited to get into these 2 matches. 4 teams, that have all earned their spot up here. We're going to finish things off with Chronic and LJ and Reveal and Zach a little bit later on, but let's get the boy playing on 100 ping and Evo taking on Cheese and Talk, folks. 2 strong squads. Not really good versus, that's probably the last time I'm going to mention their team names here, but Cheese and Talk, man. What a story yesterday.
I mean, both these 2 teams have got great quality wins. Cheese and Talk. They reverse swept Dan in beast mode yesterday. Did they reverse sweep?
It wasn't quite a reverse sweep, but it was close. It was. They did win the final 2 games.
Oh, they won the final 2 games. So they reverse swept, but won the final 2 games, and they won game number 4 when there was about 4 or 5 seconds left, and they were down by 2 goals. Scored both of them. Scored 1 in 0 seconds, and then won it in 5-minute overtime, and then won game number 5. And then you got on the other end, Diaz and Evo. Diaz playing at 100 ping from Brazil. They beat in a rematch. They beat Tequeños, Atomic and First Killer, the team that everybody just saw get the W in the last match. So these 2 squads, they already have great wins. They already have shown that they can play 2s at the highest level, and now they're going up against one another in a big match.
I mean, to give James some credit here, Daz, when that second goal, when they went up by 2 with 5 seconds, I also looked away from the series and was, yep, that series is over. Don't need to think about that anymore. We had 4 games to watch on the broadcast yesterday. And then I had to like re-rack and go like, wait, what happened? I still, like, I only saw the 4th goal in replay on social media later.
James knew what he was doing, okay?
James knew.
I've worked with James Bot for way too long, and Asphir even knew what had happened. He said, you sure, James? You haven't really been too good with that. And then what happened? What can't go wrong did go wrong. And unfortunately, NRG, I mean, they were out. But, that being said, though, you got to get credit to the resilience between Cheese and Talk. I think it goes to show you, like, for them, it's not over till it's over. I think this will be a very interesting and close matchup. I'm going to go on the board already. I'm going to go not that good. I'm going to go not that good on this one. I got to respect it. Listen, you play a good series here against Atomic and First Killer. That's worth some weight to me. So I got to go with them.
Bates?
I mean, if Diaz wasn't on 100 ping, I think I'd go with him. But since he is on 100 ping, I do think it's just hard to consistently get W's at that level. So I am going to go all. I am going to go Cheese and Talk. I do think that they have, one, they're going to be playing in comms, which is beneficial. I don't understand how not real good is playing without comms. And 2, they don't have a player playing 100 ping, 100 plus ping. So give me all. I think they win this one.
Which one's more valuable here? Is the reverse sweep over Tequeños, or is it the winning in 5 and getting the crazy 2-goal swing back in game 4 in the 5-minute overtime win against NRG, right? Both teams got crazy good wins to get to this spot. I think I'm giving the edge to not really good on this one. I was going back and forth on it. I agree with you that the playing on 100 ping should make a difference, but it doesn't seem to be. He's got more space. And when you get space on the ball, the ping sort of doesn't seem to matter here. And weirdly, I sort of think the not being in comms thing works in their advantage. They're more in tune with the game. They're not distracted. They're not slowed down by having to process English or whatever languages they're speaking and turning it into actions. They're just looking out their eyeballs, and it's turning
pure instinct.
It's pure instinct, exactly. I think there's something to it. I think they're onto something there, folks.
Can I say something?
I'm listening. Yeah.
Chat, that's just a prime example of you can rationalize anything in this world. He somehow said that because they're not in comms, this is gonna be beneficial, and here's why. You can say whatever you want in life, man, as long as you can throw something behind it.
That is crazy.
The results speak for themselves.
How many of you play 2s talking to somebody about the game? That is the point.
How many of chat are actually relevant in this moment?
The game, man.
This is 6 for a reason. No, the results is not made out of them.
The results speak for themselves. Let's get into the game, folks. I'm excited for it. Versus not really good.
Des can't decide who's taking this one. They can barely decide anything at this point, but one thing is definitive. The Young Guns have shown up in 2v2s, and they are here to play, James. This is two teams that have proven themselves throughout the weekend, some of the best up-and-coming talent that America has to offer, and I can't wait to see it get into it. 2v2s here. It is our upper bracket. Winner of this one, guaranteed top 4.
And I guess also Brazil. Because
true.
That's where Diaz is playing from. And, shockingly on this server, he only has 108 ping. He was able to take down First Killer and Atomic on 128. So I think you can't count this team out, obviously. The desk on one. I guess Wavepunk saying Ultra Instinct Rocket League, no comms could be beneficial. Well, we'll find out.
I think it's a crazy take, I will state, to see this much sort of, hyping up for just the not really good team when AW has been one of the most dominant squads throughout this entire event. They dropped 2 games, the entire Swiss stage, but we'll talk about that later because they're not the first to score. It actually is going to be not really good, the first one to get on the board.
A beautiful flick, and Diaz showing you his flick chops. Got to be good at that if you're going to be good at ones, and obviously we saw Diaz be the North American representative last year in the 1v1 World Championship. I think a lot of people looked at this Evo Diaz team and said, wow, this mechanically, just skill level wise, they're off the charts. Can they put it together in a team game? And so far the answer has been yes. They did lose to Tequeños, but they got their revenge yesterday with a reverse sweep as well. So it was remarkable the comeback they were able to get to complete.
So far, we get the 1 goal early in this one. Otherwise, relatively quiet. Both teams seeming to full send the offense as Diaz trying for a breakaway on 0 boost. We'll have to opt to take that to the corner instead. Give some space now for Shees to cook. He's going to have to go for a 50 instead and follow the ball up in the corner. John Howe might find its way to talk. Can he do anything with it? Not quite. And in the opposite corner, Cheese is bullying off of the boost. So seems like there might be a little bit of extra possession here for AW, even if they haven't been able to produce much here through the first minute and a half.
And speaking of being a bully, also, you want to keep your eyes out for Evo on the demos. This Evo Diaz squad, they were able to utilize demos to their success on the run-up to this series. So far, we haven't seen many fireworks, but we need to be on high alert for that.
Oh, shots off target. Looked like an opening there, maybe to double the lead, but instead, Cheese breakaway to commit to it. Talk takes his time. He might be able to get something here. Diaz no boost on the backboard, but Talk just doesn't get a speedy enough challenge to it. So still, nothing really produced here for AW despite various efforts. Diaz is awkward, but Evo's downfield, and Talk can't get the interference. Very awkward all around here, it feels like, for not really good. They started off this game so strong, but lack of boost and just constantly getting pressed into defense has just had them on the back heel the whole time.
But all they need is that one breakout opportunity. You can see Talk low doesn't get the corner boost. Now does get to it, but that leaves a little bit of an opening for Diaz to get the touch. Still didn't haunt him too bad. Diaz picking up the corner. Evo with the contest. Now Diaz is airborne. He can do damage here.
Diaz, reset. Can't get it around one. Can't get it around the other, though. Fake out underneath, and that's going to make it 2-0.
And there's the damage. Diaz rather, perfect control in the air, gets the reset, so calm under pressure. And that's something that Diaz is very good at. One of his trademark plays is taking the ball from his own back wall all the way across the field. He does that in 1v1s all the time, so much so that people call that the Diaz move. So if you give Diaz the ball in the air against one defender in net, a lot of times you're going to have a bad day.
It seems like everybody's having a bad weekend against Diaz, no matter what the ping is. Yeah, he's still on 100 ping, and he's doing stuff like this. It doesn't really seem to make much of a difference, but I think most people know that South America really does like to kind of train up against North American talent. They'll play on North American servers, so probably not as uncomfortable as it would be for other players. Clearly not uncomfortable right now. He's got both of the goals for his team.
There's the demos!
Evo's getting demos. Both players eliminated. You're not even going to get a chance at offense this time.
Beautiful demos by Evo. Diaz tried to take it airborne, but Talk quickly getting back to the ball. But there's the physicality. It's really tough to land demos at this level as well, but Evo, one of the best in the game at camera work, but now defensively being stressed. Somehow Cheese didn't punch that through. Bit of a break here for Diaz and Evo. But still, they're trying to hold back this attack. There's the shot off the post. Rebound is not scored either.
Oh, and that one's going the other way. Talk doesn't have a ton of boost. I think if Diaz actually had chased this, there was a chance he could have gotten to it, but instead he's just going to steal the boost to the opposite corner, keep it awkward, because with only a minute to go, you can kind of just park the bus at this point. Or not. Never mind. Evo actually going to try to take this the other way. I don't really know why Talk was committing to that. He had 0 boost on the play, which leaves him now real vulnerable going the opposite way. The traded demos leaves a 1v1, and it's up to Cheese to make the save. His third of the game will keep them alive, but with under a half a minute to play and still on defense, time's running out here for Awe.
A good save off respawn from Cheese, also getting to utilize that hold up. Oh, baby! Diaz in the air does it again. He only had 46 boost to start the play, but had a beautiful first touch and then uses the remaining boost to get in position for that musty shot. Goodness. Even wave dashing off the ceiling to get extra speed because did not have as much boost as you'd expect would be necessary. Diaz, beautiful start to this series. A hat trick, all 3 goals scored by Diaz. And if you're Cheese and Talk, I think you're a little worried right now.
If your teammates, you're a little worried as well. His argument was basically that, the only reason not real good is going to be able to struggle a little bit here is because it's going to be hard when the lights are brightest to be able to survive with 100+ ping. Apparently, Diaz does not care. 860 points, 3 goals, 4 saves. He is a stat leader across the board here for literally everything. So, I think Diaz is doing just fine.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a dime for every incorrect T-Bates argument, I would have retired from working a long time ago. So, that said, you cannot discount Diaz. If you saw him on even worse ping yesterday, he was a beast. Has even less ping on this server today. And he's showing you what he's capable of. This guy is an absolute monster. Like I said before, if you're going to win out a Regions 1v1 tournament like you did last year, then you have to be mechanically insane. Also, you have to be defensively and amazing. And I think for Evo, he's also an elite caliber 1v1 player. They are on the same page, I think, because they have that shared background. They kind of have a read on how they're going to be approaching these certain situations. And then a lot of times, what has been working here is you see Evo being that bully, giving Diaz that isolation play. Just get Diaz space, let him cook, and he will produce. He did exactly that.
Let him cook's kind of been the motto today. We're looking for individual players to be able to step up and the player behind them to be able to find their mold, their form within the duo. And it's really been clear. Evo knows how to run interference and Diaz knows how to score. Do Talk and Cheese know how to respond? Game 2 is going to determine that here on Forbidden Temple. Not the greatest start for Awe, though. This looks like a lot of space to cook with, but luckily there's at least a little bit of defense and Diaz will have to take it back.
And there's another demo. Demo's getting a slight nerf with this new patch after you get demoed. If you haven't played it, it's actually pretty sweet. You can use your joystick, I think that's the default control, to select which respawn location you want after getting demoed. Lets you stay in the play a little bit better. Lets you have those opportunities to make an impact. So we'll keep an eye on if that makes a difference. I did see one save last game. Cheese was able to get a quick save off respawn using it effectively. But now Talk getting his hands dirty with a demo.
Ooh, extra space, though, for Cheese. Reset not found. He's not going to really be able to do much with that. Talk will have to take over from the sidewall, and he's quickly bumped off the ball. Again, interference play just been such a bread and butter so far here for our orange side. Let's see if they can get some mechanics started from their own side. Off the ceiling, looks like Talk might pre-jump this. He's not going to make much contact, but at least bump the player off the ball and leave Cheese with some space to work with. Still, though, so far, it's just been Awe pressed into their own half. They've had moments to break out towards midfield, but really nothing developing for them through the first 90 seconds.
Now, we've seen multiple chances for Diaz where he's been able to get the ball to the air cleanly. Not so much for Cheese and Talk. It's been a battle for every inch. Also been seeing them have to dodge those bumps, have to dodge those demos. They can't really get any breathing room. Evo and Diaz tactically taking that space, but now Cheese does have some room in the air. Goes for the reset, and that's denied nicely from Evo, but Evo has no boost, and Diaz is also low. Picking up some small pads, does get to the scene and will catch it in a dribble.
Still don't have a ton of boost to work with, but it hasn't been a huge issue. Again, Evo was dodging bumps and also on 0 boost and still was able to make that save. He's got some of a tank to be able to have an interference play out of midfield here, and Diaz now to take over. Is anybody going to challenge? Not quite. Cheese will, and it's a failed challenge at that. Leaving Talk on an island here in front of net. He's going to be low on boost, and Cheese now will try to come to his rescue. Evo's not going to let him, though. Talk will pick up the opposite corner, so not as pinned in as usual here for Cheese and Talk, but again, still struggling to break out of their half at the moment.
This has definitely been a good start for Evo and Diaz. Lots of pressure. Even Diaz trying to get a back pass here, but it bites him.
There we go.
Evo committed. And now a pinch pass across. A little touch from Evo makes it more difficult to read. And now Diaz is going to try to take this ball. Goes for one fake. Little pop over. Break it down the defense. And then Evo will have to hand off that ball to Diaz, who was the one who got that corner boost.
Again, this is what we've been talking about, where it's just kind of Diaz is able to run offense how he feels, and Evo's just there to accompany him and try to assist him. Stealing boost, getting bumps, just doing things to run interference while Diaz gets free reign in the air right now. I just have not seen nearly enough challenges from the other side, and now they're going to get scored on as a result. First goal goes once again to not really good.
Great beat here from Diaz. Talk, no boost. Had to lock in his challenge right away. Evo, also low boost. Taking advantage of that Talk miss. Talk also had to recover from a bump on that play. So the physicality as well still paying off. And another big 50 win. Evo 50s that straight into the net.
Ooh, and this is not a good sign considering yesterday both Talk and Cheese had some really solid kickoff strategies throughout their series. To see that they are now getting scored on from their kickoffs that have been well coordinated before this, not a good sign. Honestly, the series as a whole has not been a good sign here for Talk and Cheese.
They're getting dunked on in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Diaz going for a little poke. It was awkward for Cheese. Talk pops it up. Cheese will go up. Hits towards net, but again, Diaz is able to get this ball.
Is this anything?
Cheese beat Evo to the ball. Evo gets this cleanly to the air. Disastrous again for Talk and Cheese. Reset is blocked, and there's a demo on the other end. Chance for Talk to do something in the air here.
Oh, Talk takes it underneath, finds the goal, and finally we see all on the board.
It took a while. Very nice reset here from Talk. Also spotting the vulnerability of that lower corner. Diaz was falling through the air, knew that if he could hit that lower corner, it would be open. Good composure there. There hasn't been many opportunities for Talk and Cheese. Talk, though, capitalizing on that. There is a demo on the other end. Diaz trying to march it downfield. Couldn't get it on target right away, and now Talk will pick up the mid boost. Actually centers it for Evo. Evo will poke it towards the backboard. But we're starting to see some cracks from Evo and Diaz defensively.
Starting to at least allow some pressure against them. It's not necessarily frazzling them at this point, but they're making some poor challenges here or there. Maybe just not comfortable on defense, and all of a sudden, this game is tied with under a minute to go.
That's nicely done by Cheese there. Not only did he get the 50, but when he was boosting out of the play after the 50, he cut off the save angle that Diaz wanted to take. So he was delayed to getting to that block shot. That opened up a shooting lane. And now we see Talk put another one away, but this should be an open net goal. It is for Evo. And Diaz and Evo back on top.
Can understand the play here from they're just trying to send it into offense because they've had so little options of possession throughout this game. So you finally get the ball towards midfield. I don't blame the challenge. It's just a poor one at that. Call a spade, call it a bad challenge, and call it potentially the dagger for this game. 30 seconds left. We've talked a lot about the kickoffs here for that I don't think is going to help them.
Hey, Bass, I think I've learned a thing or two about calling goals daggers. So you can say it, but I'm going to opt out.
You know what? I think that is a safe strategy for you at this Okay, how about that one?
I'm not saying anything. I've seen comebacks in this situation, Bass. This game is not over quite yet. There's still time left on the clock. Anything's possible.
Anything is possible. I don't think that goal is possible again, though. If we find the circumstances to where that thing can just bounce down the field and find its way in, I don't think either of these teams deserve to win at that point. However, Cheese and Talk trying to do it again. If there were a team to get a last-second heroics, it would be them, but I think, unfortunately, time has expired. Possession
No, I
in
would
favor
say
of Evo.
anything is possible for sure. Still, anything is possible. I haven't seen it. I don't know how, but surely it's still possible.
Let's see.
And now it's over. Okay, now it's safe to call. But in all honesty, we did see some flashes of brilliance there from Talk. She's doing a good job of opening up some space. Talk, not a lot of opportunities, but he made the most of them. Very good flip reset goal on that opening. Evo also having a big game this time. I think we just saw a couple really strong 50s, very strong dunks from Evo in particular, and some big moments. Even Diaz having that big 50 win that got that late goal as well. So a few 50s that have been heavily in favor of Evo and Diaz, which makes sense given their one's background. But we have I think what we need to see more from Awe is trying to utilize bumps or even some fakes to give some space to Talk. Talk seems like he's got the hot hand right now. Cheese did a very good job of getting some chances for Talk to shoot in this one, and he made the most of them. But we saw it earlier as well from Evo. Perfectly calm under pressure. The composure is there. If they have the space, a lot of times, you know, there was one ball where Evo could have boomed it. He had position on the ball, but no one was around him. He knew exactly where everyone was. Some of the best camera work in the game. Just left the ball and let Diaz take over. Went and got boost himself. So Cheese and Talk giving Diaz and Evo a little bit more space, whereas space has been limited on their end of the field. We'll see how they open up the field.
It's got to be the one here for both Cheese and Talk. Obviously, there's still technically a possibility afterwards, and we've seen reverse sweeps throughout this one. 2v2 reverse sweep, that might be a little bit difficult. Not giving up a goal early will help them, but there's more work to be done. Follow-up from Evo is denied by both players on Awe. Is it going to be able to turn them into any sort of offense? I don't think so. Diaz will stay on the ball and look for another shot off the ceiling. Won't find the initial one. Talk's challenge a little awkward. Is Evo going to commit? Not quite. He'll wait for Cheese to make the first touch, but the 50 goes against them. Is there a shot from either player? Not quite. Already a better start here for Awe, though, I will admit.
That was a really nice defensive play, though, from Evo. Not only does he get a touch on the ball, but he's able to get back down to the ground and get back in the play defensively. Not an easy stop that he had to make there. And even on this one, light touch to keep it close, trying to stay behind the ball, but Cheese and Talk try to break out. Cheese didn't get that reset, which would have helped out big time. Cheese does get a demo off ball, however. Another giveaway here as possession back in the hands of Diaz.
Low boost, though, for both players. That's another freebie. We're getting into this position far too often for my liking here, James. We just see both Talk and Cheese get awkward after one moment, and they just toss the play away.
Yeah, gave that ball away, and that's, you know, the opposite of what we've seen Evo and Diaz doing. They are so calm in those moments where they're so intelligently keeping possession at every opportunity. Meanwhile, you saw there just one ball given away. Even if it's Diaz 1v2, he'll still find a way to score.
This has been, I'd say, a less than stellar series for a team that has been almost impenetrable throughout this weekend. Again, I believe this team has given up 4 games throughout the entire 2v2 event. They've given up almost as many games in this series alone, and they might give up another. That's another goal without any defense.
Yeah, and that was a crazy recovery from Diaz. He gets bumped, and he's holding power slide and wave dashes as he's holding power slide, and then flips towards the ball again to finish that one off. It was already going in, but Diaz he's a slippery dude. He's a tough player to keep a handle on. He's 1v2ing. Evo's having a heck of a series, and then even defensively, you're seeing the step up plays that Evo is making. This is a dynamic duo we're seeing here, Bass.
It's an incredibly effective duo as well. It's not as if they're just kind of peppering the net constantly with shots. It's just the pressure that they do put on just breaks Awe down, and they have nothing in response. You got plenty of time left in this game, but 3 minutes almost doesn't even feel like enough time for them to find the comeback at this point. They have had very little offense that has proven themselves as powerful or lethal as their opponents. I'll try for something here. Talk does have some space, and he's got Cheese downfield. you can get a pass to him, there's a chance, but instead, Diaz take that one around. Cheese pops it back out middle, and Talk's not even there. Again, another miscommunicated play, and Cheese is forced to hustle back on 0 boost.
And they do have possession again, though. What can Talk do with it? The reset back down to the ground. Now to Cheese. Swerves out of the way to get the corner boost. And is going to go for a pass. Always risky to pass in 2v2s. Sometimes you force your teammate, you bait them out, and then they get out of position, and it's an easy counterattack goal for the other team. Have to be careful. Now Diaz, a little bit of boost, uses it at the end of the play. Oh, Evo opts to take this to the corner. Thought maybe he could find a shot window.
I think, honestly, that I believe Diaz thought the exact same thing. You can see Diaz kind of back off the play, but I think Evo's just trying to play this one safe rather than sorry. It's not like they necessarily need to find more pressure on offense, so if they have a play that feels a little awkward, don't necessarily full commit to it, and in comparison, maybe get back on defense if you are. Again, another breakaway play that it feels like it's almost catching them by surprise at this point, which is confusing because it keeps happening.
Debilitating fear. Talking Cheese, frozen as Diaz threatens, but it was the left or right hook from Evo coming in, taking the shot. And might it be a knockout blow? Oh, man. Diaz and Evo are on fire right now. They are cooking Talking Cheese.
This isn't even looking like a competition right now. This is just a one-sided affair where one side is just boxing and trying to shadow box against somebody. Other guy's got some gloves up, and he's just kind of going, maybe I'll survive. Survival is really the only thing I can give right now to this Talking Cheese team, but finally I will be able to shut up. They get one on the board with only 80 to go.
Evo teeing that one up for Cheese. Diaz was rotating back. He was late on the play. Easy setup, easy knockdown here for Cheese. And there is still plenty of time left. Haven't seen a lot of promising attacks from Talking Cheese thus far. We've also seen Diaz and his ability to 1v2. It's going to be a tall mountain to climb for these two. Cheese and Talk, though, still have a minute.
Diaz taking this one off his own half. Tons of boost to work with, but Cheese's play might be able to interfere enough to set up Talk here. 1v2 technically, but Diaz without any boost. This is going to be all on Evo on the backboard. We'll pass with flying colors, and Cheese will just try to keep it contained in the orange half, but to no success. Diaz at least able to carry this out to midfield and even beyond. On the backboard, Cheese has got to make a good stop, and he does. Keeps it close, forcing Evo to wait a second. Still, though, offense in favor here of not really good. Or so I thought. That actually might change things up. Cheese gets us off the backboard. Where is Talk? There, but a little bit late. So defenders will be back. Evo, challenge 1. Diaz the second, and he will be successful. Try as you like. Is it going to be enough? It just might. Talk, lurking, finds the goal.
Good job being threatening from Talk there. Forced Evo to go. Diaz was the last line of defense, also dove in. And because Evo was on 0 boost on that initial challenge, he was way too far out of the play. Cheese just had to get that push towards net. Did so, and Talk got the job done. Now this is a decent kickoff as well for Talking Cheese. There's a bump. It's in, and what do you make of this pass?
Last second heroics again. We should be surprised by this, but it's always Talking Cheese out of all teams. After
I might be the
4 minutes,
least surprised person here.
After 4 minutes with barely any offense, barely any even opportunities for offense, they finally find it. For reference, by the way, those of you at home, they're 10 shots to Diaz alone. All of Awe don't even have double-digit shots. However, they might at least be able to find an OT. This one's just got to hit the ground, and it will. Overtime, game number 3.
Cheese and Talk, no strangers to this scenario. Can they bring it home again?
How long did it take for you guys? For what was it? 4.5 minutes of OT
I
between,
don't want
between
to
them?
talk about it.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I'll talk about it. It was 4.5 minutes of overtime in the last series where we saw these guys find a comeback victory. I'm not necessarily expecting it to be as long here, but I will get strapped in just in case. We are here for the long haul. Would really love to see Cheese and Talk take this one, though. We want an extended series. We want a competitive back and forth. In order for them to do so, they really got to take this third game.
And they have been doing a good job, Cheese and Talk, of keeping their opponents low boost. Though Diaz from a backwards position. Cheese was awkward. This will be space potentially for Evo, but only at 20 boost. couldn't do much. Picks up the mid, will take it airborne now. Talk on the backboard with a full tank. The 50 out to Diaz. Diaz waiting, gets the 50 now. Going to the corner, Talk, lovely touch. And now, weak shot though. Evo pops it up for Diaz. This could be it. And there's the demo. There's the game winner. Evo and Diaz win the game.
I get the idea from Talk here. He's just trying to throw this into the other half with low boost so he can buy time for Cheese to get back. In doing so, though, he throws himself entirely out of the play. Diaz and Evo immediately recognize the 2v1 scenario going the other way. And yeah, Evo, one of the kings of demos in North America, he's not missing that opportunity. And unfortunately, an opportunity missed here for Awe. They make it back. James, they do what felt impossible, find the comeback, but they just can't finish the job.
Yeah. Seems like nothing's impossible in these days of Rocket League. 2 seconds, 2 goals. You can do it, I guess. But one thing that's been for certain this series is that Diaz has been pretty much unstoppable. Another 1,000-point game, a hat trick, 13 shots. 13 shots. He shot more shots than everyone else in the lobby combined.
Didn't even get the double digits.
And he's on 108 ping right now. So this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, you know, I used to live on the West Coast. I would play on East sometimes. And when I would have 75 ping, 75 plus ping, it was tough. Like you saw a lot more ghost touches, a lot more rubber banding. So to see Diaz playing at this elite level and not just hanging in there and giving them a chance, but stepping up and being the difference maker is kind of wild.
He is, he's unlike anybody we have seen so far throughout this event. And we've been talking a lot about, what team's going to step up to be the representative for North America, the definitive, kind of the gauntlet that everybody else is to take down. It's not a team. It is a man at this point. It is Diaz alone who just seems to find a way to just outplay everybody. He was our 1v1 champion here in North America. Wouldn't be surprised to see if he keeps taking this momentum to the 2v2 champs as well. Him and Evo just putting on a display here in our series. But things could change. Finally, we see a lead here for Awe.
Nice start there. And we've seen a few times Evo not able to stand up on those low boost defensive situations. Another one where he wasn't able to get that safely to the corner. It's an awkward ball having to come off the back wall. But we do see a complementary style. It seems like Evo and Diaz both have great vision. They both do a great job of retaining possession as much as possible. And then you have Evo as the enforcer. Oh man, jeez. He gets some help knocking this one in, but he puts the ball in such a dangerous spot. It was a really nice tip up from Talk to set up the play as well.
I think that might have still been going in either way. Can't quite tell from the replay what the angle looked like, but Cheese and Talk doing a good job of just being quick to the draw on that one. Talk gets the initial challenge, pops it up, and they don't even hesitate. Immediately, Cheese is there to get the goal, and they get another one. 3 goals to the good. Finally, the kickoff strats that we spoke about are being displayed by Cheese and Talk.
Yeah, this is about as bad of a start as you can have. This is a huge start for Cheese and Talk. Evo and Diaz in shambles a bit, but they do have this 3-game lead. We'll see how the rest of this game goes as well.
Please tell me Cheese is there. Please. He gets it off the ceiling and shoots it against the net. It's saved out, and Diaz will take it the other way, and he's also not going to get the open net. That would have been one of the best plays we have seen all tournament. That is a bummer that doesn't get scored.
Wild stuff. Incredible defense from Diaz. And now Diaz a chance to take this airborne solo again. Talk up. Diaz back down to the ground. We've seen Diaz do that quite a bit, where he threatens going airborne, but just takes it right back down to the ground, lets it bounce, lands on the ground, sees if the defense has given him space and try to work around it. But time not on their side now, and almost another goal from Cheese. Decent flip reset, threatening. This is the best we've seen Cheese and Talk look.
This is, I think, the least fearful we have seen them look either. They are just kind of full sending it at every play, and it's working out because the speed difference is just something that Diaz and Evo are not used to. The transition here is lightning quick, and Talk does not miss the opportunity.
Another great reset from Talk. And also, got to point out how great of a first touch that was on the play. You saw him get under the ball, pop it up, land on that sidewall, and be able to go for that flip reset, executing that perfectly. You're just seeing the precision that Talk can provide in those slim windows of opportunity. Talk has been standing up, but now we see Diaz strike again. Diaz has had the hot hand today, and he gets the first goal for Diaz and Evo in this one.
Unfortunately, as much as Talk has stood up, sometimes you do need to sit down, and I actually think he kind of parked the bus on that one, just gets a little bit flat-tired on the back wall, isn't really sure when he wants to commit. By the time that he does think about doing so, it's already in an open net that Diaz can shoot upon. So, unfortunate scenario there, and it might be another one, because here comes another goal. What was a lead of 4 is cut in half in the blink of an eye.
Quick kickoff play here, Evo. He goes for a pass off the back wall. Cheese had no boost here. It was possible that he might be able to get a touch on it, but because he was on low boost, it made it even more challenging. And that is a perfect example of ball over boost.
Yep.
Evo opting to stay in that play, make that pass instead of falling victim to going for that corner boost. Ended up getting him that goal.
Let's see if they Cheese and Talk maybe fall victim to yet another comeback victory here from their opponents. Not really good. Again, have just shown resilience throughout no matter the scenario that they are in. Obviously, we have not seen a 4-goal lead in favor of all throughout this series, but I'm still not counting them out. Now with over half the game to go, not even with Cheese dunking them out and getting another offense going. Diaz might be able to do something with this one if he can muscle through Talk, but Talk's actually going to bump him off the ball, giving some extra space to Cheese. Talk, I don't think he's going to get to this in time. He will not, so Cheese instead will just try to contain it at midfield. Unfortunately, unsuccessfully, though. Evo doesn't really have any boost here, so I don't think this is going to turn into much. It might just be time for everybody to get boosted back up and go to a bit of a neutral state.
Good challenge there, though, from Diaz, and somehow Talk misses it. He's low boost, corner stolen by Evo. Talk picking up some small pads, and we'll get a clear out. But another thing that is important to remember is that this is not an elimination match. Both of these teams have a chance to just go deeper in the bracket. If you lose, you're still in it. You go down, have a little bit of a longer run, but not eliminated just yet. So the pressure not on as much as it could be. But still, you want to get that win, make your road a little bit easier.
It's an interesting scenario here, the way that the bracket lines up. Loser this one actually go on to the side of the bracket that has SUP on it, so that would be the your quote-unquote punishment for losing this one, which I still think actually might put you out on a little bit of an easier side of the bracket in comparison to what we have seen throughout the day. The winner of this could potentially end up facing, I believe it's Atomic and FK if they end up losing in that top 4 match, or excuse me, if they end up getting into that top 4 match and then Atomic and FK win in theirs to make it there. So again, a lot of scenarios that could be at play, but at this point, you just want to win. You don't care what side of the bracket you get into or what scenario you have. You just want to not have a 4-goal comeback against you. And unfortunately for Cheese and Talk, we're starting to get closer and closer to that reality.
Yeah, beautifully done there from Diaz, beating Talk to that ball, popping it up and over. Evo finishing the play, but that little touch from Diaz, that was what got it past the defense, that last line. And also the beauty of this format as well is, you know, can't really blame bracket luck too much because only one team makes it through. You've got to beat everybody. So whether you face who you think the top team is in the round of 8 or in the grand finals, doesn't matter. Got to beat them.
Win or go home at this point, or I guess win and get to play at home, as this is going to be at the World Championship at Dickies Arena on home soil for, I guess, everybody but technically Diaz here, as again, the Brazilian-born player. But he's already represented North America at a LAN once. It wouldn't be surprising to see him do it again. Will it be in the 2v2 scenario, though? 15 seconds left to try and get them even closer and sweep Talk and Cheese out of this upper bracket. Won't be able to do so quite yet. They'll get one more chance. Evo shot, not quite on target, but that's too committed. If he can run interference, Diaz is there. Flicks it off, and
what a
Cheese
save!
Save! Evo!
Oh!
0 seconds and another overtime in this series.
It bounced just before the goal line, but apparently it bounced with just enough time on the clock to keep the game going.
Heartbreaker. for Cheese and Talk. A 4-goal lead erased. And now their upper bracket life on the line. 2 committed to the play. This will be a race back now here for not really good. Cheese off the ceiling, tries to get it to his teammate, cannot. Evo bumped off though, so still this is going to be awkward, and Diaz on low boost has to do a lot with it. He can't quite. Cheese, some space on the sidewall. Good first touch. Where's the second? Reset taken away by Diaz. Talk still there. Shot on target and in. And we keep playing.
Talk has been clutch in these situations. These small slivers that he has to work with, and he continues to execute that shot bar down. That could have been disastrous and heartbreaking for Cheese and Talk, but they come through with that game winner despite giving up that lead.
Does it make sense when I say that is a win for all? That is not a victory, though. They are not happy with that performance, I would say, by any stretch of the imagination. You start off the game absolutely dominant. It was 4-0 before, I believe, even halftime. And
I mean,
they scored.
I think they scored 3 goals in like 32 seconds. It was pretty quick. It was pretty quick. They were up by 3. And then, yes, they let Diaz and Evo back into it. And kind of crazy as well. I personally am curious how much time must have been left on the clock. Like, you saw the gap from the time that the ball bounced on the goal line to going in, the game hit 0. Like, it must have been 100th of a second that was left on that final bounce. It was a wild ending.
That was absolutely absurd. I will also, by the way, correct myself because I know I'm going to get flack for this if I don't. You guys are correct. Technically, actually, there's only one real American representative here in Evo who I believe is actually playing for the Team US. I believe that Talk is representing Team Canada and Cheese is representing Team Mexico. So actually, my initial setup of saying this was going to be like America, who's going to represent America, has been one of the least accurate statements I think I've ever made in my career.
Well, I also think Cheese could rep the US of A if he wanted to. And he's also over here, also Mexico, basically North America, right?
Yes, North America.
It counts.
America, which is where I am
it is.
a bit of a
well, I mean, it counts though, because it's just America, just the North. The North.
You're spitting.
America.
Which, in that case, DS also counts. South America. We
South
got everybody.
America. Yeah, it just is America.
There we go. We're all American here, and we're all on the edge of our seats to see if this series will continue. They get by the skin of their teeth in the last game here between Talk and Cheese. Will they get the chance again? If they concede an early goal, James, I might already call it.
You should never do that.
I'm trying to let that go. I don't think you'll ever be able to, huh?
I'm trying to. Trust me.
Let's keep it going as we get into game number 5 here in this series. A reminder, everybody at home, whichever team loses this is not out of the competition. They will still get to keep on going, but the winner of this is guaranteed at least 4th place. But like you said, James, none of that really matters. They want to go to the World Championship. They want to be the representative from North America.
Absolutely. And, you get that extra money, get that pride as well. And Cheese will get the first goal of the game. And the long journey of the reverse sweep starts, and if they do somehow manage to pull off that miracle, it would be a wild highlight reel that you'd have to assemble to tell this story of this game, because it's been all Diaz and Evo for majority of this game. Incredible defense. Diaz popping off on 100+ ping. But the other thread that we've seen is that Talk keeps stepping up.
Mm-hmm.
You give Talk these little windows to try to work with, and he has been delivering.
It's been incredibly impressive to see that. I think that I can't believe I'm saying this. I feel like losing this many games in the series has actually made Cheese and Talk better. Their fear is gone. Initially, I think there was this anticipation, this anxiety about going up against a team that's been so proficient throughout the weekend. It's completely gone. They are sending it on every play without a care in the world, and you kind of have to. If you start hesitating, if you start doubting yourself in scenarios like this, you're going to lose to a team that has been hyper confident throughout the entire weekend. So I like to see the change here so far. I don't like to see that miss. A chance to get back into the game here for not really good, and they leave it at the table.
The old whifty, as Jorby would say. Could have been dangerous. Diaz did land a nice demo. I think was expecting somebody to get a hand on that ball. A little shocked it made it through.
Oh. Not quite the passing play I think that all we're looking to develop, but I like the idea, and I like their play so far through the first 2 minutes of this game. Diaz, though, he's been the man of the match. Hasn't really been able to kind of prove himself through the last couple of games here in this series, though, and Evo's not really going to be able to do much with this either. He's got no boost in the tank. Cheese is just kind of baiting him out. We'll take it to the backboard, but Talk well prepared for it. So control of this series was almost entirely in favor of Not Really Good to start. And James, I think that's all but dissipated. Cheese trying to get another on the board, and Evo to deny.
Beautiful save there. You saw, though, that opportunity, another example of how dangerous that mid pass can be. The mid pass was made. Cheese intercepts, almost scores. It took a Herculean effort from Evo to keep that out. Diaz now threatening. Evo with the corner boost, steal. Cheese will get that ball to Talk, though. Talk self-pass off the sidewall, hard hit off the corner. Diaz will let it bounce. So calm under pressure.
Oh, that's everybody committed, though, for Not Really Good. Yeah, should get back to this if he was able to touch the ball. Another big whiff from him, and Talk might be able to take advantage, or at least be able to steal this boost in the corner, and he does. Evo's got a half tank, though, so that should be plenty, if not for Talk still harassing him and not leaving him alone. Again, a monumental difference in the way that we are seeing this AW team play in comparison to the start of the series.
Still tight games. Cheese and Talk looking to add one more. Evo tested. The shot is good. Talk hitting his mark once more.
Again, no fear here for this AW team. Cheese sends it initially, and Talk is up before he can blink, despite not really having enough boost for if that goes wrong to get a recovery. This is what we've been looking for at Cheese and Talk, and this is the scenario that I think Not Really Good have been fearful of. Again, this AW team has been phenomenal throughout the weekend, not dropping a series so far. Not Really Good have played well, but they've had their ups and downs. This would be a first for AW, so to see them finally coming to life is not something you want to see if you're a fan of our orange side.
Evo and Diaz cooling off a little bit. Talk and Cheese heating up on that last play as well. Loved the comms there. You saw how Talk didn't pull the trigger on the shot, let Cheese come in and get that first hit towards net. That allowed Talk to be in position for that rebound. Now just have to hold on for this final minute. Might be another one. It looks like it's bouncing straight in. Talk with more insurance for AW.
And that's another, again, just like, I don't know how to emphasize enough how weird this feels, because that play normally would have extended for another 30 seconds. Not Really Good would have been able to turn that into more possession, would have been able to drag that back and forth between the two corners in front of the AW net. That possession play has all but disappeared at this point, and unfortunately for them, I don't think it's going to reappear again. This is a completely different series from how we started, and I'm glad to see it, because reverse sweep now on the cards. I don't know if we're necessarily going to get there, but I'm relatively certain we will at least get to see a couple more. I know this is still possible, but let's see if maybe one more goal can at least give them some extra insurance. Talk not able to do much with that one. We'll just keep it in the corner, but we get down to the final 30 seconds with still not a goal scored here for Not Really Good.
Might be first one here. Oh, but geez, challenges it so quickly. You're seeing a lot less of Diaz being uncontested in the air, able to have space to go for those fakes. Much better job from AW by just pouncing on Evo and Diaz, preventing those solo play opportunities. And this time they're able to successfully shut out Evo and Diaz. Incredible play.
This isn't even just a win. Like you said, it's a shutout, and I think that is the biggest difference by far for an offense that put up double-digit shots last game. In this one, I believe they only get 8. Diaz absolutely nerfed in comparison to what we saw before. Unfortunately, the Predators become prey. The roles have reversed at this point, where we were seeing Evo headhunting for demos and Diaz finishing off plays before. It is no longer the case by any stretch of the imagination.
No, this has been a great adjustment. Also, the execution has been there. You see Talk 2 for 2, 100% that game. We've been talking a little bit about how he has been making the most of the capitalization opportunities he's been given. He's been knocking them down over and over and over and over again, and now it's finally paying dividends. Talk doing a great job. Also, the teamwork there with Cheese. I think we'll see the play on the highlight package where Talk had the ball, had possession, just lays off. Right here, just lays off, lets Cheese take the shot. It forces an awkward save out of Evo and allowed Talk to then get that rebound goal. So the synergy is there. They're playing as a team. They're starting to shut down that space. They're not giving Diaz that space in the air. Diaz not as effective as he's been in the previous games. So very good bounce back, but they're going to have to complete that reverse sweep. It's such a long journey, but they've got 2 games out of the way.
Many attempted reverse sweeps have died here on this map. Neo Tokyo could be the deathbed once again for a team finally on the rise, or maybe we get to see this go to 7. I'm hoping for the latter of the two, but it's not up to us. It is truly up to Talk and Cheese. A resurgent version of them has been impressive to watch, but again, I'm never counting out Diaz nor Evo. We have seen them have those pop-off moments, and if they can just get a little bit of momentum on their side, who knows where this series goes.
Diaz could go with the patented Diaz play, but Cheese cuts him off. Cheese does not give him that free ball. In fact, picks his pocket and hands it off to Talk.
If I'm Diaz right now, I am furious at Cheese at this point. You're thinking I'm safe. There's no way I'm getting challenged on the backboard. I've got a full tank of boost. I should just be able to dribble this down. What? Cheese, why are you there? Cheese, why are you there? And then he drops it down to his teammate for a perfect pass. 30 seconds in, and it's the same old here. Cheese and Talk on top early.
Huge play from Cheese, interrupting Diaz, and that's a perfect example of what we were talking about before, how they're just limiting the open space from Diaz. But Diaz, when he gets a glimpse of open field, he uses it perfectly. Lovely little double tap. Talk was grounded, didn't have a lot of boost. And that is the damage Diaz can do with space.
That's what you want to do. You want to give it to the hot hand and let him cook, especially like you said in a scenario where the other player is low on boost and already in an awkward position. We get a tied game. I can't remember the last time we've had a tied game outside of the 4-goal comeback that sent us to overtime. So finally, we get to see both teams probably playing at their best version, and that's a version that'll make a save to not allow it to go back to a lead in favor of Awe.
T-bump. Uh-oh. Diaz has to dodge the demo from Talk. Evo will get back, but that was a horrendous demo, and it might still lead to a goal. No, Evo gets the stop on the goal line, but a sloppy play there by Evo and Diaz, however, not punished.
All right, we return to normalcy here after whatever that was that we just witnessed. Should have been a goal, should have maybe not been a goal, should have been a little bit of everything at this point. This might be another opportunity, though, because that's a real awkward challenge from Diaz. He's going to be able to make it, but he doesn't get the mid-boost, meaning Cheese should be able to make this save. He won't, but it's off target. He gets lucky on that one.
Ooh, close calls. Both teams getting away with one. You just reset. Tie ball game still. Maybe the nerves starting to play a factor.
I have to imagine so. Again, really, I feel like if you were watching only the first two games of this series, you never thought we'd even get here. So it does kind of feel a little bit more shambolic in comparison to some of the games that we've watched so far. When 3 minutes ago and still a tied ball game, maybe we can get both teams to settle down a little bit and give us some of that stellar Rocket League we were watching in games prior. That is a bit awkward, though. Pinch goes out, and Evo's going to be there. He's going to look for an extra touch off the back wall. Not going to get it, but like you said, boost stolen, which means Cheese and Talk still trying to escape.
And it's going to be a big race to the corner boost as well. You could see Diaz had to rotate out before it respawns, so Cheese will be able to pick that up. We'll see if he puts it to use.
Not really. Not much happening there. This is more similar to what we did see through those first games. There was just possession play from Evo and Diaz that suffocated Talk and Cheese, especially in the boost total department. Finally, they get a breakout, and this is what was happening in those early games as well. Just boom it to the backboard, force a tank to be used, and just do not let this team break out. The problem is Evo's low on boost. Diaz was looking at a midfield. Cheese has boost to work with, so that possession play not as effective. They will get another try here as Diaz gets it thrown downfield, but Talk the save. Cheese is right there, and with a full tank, he is unbothered.
Diaz, though, with the pinch. This one heading towards net. Evo punches it in. Diaz gets his revenge. Cheese picked his pocket on the Diaz dribble. Cheese tries to take it to the wall. Diaz says, the wall is closed.
Poor Talk is hustling back. He thinks he's got all the time in the world to go pick up some boost out of midfield, and as soon as he realizes the pinch is going against his net, he tries, but it is not enough. Not back in time and running out of time. 100 left on the clock, and if they do not find this comeback, that's the end of the series.
2v1, though. Really critical challenge there from Diaz. Mid boost is grabbed from Cheese, and Talk picked up the opposite mid. The hunt is on for Talk and Cheese.
Talk, pop up over one. Diaz there with a full tank. Cheese not going to commit. Oh, wait a second. Does get around him, though, and that means Evo's got to back off here, but not for long. He will make the follow-up challenge. Diaz is back. Talk with low boost, though. This is going to make this awkward. He's got to make a challenge against Diaz eventually. Or not. The shot again goes off the bar. The woodwork plaguing both teams at this point.
But you can see a little bit of panic. However, they recover. Talk on the air dribble. Shut down. Evo up against Cheese. Cheese towards net. Is it on target? It is. Far post. Diaz was awkward in net. And that is the equalizer.
He just decommits. He immediately goes back to the ground after getting bumped to the backboard. He's trying to get back into the play so quickly. He doesn't realize that Evo's already further upfield and is committed to this play. It's a half jump. It's kind of a half-hearted effort as a whole, but it's enough to get back into the game. A minute left to play here. Still do or die for Awe.
Wow. Diaz caught out of position. And this could be another goal. Talk off the backboard. It's saved, rebounded. Cheese. Cheese puts in the goal to give them the lead. The comeback completed for now, but still time left on the clock. However, this is disastrous for Diaz and Evo Bass.
They can't keep getting away with this over and over again. This team seems to be down and out, and somehow, some way, they find a way back into the game, back into the series, and back into the hearts of our audience. If you're not cheering for the comeback at this point, I think you're missing out. A chance at Game 7, a chance at a reverse sweep here from Cheese and Talk. All they got to do is hold on another 20 seconds. An insurance goal would have gone a long way, but they'll have to play defense instead.
There's the lead bumping. Cheese shuts it down. Final 10. Diaz picked up the corner. Will he go for the pass? He's going to hit it to the opposite wall. Bounce up high. Talk. Back towards net. And that is going to be game. The comeback late is secured. And now the reverse sweep is possible. We're going to be going to Champions Field. Awe. A chance to reverse sweep Evo and Diaz, who were on a tear.
Remember I mentioned...
Don't forget about that game, too. It was in overtime. The complete collapse by Talk and Cheese to even give up that lead, but they held on in overtime, and since then, they have not looked back.
Remember that stat I was talking about, how it's been not really good, just kind of dominating the shots this entire time? Almost every game they've been in favor. They had 6 total shots in this game. All had 10. We have not seen a scenario where not really good was getting outshot by Awe up until now. James, the tide has turned at this point. There's no denying it. Awe are in control again and not really good. Have got to go to the drawing board. They've got a coach for this reason. Laugh's been on screen like 50 times. It's time to start talking to him.
Yes. Wow. I mean, and I feel like they're La Cucarachas. They just won't die. They're just crawling around. You step on them, you think you've done enough, but no, they're alive and they keep fighting and they keep coming back.
They're alive and well. You're on Champions Field. You want to get hung in the rafters like that, you got to make it to the World Championship. And this is how you continue on the path of greatness in the upper bracket. This is not going to be an elimination for either team, but it might be an embarrassment for not really good. Again, Talk and Cheese on the board early.
Tilt alert. Tilt alert. Oh, man, how are they going to recover from this?
James, I'm getting goosebumps, bro. I can't believe what we are witnessing. I have never seen, obviously, reverse sweeps happen in RLCS and all of Rocket League. I don't know if I've ever seen one, though, from such a dominant start. It took 2 games before we even saw Awe score, and they were outscored like 6-1 in that time. Since then, it has been a complete flip of the script, and they are in control early here in Game 7.
Might get another one here. Cheese. Forcing an awkward save out of Evo. Cheese again has boost, but there is the bump. Now the breakout is on. Cheese tried to deny the corner, but swiped the ball instead. Well, we see the response from Evo and Diaz.
Off the ceiling. Shot on target. Denied again by Cheese. We'll keep the lead for now. Low boost, though, and a little awkward, but Cheese and Talk both cheating up towards midfield. Again, still no fear in either one of the players on this team. Might need to fear this, though. We've seen this play many times.
It's in!
And, yep, they do it again. Diaz, man, just the aura, the threat of him scoring is enough.
We've seen him do this so many times. Just hovers behind the ball. The opposing team is just waiting for him to get another touch that never comes. That one bounces right in.
Back to a tied ball game. 4 minutes to play. It was never going to be easy for either of these teams to close this one out. Reverse sweep takes a lot to get there, and it takes even more to close out this series. And this has been a problem for this team throughout this one of just possession play going in favor of their opponent and looking for an escape. They will find one here. Cheese, though, doesn't quite get the recovery after the initial jump.
Oh, it's
Diaz
open.
instead gets a pinch that
it
on target. Follow-up from Evo, denied by Talk and Cheese. And once again, they get away with highway robbery.
Oh, they might get an open net goal here, potentially. Talk trying to race back, but Diaz actually bumped off the ball. Diaz had an open net. I think it was Talk who had veered off to go get boost instead, leaving the net wide open, but that shot not on target. That was the go-ahead opportunity. Cheese, not much boost, but still enough to get that light tip downfield.
He's going to bang this one out to Diaz, who's not prepared for it. So instead, Talk off the ceiling will try for a pinch. And ends up going right back to the ceiling and potentially out to Diaz, but no, not going to be enough. Big miss, though, and low boost for Evo. 1v1 versus Cheese, takes it low. Where is Talk? Not there in time. And again, chances on both sides here, but as we get to halftime, still a stalemate of a ball game as another shot goes on target.
Cheese with boost moving in. Diaz. Little awkward. You can see the double commit. Corner boost picked up by Evo. Evo trying to keep it close. Does land a bump on Talk, but Cheese there to make the play. Diaz back out. Talk now moving in.
Looking for the pass. Looking for the bump! And he will find it! Talk, such a clever play. He takes his boots to the corner and goes, challenge me. I dare you.
So smart. Knew that Evo was the last line of defense. And Talk continues to step up. But this is a really nice kickoff space for Evo. Both had committed. Evo's going to try to get it going fast. And it's saved by Cheese.
He does it again. You cannot sneak anything by this kid. And an electric defense from the Awe squad. But Cheese, that's got to be his third savior medal of the series. He has been unreal on defense. And he'll need to do it again. Awkward here. Talk's going to have to get up. Or Evo might just bump him out the way. Talk takes his time. It might be enough. Cheese has to make another save, and he does. And at this point, with Evo and Diaz both going back for boost, they have to be sitting here like, what's it going to take?
It's going to take everything they've got. And it still might not be enough. Diaz, he had such a good start to the series, but Cheese continues to make stop after stop. Evo had the door slammed in his face once again. And now Talk towards net. Backflip save from Evo.
Uh-oh, Diaz, though, full tank of boost, breakaway play. Talk can't get back, and we're tied again.
This time, Diaz spots the open net, and he slams it home.
It's a little bit of an overcommitment. It's not even one that I would be critical of here, James, but it is enough for not really good to find their way back in again. This would be our third overtime of the series if this holds. And we're getting closer and closer with every second. Talk, though, 1v2. Where's Cheese? Doesn't quite get it, and he'll have to recover out at midfield. I think he might be able to make the stop here, but this is real awkward against DS.
Talk does get the corner boost. Talk is looking for Cheese. Cheese now moving in. Has Talk in the middle. Cheese turning. It's high off the backboard. Diaz uses up all his boost. Evo is also low. This is a lot of space for Talk.
Well, not a great first touch, but at least be able to keep it close. Follow-up's a good 50 as well, which means Cheese now can try to take over. That boost in the corner is just about to spawn, which means nobody's got anything in the tank on defense. Awkward enough to find the opening with 34 to go.
The teamwork is there. Cheese, that little poke out, gets the ball in a perfect shooting position for Talk. And the rest is history. Talk, who's been putting these opportunities away over and over and over, does it again when everything's on the line in this game 7.
We're about to see history here, folks. The first reverse sweep in a best-of-7 in 2v2 in North American RLCS. And it's going to be Cheese and Talk to keep their undefeated streak alive if they do so. A reminder, again, as much as people were looking at this Evo and Diaz team as potentially the best in NA right now due to the wins they took in the group stage, this team has yet to lose, and they are 10 seconds away from doing it again. Talk up early. Diaz got to stop this one and get it the other way. He barely gets a 50, and Cheese just needs to hit the ground, and it does. Reverse sweep for all. They stay undefeated.
Oh my goodness, what a roller coaster of emotions. They've done it again. Forged in the fires of these series, and they come out battle-hardened on the other side. Talk and Cheese.
Oh my goodness. I feel like we see Cheese in these just absolutely hyped up, absurd scenarios far too many times, but it makes me so happy to see it every time. Dude's on camera beaming from ear to ear. He can barely believe what just happened.
He loves every moment
young
of it.
man. They do this too often for it to be unexpected.
He lives for this. He lives for these moments. He lives for these stages. And honestly, I mean, talk about stepping up. Both players stepping up. I think Cheese playing incredible defense. That save that he had on Evo's shot, I still don't know how he saved that. I still don't know how he managed to save that. But Talk, offensively, he was slotting everything. The dude could not miss.
That's the version of Talk that I feel like we were missing the whole front half of this series. For a little bit, it almost felt as if we were delusional, dude. We were talking up this team. They're undefeated. They're incredibly good. The duo is incredible, all this stuff. And it felt like we were just kind of blowing smoke because nobody knew what we were talking about because there just wasn't a display of it. Finally, we get that display, and they do it for 4 games straight. James, I'm blown away.
I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay.
With a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
All right, we cut to you with breaking news. Game 7 in the grand finals of the MENA 2v2 Open. We had to cover it because it's so intense. TRK taking on his former team Killers and Rowas here. Halfway through the game, Bates, and it's still neck and neck.
It is neck and neck. I mean, the 5'11 squad. Oh, no! I was just about to cast up 5'11. I mean, Clears just scores right here. But 5'11, they took out the world champs, a.k.a. Drali and Nobo.
And it was a second touch. Like, TRK won the race to the ball, and Killers knew he was going to win it, so he goes for the low second last touch. And now they got the lead. We're going to enjoy watching this.
This will be a fun one. I'm glad that we also got to see this. Although, Bates, this was exactly what you and I were talking about before. It's really, 5'11 versus Falcons here. And the question was, could Ghazi step up? I mean, he did it against world champs. He's been playing well, it seems like, throughout this entire thing. I'm hopeful that while we got him on the mainstream here, we get a chance to maybe show his skills or at least get a save. All right, we're not going to see a 3-1 quite yet.
Not yet. Falcons in 5'11, they played yesterday. Falcons ended up winning that one in game number 6. This one, of course, in game number 7. And man, would it be something special to have TRK represent MENA right here? And of course, TRK scores in this moment, but Ghazi's a beautiful air dribble forces out Rawaz to make a bad save on his standards. And for 2-2 apiece, minute 36 left. For all the marbles, remember, the winner of this, they booked their ticket to the World Championship in Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas in September. And they will be playing Yan and Swift, I believe, in the first matchup as MENA versus Sam.
Oh my, they get it. How do they have the space?
I think it's the initial challenge from Ghazi. Yeah, just doesn't make contact.
And TRK doesn't have any boost coming off the kickoff.
And it's
just like that.
Left.
It's got to be a little bit heartbreaking if you're 5'11 right now, specifically if you are Ghazi as well, because every other player here has already punched their ticket to the World Championship. If Ghazi does manage this, he actually gets a spot there as well, so we'll be able to join everybody at Dickies Arena. So gotta hope that there's at least a little bit left in them to maybe get one more surprise pick from MENA to the World Championship. Great save will keep his team in it.
So close back and forth. This is, by the way, this is the Rocket Baguette stream. That's why we are watching with a muted broadcast here. If you want it with game sound and with commentary, Cresper is live. The Falcons coach Fear is live with a pass across. Rocket Baguette obviously also live. What a competition this is. Winner goes to the World Championship. One of the 4 teams to play for the title of 2v2 World Champion. TRK's up. 30 seconds left, needs a goal. Ghazi with the reset, back into the box, countered out. Rowas sending it to the other side. Final 30.
They got all the pressure, though. Ghazi's up early, too. Gets a reset. That is insane!
Attaboy!
Look at this catch with the reset. Scoops it. It just changes direction. The ball's going right. He brings it back left. Ghazi, 22 seconds left.
They still
and that's a big time play.
Kickoff. They need one more. Or do the Falcons do it?
Ooh.
This feels like next goal wins.
Yeah, I think it is. TRK has done Ghazi no favors, but Ghazi just slams the door shut. 10 seconds left though. Clears.
Killers puts it in. TRK had full boost. Killers had none. It didn't matter.
He jumped so early. He was expecting that one to come earlier. If he had just waited, there's a chance he gets it off the bar. Just a little over eager. That might just be enough for Falcons.
Watch the kickoff.
Oh, hold on.
Falcons ball, but final 2. Where is he? He's up. Ghazi flicked high. And out to nowhere, it'll be the Falcons. On and through. Killers and Rowas will represent the Middle East at the World Championship for 2v2s. What a tournament. What a game. And we're joined by Cheese, who just came off a reverse sweep on Playoff Saturday. Sir, well done. I mean, hey, well, I got to get your thoughts real fast. Were you watching there too? Falcons and
TRK? That was fun. That was fun to watch. That was an intense game 7 as well. That was fun. Congrats to the Twins.
Incredible. Yeah, no, they'll be there. And hey, I mean, you guys are on the path to meet them. If you were to win this tournament this weekend, talk to me about that game 7. What is it about twos? We have so many reverse sweeps this weekend.
Man, twos is just like I mean, you can get goals so easily in twos. Like, you're never out of the game, especially if you're down like by like 3-2 goals, like with like a minute left. I mean, you saw against NRG. I mean, yesterday when we scored 2 in 5 seconds, we honestly thought it was game, as you should, but we never stopped believing, and it showed today as well, man. Me and Talk, the vibes are all the way up here. So, man, I love the kid, man. He's so fun to play with, and I'm just so happy.
What were the comms like when y'all went down 0-3, Cheese? What happened? What motivational speech were you giving? I know you.
Well, yeah. Well, I gave him. I told Talk to. I'm not gonna say everything I told him. Obviously, he's showing some strats, but I just told him, do you, man, do you. Talk is honestly one of the best players in the world on the ball. So I was like, you do you. They can't guard you. I'll do what I gotta do. You do what you gotta do, and we're in this.
You did what you had to, and you did so without any fear. Dude, every challenge I saw from you guys was a full send attitude over and over to the point where I honestly didn't think you lost the challenge the last like 3 games, including your goal line saves. What was going on defense, man? You had like 7 saves in the final game, and 3 of them were off the bar.
Man, what can I say, man? I got the gloves on. I got the golden gloves. I got the golden gloves on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I talk to me about game 4 real fast, because obviously that's the turning point there.
Yeah,
you guys were up by 4, and then drop that. You have to win it in overtime. Like, does the anxiety start to pop up for you when you see a lead slip away like that?
Yeah, that was probably the most nervous I was in the series, because I knew if we won that game 4, we had it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I knew if we won game 4, we were gonna bring the momentum to the other games. But when we went 4-4 in the game, I was like, oh shoot, we gotta lock in. And thankfully, Talk saw that shot top left, and that carried the momentum during the whole series. So yeah.
Jeez, incredible series, an incredible job, sir. Congratulations on making it to Championship Sunday. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Cheese is locked in and ready to go. They're in the semifinals. How are they going to play? We'll find out tomorrow. But what? I mean, there's so much excellent Rocket League right now, Bates, across Middle East, across North America. What a series.
I mean, yeah, this is what happens. We're basically almost 10 years. Oh, wait, we are 10 years into the RLCS, and it just shows the development of all these players. 8 years removed from our last big 2v2 tournament, the Universal Open, and now you just see how great everybody is on the ball. And just Cheese honestly talked about it. Twos, you're never really out of it. It just takes a little bit of momentum. We saw it even last week. Vatira and Juicy, they were up 3-0 against Nazanoski. They lost game 4, they got reverse swept. Vatira and Juicy, I'll repeat that again, got reverse swept. That's what happens in 2v2. And that's what these players are really put on display.
This was everything I could have hoped for in a series like this. I mean, James and I, through the first couple of games, were just kind of watching what was, I don't think, the best version of Awe, and by far the best version of not really good. This version, though, yeah, I don't blame you for tilting out a little bit, Diaz. These guys started dismantling you to the point where it felt like control. Again, confidence that Cheese was talking about was felt on the pitch as well. Shots like this were just commonplace.
And then also, man, Wave, you and me were talking about it. All scored 3 goals in 5 of the 7 games. They scored 0 goals in game number 1. Then they scored 2 goals in game number 2. And then they scored 3 goals every game since. And that is unbelievable offensive prowess. They deserve to be playing in that semifinal right there. And it's the road. I mean, they're 2 matches away. Cheese and Talk could be representing NA going against Zenanato in Dickies Arena.
It's like the tale of 2 3-goal streaks, where you had not really good, getting 3 in game 1, 4 in game 2, 4 in game 3, 4 in game 4, but losing that one, and then it was all the 3-goal games the other direction. And folks, this is a preview of the 2v2 World Championship bracket. There are only 4 teams that make it out of the 4 biggest regions of North America, South America, Middle East, and Europe. And we already know one of the matchups here. Killers and Roas will take on Yan and Swift, with Zen and Addo waiting for the results of our tournament here to find out who they play. What a densely brutal bracket here, Bass, is too. Essentially, best of 1, you get to show up, you get 1 best of 7 to make it to the Grands.
I also kind of feel as if it's unbelievably punishing. Like, yeah, you made it through NA. Zenanato, that's your award. Congratulations.
I don't want to hear that.
Like,
I don't want to hear that. Listen, you want to become world champion, you got to beat the best to be the best.
You got to beat everybody in front of you, and I do think that is true. But also, I think all 4 of the teams are capable of winning it at this point as well.
It's going to be an incredible battle, and we are still yet to know who our North American challenger champion will be. So let's get into the final match of the day. Space Station Gaming making a case for being the strongest team in the tournament right now. We'll see if they can take on LJ and Chronic here on your screen, ready to go, locked in, having a great tournament yesterday, taking out Virtus Pro and Gen G in 4. LJ and Chronic. We're talking about power rankings here, Bates, of like, which team is kind of the strongest in North America. For 2v2s, where do you rank this LC roster?
I mean, LC's got to be top 5. Probably like top 3, I guess, going in. No, I'll say top 4. Going in, because I do think I would still have Dan Beast. Well, not no more. But going in, I'll say Dan Beast up there, Zach Reveal, Atomic FK, and I'll say LJ Chronic. Those would be my top 4 teams in, like, pre-ranking the tournament, of course.
Sure.
And so I don't think honestly, this LC team has kind of been flying underneath the radar. I know they haven't played necessarily NRG or the Canos. I mean, they got some good W's. I mean, beating Gen G. They played Gen G because Gen G beat NRG last weekend. So you can't really hold that against them. And then Zach and Reveal, they played that sub squad we saw earlier who got a big W in their matchup. So they're no slouches either. I do want to see SSG, though, in this match. There's been a lot of gassing them up. And I do think finally they're going up, like I said, in my estimation, against a top 4 pre-tournament ranked team. So what can you do when you go up against LJ and Chronic? That's the big question for them.
Chat, let us know who you think's gonna win. What's our desk expectations here? Bass, who you got?
This one's hard. It's on one hand, it's pretty hard to root against Space Station. They have been dang near unstoppable throughout this thing. But I do kind of feel like this is just LJ and Chronic gonna have some sort of day. We've had upsets, we've had the underdogs, we've had the unexpected results. I feel like I've got to back them. As much as I believe SSG have a shot here, LJ and Chronic's only loss is to Awe, the team we just saw reverse sweep what we thought was the best team in the tournament. So I'm backing them for now. I feel like they've got a track record for it, and I feel like they've got the day.
He's got a hunch, Bates.
He's got a hunch, and listen, he had a great points, but if you listen closely, he said something. LJ and Chronic's only loss. Listen, SSG, they haven't lost yet, and I don't expect them to start losing anytime soon. At least not today. Maybe tomorrow. Give me SSG over LC. I like them.
Bates, you were saying that there's been a lot of gas for this team. I've been the one holding the tank, and it'd be pretty uncool of me to stop holding it right now. I think SSG, until proven otherwise, is the hottest team in the tournament, and I'm excited to watch Zach and Reveal play again. Can they live up to those expectations? Those expectations can hang heavy, and it is playoff Saturday. This is a big day. Fan favorites, though. LJ and Chronic gonna take the fan vote on this one. Can they live up to the hype the fans have for us here? Let's get into it, folks. Final match of the day. Championship Sunday awaits both these teams. It's just a matter of, do you have to play 2 or 3 matches to make it to the grand finals? Let's get into it. LC versus Space Station Gaming to close out playoff Saturday.
A chance to jump through straight to the semifinals on the line. The loser goes down to the lower bracket quarterfinals. So both teams will still be in it no matter what. But one big question that we will have answered here is, are Reveal and Zach really the front runners for North America?
As you heard, it's the last team undefeated in this well, actually, excuse me, outside of Awe, who just did that. This is the last team that we've seen play today that is undefeated in this tournament. But again, it's not as if LC had a bad result either. Their only loss was to Awe, again, another undefeated team. It's just that Space Station have been pretty convincing in all of their wins. They didn't drop a game throughout all of the Swiss stage. They do get a one game drop to White Room, but then they reverse sweep against Sup in order to make it to this point. The ability to reverse sweep, the ability to stay clutch, the ability to keep on winning is unparalleled. They got to keep it going, though, here in another best of 7.
Lock in. I think LJ and Chronic, another very dynamic duo. I would not be surprised to see them be the ones that end up making it out as well. I think North America has some very close competition, unlike what we saw from Europe, where one team seemed to dominate the entire event. I think we have a lot of players and teams in the mix when it comes to NA.
That was the argument that Wave was making yesterday, saying that we are technically the more competitive of the North American and European regions. I think this is definitely proven it throughout the day, with it being real difficult to call any of these series so far, and we're not going to start now. Crazy save from Chronic, or excuse me, from Reveal, to keep this one at an even playing with 45 seconds gone.
Saw what Chronic was trying to do. Wanted to go for a ground pinch play. But the defense there from SSG, now Reveal. Got a reset, but lost control of the ball. In this first minute, we've seen some good attacking from LJ and Chronic. See if Chronic can win this race to the corner. Does, and now we'll try to take this back once more. Reveal, though, all alone, will win that ball forward. Steals the corner. Zach hitting it off the corner, but we see a demo open up some space.
Flick. Gets around Reveal, and that'll open it up. LJ finds the first goal of the game. Just about 80 seconds gone.
Really nice play here from LJ. When he jumps as well, he was able to spot the defender in the gap between his car and the ball, was able to see that opening was there. Perfect execution on that flick. Great stuff from LJ.
Oh, that's awkward from Zach, and neither LJ nor Chronic commit to it. Maybe realizing that Zach was back and prepared, they'd rather make it a little bit more awkward by sending the initial man and trying to run interference. It might work out, though.
Oh!
This goal is open, but the shot's just a little too wide.
Didn't have a lot of boost, but still, you know, Chronic can make those shots. One gets away, but Chronic and LJ still have been dictating the tempo of this game.
Definitely been in the driver's seat so far, but only 2 minutes eclipsed here, so plenty of time for a response from Space Station. All right, I like it, Reveal. It's a little cute, but it'll work out to at least give some offense to your team. And speaking of cute plays, that one's a nice little back and forth, and finally Space Station on the board.
Really nice. Zach to Reveal, back to Zach. You could see Chronic caught out. The defense stunned by the ball movement by SSG. Great team play.
1-1, 2:53 to go. Both teams have shown themselves some moments of brilliance throughout this one. Feels like this could be a high-scoring affair if we continue to see this level of offensive output, but not quite yet. Zach's got no boost on this play, so it'll be up to Reveal to try to slot a shot. He's not only not going to be able to do so, but Chronic's barely going to flinch at the shot that does go against him. LJ getting chased off the ball, though, means he's going to run out of boost and give away possession back to SSG as the fight for midfield continues to ensue. Shot on target. LJ easily turns that one away, but he'll pay for it with his car's life.
Wow.
And Chronic somehow recovers from the bump against Reveal.
That was a good recovery from Chronic. It looked like that bump was enough to pave the way for Zach to shoot that on target. And an early jump from LJ was a little bit too early. Ended up reading that trajectory wrong. And that is going to be another goal here for SSG as they take the lead.
It's a little bit of a weird one, but I think it's honestly an intentional touch there out of Reveal to, rather than try to skim it all the way downfield, he bounces it, which makes it a bit awkward for LJ, who's expecting to find a challenge midair. He's also probably expecting to get the boost in that scenario. He does not, and Zach might just take over from it. Great reset into the reverse flick. Not going to be enough, though, and Reveal will try again. He's got a full tank. He's got plenty of space, but he's also got Chronic immediately challenging, which means it's Zach's turn now, and he doesn't do much. Chronic will take this off the ceiling. He does get bumped for his efforts, but that's everyone for Space Station committed, plus the interference play, and it's still not enough. Zach bumped off the ball, but he finds a way back.
Very good stuff from Zach. Knew he was last back, knew he had to make the stop. Otherwise, that one was going to be an easy goal. Great defense. Now Chronic trying to get a read. So despite LJ and Chronic having that good early pressure, we've seen Reveal and Zach both work together very nicely, both on the offensive end, but also the defensive end.
Off the backboard, Chronic's going to look for something and maybe wait a bit too long to look for it, as almost sneaking in a shot is Reveal. 70 seconds left in this game. They got to hustle if they want to see OT, but it feels like LJ and Chronic are getting pushed back into their half more and more often. They might also concede another, but the thing is, Zach can't get a shot, and he can't get any boost either, which means they are forced to retreat. Chronic pops this one up high, and LJ fully commits. I get it, you're in the final minute, but that felt a little bit too risky considering the circumstance.
Yeah, time ticking away. Chronic, easy save. LJ will opt to go for that corner boost. And there's a bump. This gives LJ some space. Zach went all the way back for his corner, but does land the demo. And now it's going to be a quick 2v1. The little skim redirect. And Zach will get a big-time goal for SSG.
You got to feel for LJ on this play. Immediately gets demoed, realizes that he's left his teammate alone on an island. He does respawn and try to get there, but try as you like. It's a perfect redirect from Zach. Puts it on target and potentially puts this game out of reach. 29 seconds left. There's technically time, but it's going to take a lot from Chronic and LJ to get there.
Great plays from Zach. We've seen him now on top of making that little touch. Oh, can he get back? He does. LJ taking too much time to line up the shot. Zach has been brilliant this game, been getting some great support from Reveal, also has 7 saves up to this point.
This is probably a game to forget, unfortunately, for LJ and Chronic. Not a bad game by any stretch, but definitely felt like they left some opportunities at the table and got stunted on to end the game. Double reset. Zach's feeling confident.
The double reset was going in the opposite direction as well on the beginning of that play. It's going away from net on that touch. Ended up getting that double flip reset shot. That was a filthy way to do it. And wow, Zach, exclamation point on that game. And a really impressive performance. SSG looking like they are unstoppable if they keep playing at that level.
Yeah, they are playing phenomenally at this point, and it's not, again, surprising to see them play at this level. They've been able to do so throughout the entire event. I think it's more the fact that LJ and Chronic did have their moments, and I just don't think that they responded in the same way that we saw SSG do so. SSG was able to get goals through pressure. SSG was able to get goals through transition plays. Just kind of felt like LJ and Chronic were looking for mechanical plays and the occasional pass in the final third, but just not the same chemistry as what we were seeing out of SSG.
And there was also that open net opportunity that Chronic had. Yeah, he didn't have a lot of boost. It was a very small window, but a lot of times, more times than not, I think Chronic is hitting that shot. So in a tight game like this, it was tight till the very end. Every single goal is important. So that was not to the standard you'd expect from Chronic. And then also there was a couple opportunities where they took a little bit too much time offensively and didn't have that killer instinct to really find those gaps quickly. You saw LJ trying to take a little bit too much time, got shut down. Even Chronic had a play where he was trying to slow play it. We saw that work for Diaz, but it did not work for Chronic. So we'll see if there's any bounce back opportunities for LJ and Chronic going into game 2.
There's a chance here. I'm also realizing as we continue on through this one, this really is the battle for SSG. All 4 of these players have played on Space Station Gaming at some point. So kind of interesting scenarios we find ourselves here as we continue on through the 2v2 event. And take a second here before we keep on going, but give us some more time to kind of dissect what happened in that first game, which, again, I don't want to make it sound as if LJ and Chronic just completely got outplayed. I think that they did do well, but I think as we've seen throughout the day, it's not about just playing up to the standards of your opponents, but being able to play pretty precise at a consistent level and continuing to rise as the series goes on. So as much as we want to look at this first game and have some, pointed fingers here and there, it does still kind of feel like there's plenty of time for LJ and Chronic to get back into this game and for Space Station Gaming to be figured out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the reverse sweep from Cheese and Talk. So as long as you still have a little bit of life left and time on the clock, yeah, you got plenty of time to get back into this one. I think for LJ and Chronic, though, you want to feel like you're building upon something, and you want to feel like you are playing your game. You want to feel like you're playing clean. So missing those open nets, it's going to sting. We'll see how they respond to that. We'll also see if they can handle some of this aggression. We saw some really nice bumps and demos by SSG. But overall, I think the big thing is if you do get those windows, those small opportunities, you have to put them away. We saw Talk do a perfect job of that. He's the prime example of, if you're not going to get many looks, you got to put the looks you do get away, and it pays off in the long run. Didn't really see that from game 1 from Chronic and LJ, but still time to bounce back.
Used to have a name for that back when I played soccer. The guy who was always up front and was just kind of collecting goals that would rebound out or in those awkward positions. We called him Garbage Man because he's picking up the trash. Bad shots aren't going to always get away.
Yeah,
you got to just put them right back.
Yeah.
It's one of these things where you have to be around, you have to keep on swarming, you have to put that pressure on. And if you don't in a scenario like this, it's very difficult to make teams kind of make mistakes. I think it's also been difficult for teams to kind of adjust to the fact that it's 2v2 versus 3s. 3s, it's so good about being able to apply that pressure constantly, but in 2v2, you're playing this sort of, balancing act of putting that amount of aggression without leaving yourself vulnerable to counterattacks. And we did see that issue with LJ and Chronic. They did get counterattacked at multiple points in that first game.
They certainly did, but did have a good start. I mean, it looked like they were pressing that first minute. So I think Chronic and LJ very capable of taking it to Reveal and Zach. But Reveal and Zach, a lot of mutterings around the scene. A lot of people thinking that they might be the favorites to win this whole thing. But already we see another hot start for LJ and Chronic.
All right, well, not much is changing in between games here. The main thing that would change is if they're able to hold on to this lead going forward. 5 seconds in, and already it is LC on top. Again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, though, because we've seen this scenario once. I am not going to get tricked.
Chronic again, trying to cook. Reset reveal, pops up. LJ catches in a reset, tried to push it forward, but it was a nice read from Zach. But that shot does catch the far post. Lovely shot, good placement, good power, everything there for Chronic.
And a really good bump from LJ as well. Reveal was just kind of sitting there on 0 boost, and he just perfectly gets him the bump off the left or off the right side of the net, puts him out. Great shot the opposite direction. It's well played all around there from LC, and they do now give themselves at least a little bit of breathing room in this game. 2 goals to the good, not even 30 seconds gone. And SSG will look for a response. Reveal shot denied by LJ and Chronic. They'll just have to try to contain this out of midfield, but that's an aggressive jump from Reveal, and he realizes it, which is why he backflips and gets down to the ground quickly. Almost a disastrous scenario there for SSG, but they will escape for now.
Good space here for Chronic. Take it ground to air. Reveal dodges the first round of bumps. Zach also up. First round defended nicely, but LJ on the attack now. LJ goes for a pop pass. Reveal the tip. Chronic still gets a hand on it. And now the back pass to LJ, but it's a little bit of a hospital ball. Needed more oomph to get to him. Chronic now finds himself having to play some defense.
Doing a good job, though, of stealing those midfield boosts and just not giving great resources to everyone in SSG. The back boost will spawn for them, and they'll get the chance to break out, and they will pay for it with their car's life. Zach goes for the pre-jump off the ceiling, and Chronic knew that one 2 ways to Sunday, which means open airspace for him. Flip reset 1, gets it to the backboard, whereas LJ got 2 to beat. They both come in, and Zach will be the one to the rescue. He will keep it out for now. 3.5 minutes still remain in this game, but this is a completely different version of Chronic and LJ than what we saw in game 1.
They are now Chronic on the chase. He's going to try to bump Zach. Zach is harassed enough, and LJ will put in the 3rd goal. But Chronic was the one being a nuisance to Zach on that play.
This is such an impressive play across the board, not only for the sake of they do let off the gas for a second. They recognize the space station is eager to break out due to finally getting some boost. So they're like, all right, bring it back into their half. One little bit of overcommitment throws the 2v1 the other way. And before you can even blink, Chronic is on it. And he's immediately ready to get bumps and interference. It is great play here from LC. Again, this is just not something we saw in game 1. It wasn't bad from them, but this level of offensive control was just not displayed.
Yeah. You saw Zach. He's trying to be fast. He's trying to jump up, get those reads, but we've been seeing the physical gameplay work out quite nicely. Zach gets a little bit of revenge right there. And now pass attempted, but that intercepted immediately by Chronic.
Just so speedy on the ball right now, man. They are just not hesitating, and it feels like game 1, that was one of their biggest issues. They kind of overthought a couple of plays, whether it was open net or not. Now they're starting to get transition plays the other way. They're starting to put the pressure against SSG, and they're starting to find themselves a lead that is feeling insurmountable at the moment. Half the game gone. They still have yet to concede a goal in this one. That might change, though. This is awkward off the backboard. Chronic will make the touch, but there's more left to be done. Another one from him clears it out, and now he's away from danger.
That was a scary moment there. LJ didn't get that flip reset. Zach was able to jump in and hit that deep. Fortunately for LJ and Chronic, that one wasn't on target. Allowed them to get back and shut down that chance. This is another good challenge. LJ now will peel off to steal the corner boost. Happy to let this time tick away.
Oh, off the backboard. Chronic not able to put that one on target. Once again, LC just continuing to put the pressure on and not allowing SSG those easy escapes they were finding in the first game. They're even getting bumped and harassed out of midfield, but the 50 still go in favor of Reveal. But there's no follow-up. Zach not there in time, and Zach actually having to retreat entirely. Despite the low boost totals for everyone on LJ and Chronic, it's still going to be enough for whatever that was. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Reveal. Shut me up with what on earth was this play?
Oh, that was amazing. Reveal, a redirect right in front of that. Knows he's just got to get a slight deflection. Just throw off the goalkeeper, but keep that ball on target. That was beautifully done.
Blinking, you might miss it. I certainly did. I didn't even think Reveal was in the zip code for that shot. But not only was he, but now it seems like it might change some stuff because it's real awkward here for Chronic and LJ as SSG start to swarm. Shot on target and in. And all of a sudden, the 3-goal lead starting to look a little bit shakier.
You see Chronic was trying to take some time, was slow to the challenge, didn't get enough height on it, and a perfectly placed shot as well. LJ had almost all of the net covered, but that little bit that was open, that was the perfect mark that Reveal hit. And now things start to fall apart. LJ misreads. Zach missed the double as well, but a T-pump from LJ on Chronic. So they don't get punished with a counterattack goal, but that was a scary moment for both teams.
See, guys, even the pros are occasionally going to bump their teammates and just straight up whiff the ball. You have more things in common with SSLs than you think, including, well, actually, I would say not including that. I don't think many of you at home are going to be able to turn this type of aerial into a pitch.
Oh my goodness, LJ gets a little touch. It goes back to Zach, who's able to push this towards the net, completely bamboozling LJ. LJ had no idea what just happened.
I'm a little bit confused what just happened as well, because it feels like not even a minute ago, it was 3-0. And now we find ourselves with a tied ball game with 30 to play. Chronic can try and change this up here, but Zach's extra doink send it back to midfield, and LJ actually leaves that mid boost, which could be a concerning thing if the transition is able to be found by SSG. Set it Zach off the backboard, LJ with no boost, and that net is open, and Zach can shoot it on target. That he can, and Chronic can save it. That's also a commitment from Reveal, which means this one goes downfield. If it can get into the net, it would count, but it is not in time, unless LJ can keep it alive. OT, and what could have not been OT, because what happened at the end of that game?
You need blood pressure medication to watch the 2v2s. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe how tight these games are, these series, these moments. Unreal save. That was such a good flip reset from Zach as well. To see that get shut down was crazy. Now Zach going for goal. It's good! Zach completes the comeback for SSG.
And this all starts with LJ missing that boost out at midfield. He puts himself awkwardly. He then doesn't get... Oh, he does get this boost in the corner, but he has to go for it, which pulls him a bit further out. It's just awkward all around, and Space Station take advantage of that to find themselves another win. LJ and Chronic looking better here, but they are not looking up to Space Station. Not quite yet.
And it looked like they were going to have this game in the bag. Very nice start, but the comeback was on. Zach started to hit a different level as well. Reveal continues to rack up these saves. Good gameplay from Reveal, but mechanically you can just see how dangerous these players are. That one redirect in front of net as well. That was so good. Oh my, look at that. Just around LJ. That was really when the comeback started to happen. And this little touch, LJ accidentally hitting it back into Zach, doing him a favor, allowing that ball to go towards net with more power. And then Zach almost hitting that crazy flip reset play. Obviously did end up getting that overtime winner. And that has to be a tilting loss quite a bit for LJ and Chronic.
At this point, as much as I'm going to continue to say, yeah, you know, reverse sweep's always in the cards. We just saw it. I know technically they don't impact each other, but the odds of seeing two reverse sweeps in a best-of-7 back-to-back are extraordinarily low. Obviously, they are independent from each other, so it's not really going to factor, but I don't necessarily suggest it to LJ and Chronic. This feels like a game they need to win here in the third. They've played really well. Again, it's not as if this has been a blowout to where it was like our previous series where it just kind of felt like one team in control. It's just that as soon as LC do get that control, they just can't hold on to it for long enough to really make a difference.
It seems like the consistency just hasn't been there, but also that step-up potential for SSG. They just have that clutch factor, and they're showing it over and over again. I think Zach has just been so mechanically brilliant as well, with all that pressure on, being able to execute. That was amazing.
This has been a fun series, but it also continues to be one which I think is living up to the expectations for SSG. We expected them to not only be this good, but to really kind of display it in more ways than one. The offense has been solid, the defense has been solid, but the big thing I really want to talk about is, again, that cohesivity between the two of them. The way that both players cooperate with one another has been brilliant. The passing plays, especially out at midfield and in the final third, have been so difficult for LJ and Chronic to keep a hold of, whether it's redirects in front of the net, redirects out from midfield, or even that little tiki-taka play that we saw in front of net. Space Station have found a way to dismantle the defense of LJ and Chronic, and I can even see, like, everyone in chat's just talking about, oh, where is Chronic's defense? He's got to do more. Guys, he doesn't have an option right now. He's getting just danced around by two players that are making you have to look both ways at once in order to get any sort of defense against it.
So we'll see if they can bounce back. Obviously, we thank everyone at home for their patience. We're working on sorting out a few technical glitches that hopefully will be taken care of very soon here, and then we'll be hopping back into the game. But SSG coming back that game despite the strong start from LJ and Chronic. I think now all the pressure on LJ and Chronic, maybe even this little delay that we have here could serve as somewhat of a timeout for LJ and Chronic. They have the skill, they've got the talent, they've had the possession, they've scored the goals, but just that little bit of polish has been missing. They're going to need to find out how to not only get those leads, but close out the games, which they weren't able to do last time. So we'll see if they continue to get those opportunities, or if Reveal and Zach start kicking it into high gear, start flashing those mechs even more.
I honestly don't think we've seen the most mechanical plays out of either team so far. I think that redirect is as close as we've gotten here, and maybe the attempt at the flip reset, but it's been real interesting to see that it kind of feels like Space Station is still elevating, which again could be a problem for LC, because as much as they're getting better, it does feel like SSG are getting more comfortable with every game played. Hopefully they can get back into this one and not cool off too much in between the two games as we try to get these guys going yet again. But again, Space Station still very much in the driver's seat. Even if we do see LC get an early goal here, I don't think it's going to matter much. They've been the first team to score in both the games played so far.
Yeah, the challenge is certainly in front of them. I think this, the one silver lining is that neither one of these teams will be eliminated if they lose. But you definitely want to give yourself the easiest route possible. So we'll see if they can lock in and get the job done.
Gonna keep on going. Game number 3 here between the two teams. A reminder for everybody at home, this is not an elimination match. Both of these teams were able to go undefeated through the group stage, which means that they get an upper bracket matchup here to determine who goes into the 4th place minimum guarantee or the 6th place minimum guarantee. So the two teams are still kind of playing for this one as if, you know, you got a second life in it, but you don't necessarily want to be that team to drop into 6th and to not get a chance at giving yourself just an extra bump forward towards the World Championship, because a reminder for everybody at home, only one team can win. Yes, technically all these guys are going to get some prize money and it's going to feel good, but if you want to be the representative from North America at the World Championship in Texas, you got to win here and you got to keep on going. For LJ and Chronic, they got to get at least one win on the board to instill some confidence. Game 3 officially underway. It is still 2-0 to Space Station.
Kickoff already going to be awkward for SSG. Chronic catching it into a dribble, waiting for a challenge, tries to go around Reveal, will get the boost steal, but Reveal held on to that boost and was able to get a nice 50. Chronic attempting to keep it close. There's the dive. Now things looking even worse. Reveal dodges the bump and makes the save. If Chronic lands that bump, it's a goal.
How do they keep getting away with this? SSG doing a great job at, again, playing both offense and defense right now. Both sides look just phenomenal. They'll have to do it again. Chronic, great couple of touches, plus the bump, and again, SSG get away with it.
Oh my goodness. Another close call. Chronic and LJ keep getting tantalizingly close, but can't finish the job. Now diving in, Reveal beats him to the ball. Reveal, fantastic job defensively. Not only dodging bumps, but making saves after dodging those bumps. And SSG, they are a tough nut to crack.
Seemingly impossible one at this point. Again, to mention this, as if you haven't been with us throughout the entire weekend, SSG have not lost. Group stage, the Swiss stage, anywhere. They have not lost here, and they may not lose a game today if they keep on playing like this. As much as they have not had much offensive control here in the third game, they have had incredible defense at every occasion where it calls for it. Finally getting some offense on the other end, and Zach's getting some boost steals, which might open some space. Instead, opt to take it across the goal, steal even more boost if it'll spawn for him, but unfortunately it does not. So Chronic, with a decent amount in his tank, will be able to at least attempt a challenge against Reveal. Attempt is all he gets, and then he gives that one up to let it go across net, goes for the boost instead. He's lucky that didn't turn into a more quality shot. It will be a breakaway play for LJ and Chronic, but it's looking awkward at many a moments there.
Yes, it was. Now their defense going to be tested. You see Chronic jumping as well as LJ. LJ will catch this on the dribble breakout. Delayed flick. It doesn't fake SSG out. SSG has been so calm under pressure.
Zach looking for something, but he gets fully beat by LJ. If Chronic had any boost in the tank, I think he might have been able to win the foot race the other way, but unfortunately can't quite do so. So instead, Reveal will try again. Got a good 50 against LJ, which could give some space for Zach to try and sneak one in. LJ prepared for it, but as it bounces back out to midfield, Reveal, not a great touch. Where is Chronic? Not there in time. I think Reveal knew that, so he's just trying to get a wheel in the way. Still, no goals scored here as we get past halftime in this one. Definitely a better game from LJ and Chronic, but SSG, again, just look impenetrable at all moments.
Another chance, though, to break through. Chronic will test with a flick. Zach also jumps. What'll LJ do? He's going to go for a double tap off the arc. Chronic shot will be wide. Reveal being chased once again, but still managing to dodge those bumps.
Chronic, time and space, not a lot of boost, and a pretty heavy first touch off the wall, so he just opts to bang that to the other side. Zach says, okay, sure, I'll just take it off the backboard, and Chronic will try again. Unfortunately, LJ's going to fully commit, and the first goal of this game is going to once again be an open net for SSG.
At long range here, LJ is a little bit too slow to the challenge. Reveal spots him far away from the play and nails that shot long range.
That has got to be one of the most demoralizing ways to give up a goal in a game that has been almost a completely even deadlock so far.
Now we'll lock back in. Chance for LJ and Chronic. LJ, there's the bump. Chronic will turn on this one. Chronic going for goal, and look at this pass. The comeback is on.
Comeback is on. We keep on going. There's still a chance here for LJ and Chronic, even if there is only 30 seconds left. 2 goals, short time frame, and only one needed to see an OT. 23, this kickoff, it means everything. And we've seen some shenanigans before. Oh, this is going to be awkward for Zach. Where's the follow-up from LJ? Not there in time, but he'll keep it close. Reveal with no boost. Chronic there. He still can't finish the job.
This is a very nice touch from Chronic. Zach has nothing in the tank. Reveal also low. Chronic going across net. LJ going for the double tap, but Reveal shuts it down, and SSG survive by the skin of their teeth.
Barely, but barely is enough. They'll stay undefeated. They'll continue to get going without a game given up today. What on earth did we just see from LJ, Chronic, Space Station, everybody on this pitch? But it still is following a trend here at this point, James. It is the same thing over and over. LJ and Chronic step up to the test. They're looking good, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, that just seems to be the theme. Just not enough. Reveal and Zach just a little bit better. Another great game from Reveal, a hat trick. Defensively, making some big plays as well. You saw that last second opportunity. LJ was trying to go for the double tap off the backboard. And even though Zach and Reveal had low boost, Reveal was able to get back into the play to deny the double tap and secure that game for SSG.
SSG one away from not only staying as the singular org left in this tournament, but continuing to be one of the only teams undefeated in this. It is them and awe at the moment. Gotta wonder if LJ and Chronic are starting to feel the pressure here, or if maybe this is the same thing we saw in the last series where it just kind of turns them into diamonds. Again, it's not been a bad series. I feel really bad because I kind of feel like we're just, we're just talking down about LJ and Chronic. We just are trying to give them these compliments, but for as good as they are, they just can't seem to put all the pieces together when it matters most.
Yeah, time definitely running out. Obviously can't count them out just yet from what we've seen so far today. And there have been some slight glimmers of hope. We have seen, especially game 2, the nice start from LJ and Chronic, but really just nothing to point back to. Really devastating losses here for LJ and Chronic. I think for them, definitely the fact they're not getting eliminated here today, that is amazing because they're not playing at the level that you expect them to. They'll have time to bounce back. Even in this series, maybe we will see the reverse sweep, but I think we just haven't seen the best from LJ and Chronic. So, props as well to Reveal and Zach, who have been making those step-up plays defensively. And offensively, we'll see if they can keep cooking.
Still time to go here in this series. Again, as much as we want to state that, SSG have been looking good, have been looking great, there's no guarantees in a series like this that you don't just wait for LJ and Chronic to kind of pop off and lock in. I mean, we heard that from the last one. Jesus' changes in that game obviously didn't divulge all details. Were quite literally like, hey, talk, go for it. Do what feels most comfortable to you, and it changed the whole dynamic of the team. So I gotta imagine there's still something, some sort of ace up the sleeve that we have yet to see here for LJ and Chronic. These are two very talented players, and I don't even think we've skimmed the surface of what they are capable of. The problem is we may never even get the chance. SSG, they are one away. They win this one, they will sweep their way to a guaranteed top 4.
And we have seen LJ and Chronic have those opportunities to make plays.
Oh, no.
You saw LJ right there. In the final seconds, he was shut down by Reveal, and it's Reveal who puts in the first goal of this game, gets the 50, jumps up to the ball too fast. LJ just got dusted on that play.
Too fast. The legend from North Texas. Shout out to our boy Kyle. No, actually, this has been just an unfortunate game where I'm running out of things to say for LJ and Chronic at this point. Every game has felt like they're just getting closer, but the one difference has been they usually score first. Last game, obviously, they did not, but they also didn't concede within like 10 seconds. This time they do. Down 1-0. There's a whole lot left in this game, but it really does kind of feel like we are ticking away the seconds and just waiting for the clock to expire. And unfortunately for LC, they need to change that narrative and get something going.
It's a 50 in the corner. LJ bodied there. Back pass to Zach. Chronic now will be tested. First step success. Back into a dribble. Is going to try to take it down to the corner. There's a 50. Nice pass. There's the shot. Is deflected. Another great save by Reveal.
4 minutes left and another breakaway play here for SSG. Just continuing again to find this control on offense that has felt somewhat unparalleled in this series. LJ will make the challenge. He'll take a touch. But Chronic's low on boost. LJ's getting back. Reveal's got a full tank and space to work with, and same with Zach. He's going to try and sneak this past LJ, but despite the low boost, he will be able to make the save. Zach going to do it again. Dances around 1. Keeps this close to him on what felt like 0, but SSG just refusing to let go of this offense.
A huge amount of boost starvation going on. Finally, Chronic able to get his own corner boost, but it's sent right back in. Oh, and a little team bump to Reveal landing on Zach's head. Saw the flip reset indicator as well. But it looks like it's just going to be a quick reload here for SSG as they're back on the attack.
Reveal, time and space on the sidewall and the ceiling. He's going to try for not the pinch. I think just kind of throw it out center and force LJ with limited boost off the backboard and keep that boost starvation tactic going. LJ's fully planted out of mid, just waiting for boost. And unfortunately, in doing so, it leaves a shot open. He will make the save, so the boost was worth it. But you can really see LJ and Chronic struggling to find any possession here and struggling to get off their half. Eventually, they will not bend, they will break, and it is 2-0.
Yeah, perfect boost starvation. Not only does Reveal get the challenge, get the hit on the 50, but he also locks in that corner boost, keeping Chronic on 0. You saw the buildup, you saw the continued boost starvation, and slowly SSG whittled down LJ and Chronic, finally reaping the benefits there with that goal.
Reveal, not a ton of boost, but, I was going to say, a little bit of space to work with. Not if LJ fully dunks him out. They have done the good job, though, of wasting half this game, or I guess being productive through half this game, because 0 goals conceded and 2 to the good they remain. Zach going to try to contain this out of midfield, so he'll just pop this out to Reveal. Reveal will beat both of the defenders. And maybe try to take this off the sidewall. No, he will leave this to Zach, who will try and take a shot. Both players jump for it, though, so this should be space for Reveal to start another air dribble, unless LJ just gets dunked out. Awkward plays, but I don't think it seems to bother Reveal, because he still has that airspace to work with, and a 1v1 versus Chronic. Can't get past him, but even more valuable seconds wasted off the clock. That's another 30, and we are under 2 to play.
Oh, yeah, Reveal, he's just continuing to cook. Didn't get that reset, but does get the boost steal, is landing demos, keeps that ball in the half, and Reveal landing demo after demo.
No shot. Okay, Zach.
The disrespect.
Trying to sneak that one in. Yeah.
Oh, and off the demo.
Another disrespect. Okay, he's going to just walk this in, huh? No, LJ gets to pick his respawn.
Just keep respawning in the action. Oh, this is tilting.
Dude, I'm tilted for them. This is insane.
Wow. Just respawn demoed, respawn, watch the goal go in. Somebody check on the mental health and physical health of the controllers.
They're just laughing it up.
I think they might be getting sent through the wall.
Dude, my controller would have been through the wall a whole long time ago at this point. Unfortunately, it kind of just feels like they're trolling them, dude. They are straight up trolling them at this point. It's all smiles and giggles on the side of SSG, and there's not a single smile, not a tooth glimmer in sight for LJ or Chronic when you look at the player cams. SSG have been in full control this entire series, and as much as LJ and Chronic have played a good series, just how are you supposed to stop this?
I guess when it comes to this matchup, you just can't. Phenomenal stuff from Reveal. Zach's also been highly mechanical. Few missed opportunities. Really nothing working out here for LJ and Chronic. This game, they have been boost starved for a majority of it. This was a dominating performance here from SSG.
I will be the one to call this, because I know you have been scared from doing so ever again. Yeah, I'm definitely calling this one now. Zach, hat off to you, young man. Keep on stunning. It's good to have you back in the scene, and it's good to see you back on top. That's another for SSG.
Hits the double flip reset. Now hits a flip reset musty. SSG are on cruise control.
I think at this point, we can also take our foot off the gas and call it what it is. This was domination from Space Station Gaming. We've been asking for the #1 2v2 team to show itself, so we know who to look towards to wear the crown and take it to the world stage. Right now, the front runners have to be Space Station Gaming. A sweep over LJ and Chronic and a shutout victory in the final game. This was annihilation from SSG. SSG.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Bass. This was a beatdown. SSG locking in. They had that one sketchy game. They were able to get the comeback victory, and then they never looked back. Offensively, defensively, the plays were there. This looks like the team to beat in North America.
It has to be. I know there's obviously been some other teams that have played phenomenally here today, but it's literally now just between them and I would say talking cheese. And here's the reason, because I think everybody's about to come at me and be like, what are you talking about? They just swept them. You know the other team that also swept LJ and Chronic? It was talking cheese. They did the same thing in the Swiss stage where they 3-0'd them. So both of these teams did not drop a game against this squad. Both of those teams now are the last two undefeated in this event. So yeah, SSG, they definitely are the number one based on all of these replays, but oh boy, I am ready to see what we see tomorrow.
Yeah, so Championship Sunday is going to be delectable. Can't wait to see how it all pans out. I think we still have a lot of really good teams in the running. I think for me, Reveal and Zach definitely up there at number one, especially with such a great showing today. So we'll see if they can keep performing at this level, if they indeed are the best team in North America. Because as you know, only one team will get to represent North America at the World Championship, and we still have to find out who it's going to be.
A close series, but it was not. This was a pretty one-sided affair.
It sure was, Wave. And let me tell you something. It was clean. It was clean from the team that, well, you kind of expected out of you. They were number one seed coming into this tournament from the NA, and they're proving why they're number one seed. And I know I had two decimates. Both of them didn't pick. Wait, no. Did you pick this team? Who'd you pick?
No, he picked SSG.
I picked SSG.
Okay,
yeah.
I
was the
got
doubter.
one decimate. I mean, Bash, your picks today were all wrong, I think. every single one of them. And you kept picking.
Whoa. I'm sorry, did you pick all?
Oh, that was maybe like 8 too many woes for picking one.
I did pick all.
But hey, it was a good pick. It was a good pick, you know. And here's the thing, Bates, you said if they beat Chronic and LJ that's a class win and that you would consider them the number one seed in the tournament. Do you still feel that after watching this 4-0 sweep?
Yeah, I mean, I'll consider them that. How back my words? I mean, they dismantled them. It was 4-0. Well,
it was pretty.
Some of the games were kind of ish close, but was there a game in game number 2? See, these two series happened.
That was game.
These two series happened so long.
It was game 2. Well, I think where they had a 3-0 lead
and then they lost.
Come back. Incredible resilience there from SSG. Yeah, Bass. I mean, it was LJ and Chronic. They've obviously got a lot of great tools in the war chest, and we'll get to see them play tomorrow on Championship Sunday still. But this just wasn't their day.
No, well, it wasn't their day. Combined with, I'm gonna reiterate what I said at the end of as we were closing out of this one. They don't do well against the best teams. I know that we're looking at this one being like it's clear SSG is the number one. The thing is, again, did 3-0 sweep this team? Both of the teams that are currently undefeated swept LJ and Chronic. So I do state this is a much more impressive performance considering how they did in game 4. But like, I really am struggling for words to recap that series, man. That was just brutal to watch, especially the demo trolls in game number 4.
They do like to have their fun. It is a video game, in fact, and they are out here having a good time playing it. But with that loss, LJ and Chronic, they get to take on First Killer and Atomic tomorrow.
They sure do.
Long road ahead of them.
Yeah, very long road ahead. I mean, they'll have to speed up the pace. They'll have to be way more consistent because, I mean, SSG plays really quick. FK and Atomic play just as fast, if not faster. Yeah, it's a tough matchup, but if you want to represent North America, you got to be the best of the best. And honestly, even if you get through North America, then you really got to be the best of the best because then you got to go against the team that went 44-1. I know they got a name. I don't remember the team name. All I'm going to call them is 44-1. 44-1 since they're in the semifinals. That's all I know.
No miss, just fake. Zen and Addo, really, the two words that strike the most fear in your hearts. I feel like it's just the names of the players themselves.
Yeah.
You take that team on. If you beat that team, you then get either the Twins or you get a Furious squad that just beat the Twins. So, like, I don't know. It's going to be a crazy world championship no matter what we get. This is how things went over in MENA today. Again, 2 different 2v2 tournaments happening across our broadcast. And on Saturdays, they play their grand finals in MENA. So that game 7 overtime was pretty crazy stuff. And that leads us with this 2v2 world championship bracket. We'll see the North American team slotted in there at the end of tomorrow's broadcast. It's going to be a great day.
I'm so ready, man.
Great day, man. Go ahead, Bass.
I was just gonna say, I'm so excited for the fact that we not only have this level of 2v2 available, but the fact that we also have these all broadcasted for you guys at home, and that you get to see this, you get to potentially even join us at the World Championship to go and watch this in person as well. Dude, 2v2 is just awesome. I'm just so excited that we have this at an RLCS level.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, we're going to crown 3 world champions on Championship Sunday at the World Championship. If you want to be in the building when those trophies are lifted, when those medals are hung on the necks of glory, get your tickets. Get the QR code on your screen. Be in the building. It's going to be a fantastic event. I can't wait for us to be going back. I will say, there are the people that are like, I wish we were going somewhere new. I'm telling you from experience, every time we do an event in a place we've done it before, it's better. Like, literally, it's just better because we know what we're doing. We've had a little bit of reps, you know. You got some map knowledge. So I'm just telling you, it'll be a good World Championship. You're going to want to be in the building, folks. Tomorrow, we got 5 matches before we crown the Grand Finals champions, the North American 2v2 champions. Matt and Expert going to open up the day against Diaz and Evo. Can either of them bounce back and make it work here? LJ and Chronic going to be taking on First Killer and Atomic. And then the winners of those face off against Reveal and Zach and Cheese and Talk. Man, the reverse sweep already in the top 4, $5,400 secured. And on the road to the World Championship, those 2 matches will give us our finalists in North America. It's going to be a great day, Bass. It's we have the best of the best remaining here. And I still don't feel... my money, I think, is on SSG. Who's your money on tomorrow?
I'm still sticking with Cheese and Talk, man. I think there's a little bit of bias. I'm a huge fan of both of them. I really like both those guys. Good dudes, good players. So there's a little bit of bias there. But also, there's something about getting your biggest test. Like, because again, I'm not to state that LJ and Chronic have not, or excuse me, that SSG has not been tested. But there's something about getting to your biggest test against the team that we came in today being like they're the #1, and they pass with flying colors. They get the reverse sweep. I cannot believe it.
Bates, who you got tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm not on tomorrow, so I'll tell you exactly.
Oh, yeah, who you got?
I'll tell you exactly. It's Atomic First Killer, man. They're going to win.
Yeah, hey, you know. I don't know. It's Championship Sunday, though. Championship Sunday, though. This is where First Killer kind of struggles a little bit sometimes. But hey, that's always been in 3v3.
Atomic.
It's always been in 3v3. Yeah, exactly. He's got Atomic with him. He didn't have him before. Folks, it's going to be a great day. Thank you so much for watching here on Playoff Saturday. Lots of fun action tomorrow. The top 6 teams in the building. We'll narrow it down to 1. The games kick off at 10. We'll see you there.
Solar eclipse. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you can tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be back.